stop me now. No one can 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 stop me now.
Welcome back, everyone, to Overwatch Champions Series Korea. Week 2 day, number 2 here with me and Hex. It's going to be some awesome sets of Korea. We do have an exciting news. We are playing our first match in a different venue. I don't think you've seen that from Korea at all. So it's something new that we are trying out, and hopefully it goes well without any technical issues and so on. I believe they have been running other events there, so it should be all good to go. Hex, you're stuck with me for
Yeah,
the second day in a row.
it's the No One Esports Tournament. I believe that's what it's called,
Mhm.
and it is at the Seoul National University of Science and Technology Auditorium. So using a university auditorium, I always thought those are great venues for esports because, all your fans are already pretty much there. It's if you're not doing anything, if you don't have class, just show up and watch some esports. So yeah, we're gonna do
Mhm.
Team Pirates, which I've been kind of calling them because I'm still not great at their
HaeJeokDan?
name. I don't
Yes.
know why. I've been practicing too, but it just doesn't come out of my American dialect well. So we're gonna go watch that team versus Fnatic. Fnatic desperately needs a win, so hopefully everything goes great there. It's always cool to see teams off campus, as it were, going on campus, so out of the WG studios to university. So that'll be fun. And then our next two matches will be back in studio. So that's why you didn't see any players on screen there when we loaded in.
Mm-hmm. It's the first match. They are already on the other site, the university. Yeah, science and technology. That seems like a pretty good site to have esports. It just fits perfectly there. And the Pirates, they also kind of need a win. Of course, they got one. A lot. Well, one against the Old Ocean. I think Fnatic will also get that later. So I think this is a very important match for both, actually. Not just for the Pirates, also for Fnatic, who was Yeti before. Now they're Fnatic here.
Obviously, the expectations, I think, are a little higher for Fnatic at this point in time because they are signed by a major organization. And here's the thing about Fnatic, and we can kind of go through it, in gritty detail. But when they first played, they kicked off their first match of the Stage2 for OWCS Korea, and they took ZETA Division to the brink. Right, 2-3. It was close as could be. Then they got rocked by Crazy Raccoon. Whatever that happens, that's 0-3. But then the loss to Poker Face, I think, was really a lot of people of like, oh, how good is this Fnatic team? So it's a tough schedule to start it off, but again, this isn't your stage 1 Poker Face. It's a different squad. So coming up, obviously today, they have HaeJeokDan, and then they have Vec, and then they have Ocean. So it's not unreasonable for them to win the next 3 and then put themselves at 3-3. Then they have Team Falcons to kick it off, and who knows where the Falcons will be at that point in time. I think that's a team that's loses some maps that they shouldn't. But obviously the expectations for Fnatic are a little bit higher than HaeJeokDan.
Yeah, certainly. I think you're right on the money about Fnatic, and also how much they can upgrade within that time before they hit the Falcons. I think that's going to be an important series. Today, starting from today, they really have to grab a win against HaeJeokDan and also VC DAEJEON. Those two teams, I think, will be a close contestant against Fnatic. Same for HaeJeokDan. They do have Fnatic. Well, next, Crazy Raccoon. I think that's a really tough opponent. But after that, they do have two really strong opponents still around their level. I think this is the middle ground fight. If they win, I think they can maybe hit it up to top 5, maybe even top 4 if they can get a lot more map wins to break into the tie, because we only have 7 matches in total in the season. I think we have to really take into account the map differential. I think that will stack up. We'll see a lot of tied series score of like having 4 wins, 3 losses. I think we'll have multiple, or the other way, 3 wins, 4 losses as a series score in multiple teams.
Absolutely. And I mean, I think how I'm seeing it shake out is I think Poker Face and Fnatic are going to be fighting between 4 and 5. That's where I would imagine it. Here are the standings, which will kind of bear that out. And like I said, Fnatic, 0-3, -6. It looks terrible. It looks really bad. You're at 7. You're like, that's not great. But the schedules will work themselves out a little bit as Poker Face will face tougher competition. Fnatic, like I said, they will be facing the 3 teams just above them right now on 5, 6, and 7 in the next 3 matches of theirs. So conceivably, they could just rocket up the rankings here. But then you do need to put it together. This Poker Face team, I think, is really good. We'll see them play tonight as well. So I think that's where you're going to see the most competition. Falcons, obviously, as well at 2-1. A little bit surprising that they're not undefeated, but hey, that happens. And Crazy Raccoon, league above, and ZETA Division has been playing really well.
Yeah, that's been the standings so far. Fnatic, I'll get those hard ones out of the way. That's usually, I think, better in terms of how you can build up the team throughout the season and go for the playoff later on. It just continues on the momentum towards the end. This is the map pool. Of course, we get to see some more Runasapi here and there. Not all the time. And control, I think that's all sorted by the running off of the teams. And we got to see some Nepal, Lijiang Tower, and Samoa, just one each yesterday. And I'm hoping some more Nepal personally, because in current meta, I think Samoa, a lot of the higher teams, higher seeded teams, or the better teams are just dominating too hard, especially on Samoa. And Nepal, you can pull out some other divas, some more cheese strategies, and I think it does work like that. So that was the map. In today's matchup, again, we'll be having a separate venue for the first match, so don't be surprised if you're seeing some different scenes. You're not watching a different stream. It's still us, but they're HaeJeokDan versus Fnatic. Only that match is going to be at a different venue. So don't be surprised when we just skip screen into some type of a different stadium. That won't be too bad. And I've seen the venue, and there are full seats, full house.
Nice, very nice. Yeah, so I think the first match is going to be I think the closest one of the evening. We will obviously talk about all of them as we go through it, but here are the teams at this cool new venue.
Very cool. Been running a lot of different esports all day, actually, since the morning. And right in the middle, we do have OWCS competitive. Yeah, it seems like all the players are there. I can see Mag right in the middle. Testing their gear. It seems like they're focused. Not in game yet. I believe that's a practice mode.
The keyboard tilt has always thrown me off a little bit.
Yeah, the Vindyne's
some
keyboard.
players.
What about the other way?
Yeah.
That.
Yeah.
The one before Mag.
There was also a Quake player way back in the day that I can't recall. Used to play with their keyboard on their lap. So hey, whatever works for you, for these players to get it going. Also, apparently it must have been a competing sponsor on that shirt. Had to utilize the good old tape tactic.
And it seems like both teams are in their seats, getting everything here tested out. It seems like they're in the zone for now. And it does seem like, of course, Mag. I think we got to see Zest on the other side. Or Fnatic is just 5. Knife checkmate, OWCS and DAEJEON.
That's a good point too, because they've pared that roster down. Obviously, they've made some changes since they were Yeti, and those changes have been highly, well, criticized to an extent. But here is the HaeJeokDan roster. Zest, Seonjin will be starting it out. Prophet will come in if they are doing a hard hit scan, maybe if a Widow, perhaps even if they want to run Ashe, but not a ton of options on the roster. Bindame, Lisumin, and Mag will be rounding that one out. So right now, the roster is pretty decent for the meta that's happening, because Mag on the Winston, I think, is the best hero of his. So works out well. So you get the Mag and you get the Winston and the Ana, and then obviously the up front where Zest can flex and Seonjin can play the Tracer, or vice versa for them. So yeah, the only switch you would see is perhaps if they end up going to Circuit Royale, Prophet will probably come.
Circuit Royale Widow, we had that action yesterday a lot. Mag,
seen a lot of
his Widow, not with his Widow. I mean, his Winston. A lot more ups than down yesterday, I believe, and I really did like his play. Oftentimes, except for I think Bush was that, where he just went down to the Deadeye yesterday with a bit of a surprise. That was a moment, and then the rest of the team just was like, "What are you doing, Mag?"
Well, here's the Fnatic 5, and again, it works out pretty well for them. They did make a full change of the support line before they went to between splits. Obviously, they got rid of Irony and Bliss for Izayaki and Lijiang, and paired out this support line, or the damage line as well, getting rid of Viper.
Hey, we do have the interview between the two teams. West, I believe you can take the mic away. Go ahead.
Thank you very much, Club. We are back with the first player rep interview of the day. And
Getting right into it with the player introductions. We have Prophet for
네, 양 선수
HaeJeokDan
모두
and
반갑습니다.
Knife for Fnatic.
네, 먼저 프로페 선수에게 질문 하나
course we
드리고
have
싶습니다. 어제
Caster
제타
Melt on
디비전과의
stage.
경기를 패배를
The first question goes to Prophet.
본인이 생각하시기에
After
어떤
the
패배
loss
원인은 어떤 것이었고
to ZETA,
어떤 것을
what was
배워가실
the
수
reason
있었나요?
behind the loss
그리고 경기
and
후에
what was the
우진의
feedback
코치님께서 좀 어떤 부분에
from
대한
the
피드백을
coach?
주셨을까요?
저희가 준비해온 걸 많이 못해서
I think that we weren't able to execute our game plan as quite as well as we wanted to.
경기 후에 이제 코치님들이
And after the match,
실수도 한 번씩 잡아주고 더 나은
the
플레이 방안들을
coaches caught our
제시해주셔서
mistakes,
오늘은
told
더
us what
좋은
it
경기로
is,
보여드릴 수 있을 것
and
같습니다.
I think that we will be able to perform better
드리겠고 또
for
이어서
today's
나이프
match.
선수에게도 질문 하나 드리겠습니다.
The next question goes to
던
Knife.
연패가 좀 계속해서 이어지고 있습니다.
Of course,
오늘
the
경기,
loss streak
연패
continuing on
중요한 경기가 될
longer
텐데
than many
준비를
people
좀 많이
expected.
하셨는지,
So,
오늘은
what
승리를
have you
가져올
prepared for
자신이
today's
있으실까요?
match, and are you confident in your victory?
연패할 거라고는 생각 못했는데
I wasn't expecting such a loss streak,
많이 했고요.
네.
so we prepared a lot to break it.
좀 승리를 확실히 좀
And
자신해주고 계십니다.
I think
그리고 양
we are
선수들
pretty confident
오늘
that
경기를
we are going to
지켜보시기
take the
위해서
victory.
이곳 서울과학기술대학교 체육관까지 좀
Of course,
많은
there are
분들이
fans
응원을 해주러 오셨습니다.
That went all the way
지켜봐
to the Seoul
주신
National
팬분들께
University of Science and
한마디 부탁드리겠습니다.
Technology Gymnasium.
날도 되게
So,
덥고
can you please say a few words to them?
경기장에 와서 경기를 하게 되었는데
Of course, we are in a new venue, and it's very hot outside as well. So, thank you very much for coming to watch us.
드리겠습니다.
And for Knife,
응원 감사하고 오늘은 너무 더우니까 빨리 끝내겠습니다.
thank you for supporting us. And it's really hot outside, so we'll make it quick.
선수 그리고 프나틱의 나이프 선수와
And that was the first
나눠봤습니다.
player rep interview between HaeJeokDan and Fnatic.
프나틱의
And
경기
before
많은
we
기대
head into the first match
부탁드리면서
of the day,
두 팀의
I'm going to send it back
함께
to
확인해
G-Club and
보시죠.
Hex.
All right. Thanks for the translation quest again. We're playing this No One. It's a district in city of Seoul. Of course, you have no clue where that is. That is about 12 miles or 18 kilometers north of Gangnam. I'm pretty sure you've heard of Gangnam. That's another district, and it's the heart of Seoul, but it's a little north of that place. Just to get some extra information, we're playing this one match, and it is indeed blazing hot. So, Fnatic, they want to finish this fast, and they got to start with Lijiang Tower. Yep, and that was Mag, our pirate captain on top of the others.
Yeah, apparently I was muted for a lot of that, but I said really interesting things. My bad.
That
I tried
was-
to mute during interviews, and I
Man,
was so
no
good about it.
way.
Like, it's my first time in for like 3 days. I
That
had
was the
this whole
hardest
thesis.
laugh I had this year so far. Man, that
Oh
was
man,
so
that's
good.
rough.
The lines,
Sorry, guys.
The rhymes, you deserve in hip hop,
Sorry.
man.
You know, I've been so good about it this year too. I mean, I had 4 good days so far, and I've just been like perfect on it. And now I see in the Discord of like, hey, can you rejoin the call? And I'm like, no. How about I just don't be an idiot and not be muted?
No.
Anyway, there's a lot of interesting stuff for Fnatic. They changed this roster a lot, and we'll revisit those points going in. My apologies, everyone. Actually, you know what? Maybe you're just tired of hearing me talk, so maybe it was a good thing. Who
No,
knows?
it was something that they missed. I heard you. I heard you perfectly, loud and clear. But don't actually know because
Well,
I
that's
hear
alright.
you on the other side, and I actually don't
Yeah.
know which part you are muted. So we talked about
Well,
lots
I
of
mean,
information,
for
good
pretty
insight
much all-
between the two teams before we got in. So we're in here.
Pretty much all of it. The too long didn't read. Fnatic is much better when they can run a Lucio. Right now, the meta supports the heroes that they can run. So we'll just see, and they have to win this matchup. They have to. You can't go 0-4.
What they're looking for. That's exactly the same for HaeJeokDan. They want to be slightly higher in the bottom. Currently, not just with that one. Checkmate gets immediately. Maybe with a bit of a help there.
Checkmate escorts himself to spawn there. I think that was a little misfire. I'm pretty sure he clipped the ledge and did some self-damage.
Nice ball from Zest. The outside. Sure they can
Checkmate
go back.
with this straight-up embarrassment switch. He might have been going to Genji anyway, but I think after that rocket self-kill, he's going to go to Genji.
Pretend like nothing happened.
Because, yeah, well, the far could be good here because, you know, the Mei
nice.
Sim is not great at shooting upward.
Your dash, the Boro. Nice, getting a double. EJGON picking up the third. That seemed like a very clean fight after the switch. It seemed like checkmate. First death was really what really mattered too much. It was just a flip of 17%.
He was just trying to be fun, I think. With this composition too, it's Pharah is a little bit better with the Maga. You get a little more sustained synergy with him. But this composition from Fnatic is just pretty much all in. We're gonna go and like blazed out some cooldowns.
Oh, you can teleport to the other side, but not everyone. Man got caught in the really teleport within the teammate, I believe, even with the ice ball. Trying to play this one out with the rotation with the teleport and the ice ball together from Zest. Oh, but Fnatic having better moments here. Shout providing some extra. The second one down. Max should be coming back right after the spawn. There's a shield that we see.
Haven't flipped it just yet. It's really close, but not quite. They still need to commit to this, and now HaeJeokDan is getting some bodies back. Finally, the flip.
Sound barrier with the blizzard. Fnatic
Come right back.
pulled all the way back to the side. Got the flip, but lost the team fight already. That was only a couple of percentage. And they're already on the point. Here comes the flip. And we're about neck and neck now.
A really nice play from Zest there. The Mei is always good, but to get the Blizzard value was critical. So next we're going to be checking out probably just what Checkmate can get done here. You could beat engage with this, but they might just use Commanding Shout to give him a little bit of the overheal. I don't know if you really want to full-on commit with beat because you need it for
Barrier?
beat grab.
Exactly, already dead. And the sound barrier comes a little bit too late. Don't knock. Thought about using that rampage, but I don't think it's time. Maybe not even required after the sound barrier. Let's see what you can do with this blade. Nice checkmate. He's doing a lot of work for Fnatic.
Yeah, good enough. I mean, they had to full-on commit there. Even losing Izayaki early was not the biggest deal. They get the blade out, they get the beat out. So, I mean, that's the combo. It was a little, like, it wasn't, like, perfectly synced or anything, but it was completely fine. They ended up picking up the kills on the blade. But now they're not really going to have a response to Mag's Gravitic Flux. So if Mag can find a way in here...
Flux inside, and at the same time, Donglop knife just drilled in. Really get that this guy from Fnatic working so well against HaeJeokDan. It seems like they actually have no clue how to handle this.
It's just all-out aggression for the most part. I mean, you've got the Commanding Shout, you've got dashes, you're going to get resets and deflex. Knife, obviously on the Venture, is just a burn all your cooldowns, see if you get something, and then you're going to be able to support it all with Izayaki. And now that Kitsune Rush is coming up too. If they can't get through this door before Kitsune, they might be in trouble.
On it?
People in.
He gets Zest right in his face. Dive on the chase Max to be next.
Up here.
They just split all the way. Here's Sunjun, Echo on the point, but how long can you hold by yourself? Well, Isumin is helping a little bit to rush because it's 99% and overtime. After being burnt, not much of an answer with 5 alive from Fnatic. Mac here to do what he can. The Doomfist and the world against him. Blizzard coming down from Zest to buy some time. Not going to be able to do so. Fnatic grabbing the first.
it's not really a composition that you want to trickle in against because Checkmate is going to be there because there's a Venture on the field too. So I like that composition from Fnatic. It does seem like it would fit their style, especially their support style, right? Of being super aggressive, going in, just picking fights, and it's like an ultra dive composition. It's just a super aggressive. I mean, it's a little brawly because the Junker Queen's got the sustain up front, but you're going in, you're shouting, you're dashing, and then obviously Venture adds so much into the mix too with their own self-sustain. So it is a brawlish dive. I don't really know exactly how to classify it, but it's works well for Fnatic. Checkmate's going to go over to the Pharah now, just better on this map. And again, with the Pharah, the synergy with the Maga is going to be there too. So
The switch.
something you definitely see work together.
Switch from Knife to the Tracer this time. Yeah, that Ollie dive, as you mentioned, really well in the first. Really worked in an opposite way, almost countering the team comp that HaeJeokDan had. Tracer duels start to happen. Zest. So a little quiet on the first game, just ready with some May Blizzard. There goes. Knife will get the first blood. No Lucio. HaeJeokDan. Lee falls next. Oh, literally falls off the map.
Yeah, it's complete cleanup there. Might have been a little bit of an assist. I mean, obviously Lijiang has set records on this map for environmental kills, so you can never be sitting near a ledge with him. Now gonna go to the D.Va, obviously to counter this Maga, and to actually help out a little bit in the sky with Checkmate perhaps, but that should be the Echo's
the push!
job for the most part.
Lucio? Seems like it was wall riding towards the other way. Maybe he survived. Duplicate from Jun. Don't knock down. That's one way to handle Maga with your own Maga. Cage.
Maga
Maga
D.Va combo is, well, it was late. It didn't really matter. Maga D.Va combo is going to be just straight up Maga every single time. It's an unfair fight, but had to use an ult to do it.
Rush. Needs him in. Boost. This will get a lot more DPS out. Fnatic on the run, retreating back all the way near the spawn. Don't want to lose anyone else other than DAEJEON, who's about 11% away from that barrier. Ooh, look at that rotation coming from Fnatic. Force aside. The
You're going to go through White Room. You really can't rotate on the bridge here. You just got to be so weary of environmental kills that White Room, once the team is established on defense, is really your only option.
I can kind of sense what Checkmate's trying to do. Go into that window and escape off the big barrage. What he's thinking. There's the fight right inside. Here's the sound barrier from DAEJEON in the pulse. Really losing, really going fully hard on the support lines all the time. And HaeJeokDan got that sound barrier, Lee Min, Vendime. They're really having a tough time staying alive. Now here's the flip.
You're going to have dueling supports, different ones here, because I think Izayaki is going to try to set up for Kitsune as quickly as possible, especially with the team that is, again, going to come through White Room. Kitsune is really good on that. I like sending the D.Va on this offside, at least for now. Cage match.
The bridge. The sound barrier has to be dropped. Sunjun. Exactly. Ooh, the barrage. Some work. It seems like it was a sacrifice almost for the entire team wipe.
The Pharah Maga works so well together. The combination of the ultimates, the cardiac overdrive with the sustain, it's a combination that is really hard to stop, and you can actually get value out of your barrage rather than just hit Q to die. So it's going to be one more fight for Fnatic to try to win. They're just going to Kitsune right off the bat.
Actually go in. Duplicate again. Copy. Retreat to the ground, just gets the first. They actually down. Fnatic turned this without Donghak. 3v5. Make the position inside. Will find Knife easily. They're gone on the run. As Lucio will safely go back. There is the flip again, but Fnatic 99% already, and Donghak switches to D.Va now.
Yeah, it should allow them a little bit more purchase. They know they're probably going to be going against Kitsune Rush, so if it gets dropped down on the bridge or in White Room, it should at least allow you to get in there. Knife actually tried, I think, something a little bit cute with that last pulse bomb. I think he was just dropping it on the health pack hoping that some rotation was going to come in between one of the two players, but
I think he was
no one fell for
expecting
it.
Echo to drop right on top of that bolt and maybe get that damage. Extra push from Lee Min. Get Lijiang.
This is tough now.
Coming close, 93%. One of these Tracer duel can actually decide the ending of the second map. Wait in the air, Zest pointing.
Barrage is ready, but you kind of have to live in the matrix with Barrage. You want to combo this with your Diva.
Watch Lee Min down. Of course, with a trade, you get everything by yourself. There's a flip though.
They flip it.
It gets Zest.
Well, they're going to barrier 2 here. I think Lijiang might just fire at the moment he sees any decent teammate targets.
Oh!
Nice pulse.
What a pulse from Knife, and then the sound barrier just to get that win. That's a 2-0 win on Lijiang Tower. Fnatic first map. Well, wasn't totally one-sided, but still, I think by seeing the team fight overall, I think they are having a pretty good day so far.
And I think they are going to be fine on control maps. I think that's the one they want against Poker Face, I want to say. I'm not certain about that, though. But like I said, when they can play the Lucio, they're just going to be better. Like, I like Lijiang a lot as a player, but I don't love... Well, I'm not in love with Brig anyway in this meta, but I don't like seeing him on Brig. It just doesn't make sense to me. It's not as aggressive. You kind of want to be speed boosting, and I just know what he can get done on that hero. So, yeah, it's just... I think that the control is always going to be good for them because based on the compositions that they can run on it. Now it's up to HaeJeokDan to be able to counterpick this and pick maps where you kind of have to run a double flex, or maybe an escort comes in and like a Shimbali where a lot of double flex is coming up. So you kind of want to take them off of their best heroes if possible. I mean, that's kind of the power of map picks here, and well, not just map picks, but the mode pick is really critical. So yeah, I mean, it might just end up being Runasapi though, because HaeJeokDan has picked Runasapi, I think, a couple of different times, but they've also picked those escort maps and hybrid maps, like I was mentioning. Blizzard World and Shimbali have been their map picks before as well. Yeah, but I'm pretty sure they lost both of those. Like, they picked both of them, but they lost. And they've looked a little bit better on Runasapi. They picked that a couple of times too. So it's up to them to really figure out, how do we take Fnatic and make them uncomfortable, because I think how you do that is you make their support line play things that they're not thrilled about playing.
Yeah, that's exactly the problem. They had a pretty good result from the control, but they dropped the first control map. They have to force themselves off of the other mode into the other mode. We'll see the selection. We do have a small break. When we come back, we will have that map ready for you guys. welcome back everyone. First match of... Oh, we do have the venue there, but no player because we're playing this from a different venue. If you're just joining in, why are there no players? Because we do have a different venue. We'll see the venue shot soon enough. And the second map... Oh... Did HaeJeokDan ever go into this map?
Not-
Circus Royale? I
not
don't
a-
think so.
Not according to my notes here.
That's what I was... That's why I had the
No,
question.
they have yet to play it. Yeah,
Ever
and
Profit?
neither has Fnatic. When Fnatic gets a chance to play Escort, they play Dorado only, and they pick it all the time, and they always lose it. So, new ground for both of these teams to play on Circuit Royale. Of course, it's a map that everyone has played before. It is a map with a very set meta for the most part, Sigma and Widow, and then you can run whatever else. Beck likes to run a Venture with this. Some teams will run a Tracer. And, you know, you can see Zen, you can
What
see
about-
Lucio, you can see everything.
I have a question. What about Moira? I was playing Moira on this map a couple days ago, and... Well, we've seen Moira, not many, but
I mean, I
rarely.
wouldn't admit that publicly. Like, I wouldn't say that out loud on stream that you were playing Moira.
Just
like,
a game.
you
A
know.
game. I don't usually play support, but I was flexing and I was put into it, so I had to.
This was like an old Overwatch League story because when we all used to hang out and like we had a great like talent lounge, right? So we would play, and I once ran Moira in a free-for-all match, and no one ever let me live it down, right? Because that's just dirty.
Oh.
You shouldn't play Moira in free-for-all. Anyway, so I had to, you know, I'm taking away some
What's
of your
wrong with
shame by
Moira?
bringing up my even worse shame.
What's wrong
Well,
with Moira?
you know-
Rise up, Moira mains. It's.
And just, you
I'm
know,
pretty sure we have a lot of you guys in chat.
there's nothing wrong with Moira. It's just the skill expression isn't as high as some of the other things. Speaking of skill expression, Profits coming in. No surprise here. Definitely for the Widow. And that's just Profit's role. Play Widow, so Widow Sigma, and then run whatever else you want with it for the most part.
Oh.
I would like to see some more Zen. This also might be, you know, you can see Alari. Yeah, this map actually has a ton of diversity, except for those two heroes. Like those are 100% pick rate for the most part. You know, when we've had tournaments with the hero bans, it gets kind of wonky, where you can force like a Reinhardt into a mirror or something like that. But yeah, we've seen Pharah on this map a lot too to play around corners and like get some splash damage. Pharah on the defense. Falcons actually used to run a Life Weaver on defense to help the Pharah. So she could go a little bit more aggressive than just get bubbled and pulled back. So outside of the Sigma and Widow play, which is bog standard for Circuit Royale, teams can run almost anything else. The Venture was an interesting play. It kind of worked until it didn't, and then it really didn't work. So yeah, we've seen players toy with Hanzo a little bit,
Yes.
but Hanzo's just not very good right now.
Certainly
so
a
it's
map
hard to
for
run a
Hanzo. Used to be a map for Hanzo, but
Yeah,
not
Hanzo Widow.
much after a couple of patches. I think Widow's just a lot better on the map. The straight line,
Okay.
especially for the fresh point.
Yeah. I'm going to tell you, you're probably not going to see Moira.
Okay, that's a letdown. But
It is.
a lot of fans
But,
in the venue.
Yeah. So maybe you can run Lucio on, because Lucio, you know, using beat is okay-ish as a counter to some of the stuff that you're going to see on this map, so it's not awful. Lijiang also could just play Lucio just to hunt down Widows, because that's what a psycho he is.
Really
In the
talented
nicest way
psycho.
possible.
Yes,
Yeah,
really
yeah.
talented. psycho.
No, I mean, calling a Lucio a psycho, I think, is a compliment. You know, I think
Well,
most
May
Lucios...
used to have that title for the longest time.
Yeah, true. But that was more just her personality, not the play style. So
Oh, and again, Hex, what happens is some people are just maybe not updated to the current meta. So what happened to Sojourn in the past 3-4 months, and why is she just not available again?
I'm pretty sure the burst damage just got super nerfed. Her railgun, which was like the reason to play her at the highest levels, just got super nerfed.
Her output damage has been decreased a lot. So
Yeah,
the top players,
like
Yeah, we just had a lot of those hit-scan players one-shotting Sojourn, and that's exactly what we saw last season. Just top players just hitting one another and just getting the headshot, long distance railgun, boom, and then the team fight was over.
Yeah, I mean, I couldn't tell you the exact numbers that they ended up hurting her with, but I just, you know, once a damage hero gets like nerfed and you just don't see it anymore, you're like, oh, they must have just really, really crushed it. So, yeah, I mean, Sojourn had her time to shine. there was
yeah, it was fun.
There was years where Sojourn was meta. So, yeah, I mean, I think, you know, we might end up seeing like a mid-season patch come in here too and just really shake things up. But I don't know. Personally, I think that Overwatch has been in a pretty good spot, you know, for the last bit of time. At least professional Overwatch at the highest levels. And that's what I care about the most. But, you know, everyone was freaking out about the tank patch, so to speak, and it doesn't feel like it changed a ton of stuff, but what do I know? I mean, I mostly just watch Overwatch, so maybe the playing experience in medal ranks or something is way different, but...
Yeah, I think the patch, initially I wasn't really the biggest fan of the tank, the change. But after a little bit, and then I'm thinking maybe that was required, and I think we're on a better state because of that overall. Well, there's been a lot more patches on top of that since that time, but I think overall,
see some,
a lot more balanced.
Pretty good diversity in the tank role. I mean, at least in OWCS Korea. So it couldn't have been that bad. Also, I'm as old school as it gets, so anytime like a dive meta's in, I'm like, I'm fine with this. I'm absolutely fine with this. Like, give me Winston Tracer all day. I don't care what else you play with it. I am fine with good old dive, like especially at, you know, the highest level of Korean Overwatch. Watching dive v dive, totally fine with it. Just plug it right into my veins.
Yeah, dive is always been one of the biggest talents, and also it's fun to watch the team fight. When there's dive versus dive, it's just sometimes it goes on a brawly 15 seconds, but sometimes it just finishes with just the Dragon Blade 5 seconds slash and dash, and it's just fun to watch that cool action in a couple of seconds.
Yeah, it's the skill expression of it that I think a lot of people really enjoy. You can tell who's playing a better Winston, who's playing a better Tracer, who's getting more value out of like nanos, and the Ana play, like the skill expression of Ana's has been so fun to watch. Like, I don't know, watching Shu on Ana versus almost anyone else on Ana, you're like, well, that's not fair. So,
well, Finn was exceptionally good yesterday too. So I still remember those moments. Of course, in Alt and Shu, both really great players. And we had some issue from Prophet's keyboard, but I believe it's resolved, and we have the music. This is the venue they're waiting. They're watching it from the WDG studio. We go into circuit escort. It's rare escort. That's a second map, but we have it.
It's rare for it to be a different escort. I mean, we've seen a lot of circuit played, a little bit of Shimbali mixed in. Fnatic trying to make Dorado a thing. It's not really a thing.
I like it. I love Dorado. It's an all-time favorite for me. Classical map.
I mean, we've seen a lot of map diversity here too, and I think a lot of that is like the map. The mode selection as well as the map selection. So, yeah, this is it's been a map that we've seen a ton of. Let's see what we're going to see. Since HJD's map pick.
It is. HaeJeokDan chose to defend
first. They get side pick there, and so yeah, they are going to run the double flex here. So that makes a ton of sense.
You know,
this composition has just 3 players that can put out so much damage hit scan style, and then you've got a Pharah who's going to splash it down, so it's who can finish off the splash damage better.
We can grab that Pharah in the air. That's Widow's job oftentimes, and Hilari, the piece. Big mirror comp for the headshot. Step not in full gauge.
Yeah, it's so interesting to play Pharah here.
I know.
And you really can't peek out. You just have to be content with splashing on shields, maybe getting a splash rocket in like that. Pretty nice. Force out a cooldown.
It was a good attempt there, but because of these angles, HaeJeokDan forced to be going back a little bit. Pylon destroyed. As the corner knife. What a peek. Barely a jump through that wall. Oh, Sunjun, get one back. Checkmate Lijiang. We better trade. HaeJeokDan falling. Looks like this first corner all round will be resolved pretty quickly. Going to that first point.
They just moved the pylon too, and I was a little skeptical of removing it and putting it in a different spot. And as soon as that pylon got moved, it got taken down. It's so much healing output for this team. And so they take that out, and then obviously Knife wins the Widow battle, and that's almost all she wrote. And then there's no one to really contest Knife and able to get some more pot shots in.
It's barely a peek from Prophet. The jump over the wall. Again! Wow! Knife. That's a 2-0 for Widow. And they will continue Infocide available if they really want 4v5 anyhow. Checkmate on top. Without the Widow on the other side, you are really free to do damage in the air. They're pushing. We zoom in. A flux. Do a combo there.
It's enough to stabilize. Yeah, it's really nice there to use the flux and combo in. They commit a lot to it, but all good for them. And now it looks like they want to just re-establish themselves on this second corner of the U-turn. Maybe not. This is always a nice spot for the Widow here. Prophet so far has like lost the 1v1s against Knife, but I always feel bad when you make a player come in just to play Widow against a player who's already had a map. Like that warm-up is significant.
It is. That's why some of the teams who have a longer break because you win from an upper bracket sometimes, you just have a cold hand going into first game. And here's a flux from Donghak catching multiple! And the Captain Sun, did it hit around the corner? I don't think so. Yeah, no extra damage. Checkmate. Guess on June. The combo didn't really work fully. Matrix within time, keeping things up. Widow still there. Prophet on the side. Still, pushes is being made as we speak. Fnatic. Checkmate pushing all the way back because HaeJeokDan is split in two.
But they're not finishing the kills over here. This Baptiste and Sigma have done such a good job staying alive. And if they can just pull out a shot from maybe the Widow from spawn, get something done. Lisu Man has been getting a lot of work done at this Solari.
The Pharah. Oh, HaeJeokDan actually had a worse position, but comes a turn around, the fumble, maybe. Donghak. Will be healed back. Without that Pharah, Fnatic off that window. Fnatic wants to go back without Prophet though. Capture some and the flux. Again, the combo. It's there, but Fnatic, they've been doing a lot more damage beforehand. The combo doesn't really work this time for HaeJeokDan. And the Pirates not able to. Oh, that's a second point for Fnatic already. 340.
Yeah, using the Captive Sun just to get themselves in a little better position to get those kills to come through was really nice for them. Both the Pharahs ended up hitting Q to die. It's tradition, as is tradition for Pharah. So now the rotations are going to have to come up top here. We've seen so many fights around this pool, but a huge advantage for Fnatic while they're going to have Flux. Really the only ult of note for the other side is going to be this Matrix. Don't need it. Prophet just hits a shot.
With a bit of help from the Pharah, Dongjun. Need to hold this for 3 minutes. Matrix early up from Bin. Flux back from Donghak. Challenge field can only last you so long. Donghak will be holding the side. And the rest of the members still pushing the payload. And HaeJeokDan, I'm sure they're aware of it, but the rotation will take some time.
Oh, they're just going to be happy to take their free push instead of fighting into the choke. So kind of out in the open right now is their own Sigma, but right now with these hallways, it's where is each Widow going to set up? Where's the peak going to come from? Prophet's been very patient holding on to the infra site. Usually want to use it to match.
Knife almost there, 91%. And it's all about this final moment. Oh, LijiangDan, what a catch! Prophet does not get to go back to spawn. He just has to get that barrage with the captive sun. Where's the target? Goes all the way back, Fnatic. Be going backwards now. 152, and the payload's very close to that third point, but HaeJeokDan will secure the final defense line.
I'm gonna have to back up. Prophet's still holding this infra sites because you generally have the advantage on the defense anyway. As you see Knife peeking around. These are going to be on such a knife's edge, as it were. Izayaki is going to have the captive sun. Can you get just even 1 or 2 on it? I think the problem I see with a lot of Alaris is they hit the captive sun and they're trying to chase down for the extra damage and put themselves in a bad position. It's an ult that can put you in a vulnerable spot, very much like Barrage. Even if that Barrage checkmate's got it.
It's like, oh, that's a shot from Prophet.
Too bouncy back there, LijiangDan.
Minute and 7. Now the respawn will take about 20 seconds. HaeJeokDan might be able to secure and put a stop to this. Checkmate got his barrage, and that can certainly work with the captive sun from Izayaki. Now the rotation from HaeJeokDan towards the side. Oh yes, X.
Or it could put them both in position to just get shot out of the sky as well. I mean, like, those are two ultimates that are just without a ton of support around them. I mean, you can maybe put the shield up for the Sigma and try to get a barrage in or something, but really, in this position, you kind of want to isolate somebody or just do some damage from a distance and try to avoid sight lines.
See that knife first, and the captive. One has to be used from Mag, or else it's going to be going all the way in that third bullfight. Mag delivers once again. The rock and Fnatic still pushing. Knife a little far away, but what can you do? You're getting pinned down by so many.
It's a good push, though. It's a hard map to complete. Defender's advantage at this last point is pretty strong. You've got the access to the high ground. You've got access to... And if you're going to be running a Widow, you just have better angles to be able to take and prod with. So it's still a very strong push. Fnatic will have to just play defense next. I love watching Alaris come into this mix. That's why I think it's so important to have your main support be able to play some of these flex support roles.
It always adds so much more damage. But as you mentioned, the combos are important, but once you are too focused on your combo, you forget about the other things because you're so zoned in about delivering the combo at the right place, the damage, but sometimes nothing goes according to plan. And then if you're doing the Flux or the Captive Sun, you just go like, what do you do? Didn't really catch anyone else. It seems like there's a pause. Potentially audio issue, it seems like.
Yeah. I mean, it's an extremely high damage output composition, right? Everyone is shooting. I mean, because of the long sight lines that are inherent on Circuit Royale, just getting the Alari into the mix is critical. And then obviously even the Baptiste shooting. So what the Pharah is really adding is some of that finishing power and just a consistent burst damage, right? So everyone's low, so you don't have to hit 3 shots as Baptiste. You don't have to hit 2 shots as Alari because everyone's already low. So those sight lines are, enormous, and really you're relying on your supports to be able to put in a ton of damage. Sigma's job, for the most part, is just please stay alive. Like, you need the utility of getting the shields up, of just getting the Flux is nice as well, but it's such a long range damage composition that it's fun to watch. And really it's skill expression. Who's ever got the better mechanics on Alari and Baptiste is probably going to shine and help out their team. It ended up being pretty even with the Widow battle. It equalized later in the map.
Yeah, at first it was just Knife getting a lot more easily the first 2 kills, letting Fnatic go for that first and the second point. But after that, Prophet, I think, had really nice shots. And that's also the reason why the third point is so hard on this map, I feel like sometimes. And unless you open up with a Widow from the attacking side, like 1 kill might not be enough. If you get 2 in a row from the Widow, then that's the moment you go all in with the ultimates. And then barely you can get 3 points.
Yeah.
Unless that happens, it's really hard to complete the entire thing.
Well, Prophet seemed like he warmed up as the map went on. Prophet also was having an issue with his audio, and those audio cues can be absolutely critical for a Widow.
Oh, yes. He was... You need to hear everything that's happening around you, especially the footsteps and the opponent in sight. And I hope it's...
Yeah, I think they're just checking it right now.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, just getting the final check. It's an audio check, so usually the audio issues are resolved pretty soon. And remember I told everyone that I was inside the foreign team's booth during Apex Season 1 and 2 and into 3. There were some interesting pauses where we couldn't figure out what the problem was. And after selecting the volume and doing all that, we just couldn't hear some type of sounds, certain sounds. But when we hit the window sound, like the error sounds that turned on, we could hear those. And then after a minute, another guy just comes along, and is like, "Is your game muted?" And and we figure out from what's it called, the volume mixer. Overwatch was just muted. So we couldn't tell because in the game it says the volume is on. There are some weird problems, and I don't know how it happened, but it just happens sometimes.
It's just one of those silly errors where you just have a blind spot and you just overlook something.
I think that was Taimu, actually.
That would make sense. That tracks. That tracks entirely. I love Timo, but yeah. that does make a little bit of sense.
We couldn't figure out, so we ended up calling like 4 technicians, and another guy just runs up, like, "Did you mute the volume mixers?"
Well, Taimu, I also ended up feeling bad for. Like, I mentioned like the Widow coming in colds. They used to do that to him all the time. Like he just like, "Oh yeah, we're bringing in Taimu for map 5 against a team that hasn't swapped out anything." And, "Oh yeah, you're just gonna play Widow." I'm like, "Oh, that's not cool." And I spoke to Taimu about it a couple times, and he's like, "No, I honestly usually need at least 1 map to warm up. So if I get dominated, that's why." So it's something you have to consider, mostly on those high mechanic heroes of like, can somebody come in cold and still play at a high level, because not every player can. Yeah. So it's something you have to definitely consider when you're making substitutions and when you have specialists like a Widow. So it's
totally.
It's definitely something along those lines.
Yeah. Unless you have a separate set of computers in the waiting room, the player waiting room, in the green room. Then
you might, yeah, but also like you got to bring out your hardware and get everything set up. So
yeah, that too.
Okay, it's a little bit different for the defense here. Are they going, or for the offense rather?
Oh, Mage. Prophet.
Yeah, they're gonna rush it. Like just Mage Sim.
Grind. I think this is a sort of competition, DPS competition, at least that they've shown in Lijiang Tower. Trying to do that again with the teleporter, but it's not gonna happen without that Sigma. Easily burnt down. Fnatic putting all the DPS out. And we'll gatekeep once again. Knife. Don't even want to hook. Smasher right above the stairs.
Yeah, well, Checkmate should just be feasting for the most part. That pylon is going to keep him alive and nice and healthy. And then no one's really got a great counter to the bar right here.
Yeah, the Checkmates just need to do damage, especially when they're just stacked up together. The area damage. It's going to do some more for Checkmates, having a lot easier time.
Super low.
And 1 HP, getting some heals. Oh, but Izayaki. Lara just adds damage, and that's something that you don't take into account sometimes. And what happens? 7 down again, forced to be going all the way back. Did some push, unless you really go into that corner. This first set of pushes just means nothing.
Yeah, it's not super impactful. I haven't really seen the Sim do much on the teleport. I guess he'll get him in the position there. A lot of it is just for the shield crack to win the shield war against the Sigma.
Splash! He's doing Warwick, look! And the emphasize plus the captive Sun, adding the damage. Fnatic just saying, if you don't have Widow, you can't do anything. What is this comp? HaeJeokDan just struggling. Maybe they want to teleport all the way in the back, but that's just not happening because on the way they're taking too much damage. They have to. Been losing tank, losing one member at a time. And now we're down to 145, losing Sunjun again. On top, Knife wants to be the player of the match.
Well, this was their map pick as well, HaeJeokDan. So they must have this strategy here. Like, you want to teleport in, you want to like Lucio speed if you can, and then isolate somebody with the Mei wall. Like that is the plan if everything goes perfectly. You know, it's this rush composition that we've seen teams run with, maybe not always as a Sigma, but Mei Sim Lucio specifically works really well.
There's a chance, there's a teleport. Oh, the damage from Checkmate is just insane. How do you even dare to come in with that HP bar? There it is. Finally, with some ultimates ready to go for HaeJeokDan. Matrix first. With the Flux, delaying. Forcing out the Immortality Field. Lee Soo-min has the Blizzard. Photo. Photon Barrier and the Sound Barrier coming soon. Four ultimates ready to go for HaeJeokDan. Flux. First barrier of the two. Prophet down.
Finally get value out of these ultimates.
A trade.
And the wall
Mag and
in.
Ijayaki. And just Mag on top of the world.
It depends, though. There's going to be a contest here. Doomfist comes out because they're going to get the spawns back in. They're going to push him out. So if you win this fight,
And 10 seconds. Oh, even the sound barrier was used. Oh man. 3 seconds. HaeJeokDan. Do they really have anyone? Are they going to be able to keep that other four? Rock finds one first. Goes to Metra. Prophet's next. No one else on the payload, and that is it. Fnatic wins once again.
You don't need to give Donghack an excuse to run Doomfist. He's like, I'm on it, no problem. But yeah, with the trades and also, you know, Izayaki staying alive for as long as they did against Mag really bought a little bit of time, a little cart stall, and then the Doomfist and Lucio come back. And not only do they come back to be able to fight on the card, they isolate the Sigma immediately. So yeah, I mean, that was HaeJeokDan's map pick. I would like to see, you know, when that strategy works perfectly, but it seemed like they had to really build up to ultimates and make sure that they had ultimates for the fight, because really they were only close when they got Blizzard going. So it was just way too much damage from not only the Pharah, because that teleporter was denied almost every single time. It would get in position and then get two shot down by rockets, and then the splash damage was come in. They were never really in good fighting form until they like were getting ultimates up. And yeah, they were playing around the corner, but just really nice played by Fnatic. The Fnatic, I think, just a superior composition. So a weird compositional pick. The rush comp without enough damage, without enough counters, just didn't really work. It was pretty underwhelming from HaeJeokDan.
Yeah, it was. That was the second half, the easiest game of his career, I'm pretty sure. Wherever you see the teleporter, just shoot at it. And that's all you needed to do. Extra damage in the splash, as you mentioned. And HaeJeokDan, I guess they had something out of this composition on this map from the scrims. I still can't really figure out what exactly was going to be the deal, but against the Widow and the Pharah, can't really tell. But that didn't really work. That was Escort map number 2. We'll take a short break. When we come back, we'll have that third map. Hopefully, this map will help out HaeJeokDan a little bit more coming back into the series. welcome back everyone to the middle of HaeJeokDan, the Pirates versus Fnatic here. But it's going certainly the way of Fnatic, as you can see on the left, and the map is Runasapi.
Yeah, this is what I was expecting earlier, actually. It's a map that they've picked a couple times, look pretty good on. It's a map that they can run a Lucio on, which I think is always going to be a strong suit for them. Yeah, so makes sense pick-wise. You don't really have to, outthink yourself. I do want to touch on Circuit Royale again. I just think, like, that composition can work. It's about taking space and taking corners. Like, you teleport and, like, the wall. We've seen Sim May work really well. Even on that map, we've seen it work a little bit better, but they got outclassed, outcountered, outkilled for the most part. The concept is sound. The execution was poor. Runasapi has been the kind of favorite push map lately. It's the new flavor of the month. It's the new map in the pool. It means a lot of people are playing it, practicing it. It's a map where you can see Ashe, you can see the cast too, so a lot of skill expression there. And yeah, it's really gonna depend. We've seen teams running kind of like a D.Va with a D.Va against a Brig.
Sometimes the Winston.
Yeah, it's. I mean, there's just different flavors of what dives you want to do. It's mostly been 100% Ana, and then you decide if you want to run a Kiri with it or a Brig with it. I think one's more defensive than the other. I'm totally in the camp right now that I think, based on what I've seen from, I think ZETA especially, the Kiri is usually the superior pick, but that's some of the best players in the world on Kiri. Okay. I don't know. Maybe I'm overblowing it, but I've just not seen a ton of like great value out of Brig, and it's not really the biggest playmaking hero. But I mean, there's situations where it works well. Brig is a very good hero against a D.Va play rather than Kiri, so you kind of get forced into that pick sometimes. It's just, I don't know. Maybe I just don't like Brig because I used to play a lot of Tracer against Brig, and that was never fun.
Personal feelings in there a little bit. Okay. Brig, I think it's fine once you can actually find the zone where you can protect your Ana and get that backline protection on your own,
right?
The round and stuff. But sometimes it's still not enough when there's so much to dive on from the opposing team. So I do have to agree. I think Kiriko is overall just better. It provides a lot more room and just the pushing ability for the team, especially for the Cassidy. The amount of DPS you can pull out and just break that Winston or any other tanks, to be honest. It's a lot better on this map. I have been loving that Kiriko Cassidy comp a lot.
Yeah, it's been working out pretty well for the teams that are able to run it. I mean, the Brig is just generally a more defensive thing. So it's like if you feel that your Ana is getting dove too much and your Ana's not getting the peel from your tanks or maybe even your DPS, then you see a Brig come out a little bit. Brig also, it works really well on the dive. Like those health packs from a mile away are, super big for like a Winston dive. So it definitely has its place. I just think that the Kiri ult has been way more impactful. I've been seeing so many Brigs pop rally to try to save people and just die anyway, to Tracer pulse bombs, to do a super coordinated dive. So, yeah, I mean, it's been a different stylistic play that we've seen from teams running a dive. Is can you run the Ana Kiri, which has been, so much damage output. Also the cleanse, because you can't overlook that.
Yeah.
If, your Winston is getting antied and then you cleanse it, and the other Winston's getting antied and not cleansed. Huge difference. So it's just been a stylistic choice from some of these teams. But yeah, maybe my early not fun against release Brig is playing a little bit into it, but I think it's actually just what I see on the screen is Brig's dying way too often, and I always prefer an offensive play style to a defensive play style.
Yeah, we'd like to see a lot more rushes happening with the Kiriko. We'll see what happens between HaeJeokDan and Fnatic once again. Do see both Mag and Dongak holding that Winston for now. Oh, as I say that, some more Mauga. I think Dongak's been in love with this Maga the past couple of days. Let's see the shuffle.
A lot of stuff's happening, so I'm gonna chill for a second.
Cassidy from Knife.
Gonna wait on it.
Checkmate. Oh, Farah.
Yeah, I think you run this because Checkbase Far is kind of going a little bit nutty lately, and it's been one of the great boons to this Fnatic team has been Checkbase versatility. Been playing a lot of Far lately, so right now it's Sunjun's gonna have their work cut out for him.
Hitting with some stickies. Knife. Instant kill on the Zest. Did not even look towards the side. That's Cassidy. Ooh, a double. Give them a pretty nice starting push for Fnatic. Pushing all the way. If you can get one more, that's Lee Sumin down at 3K. And the fourth.
Well, this
Almost feels like they pushed it to the end zone already. That's
this is
chase.
also the benefit of the Lucio for the chase, and the Kiri helps on the chase too, because the Kiri can chase with you, and so can your tank. I mean, some changes are going to come out from HaeJeokDan. They're gonna play D.Va into this. You can't play Winston into the Fnatic comp. It's just impossible.
Now the drive, in into the robot. Trying to do the same, but it's Echo in the air now. Harder target to shoot at. Paint the sleep. Sleep dart is good for the first, but that's a pretty good push to be having just from the first team fight 43 meters in less than a minute and a half. This corner uphill can be a bit of a hard. Oh, Zest. Exactly know where he went down, but that's a second on his own.
They're just gonna burn through it now, but the Nano is committed to the Echo.
Far copy, knife down. 44 at the moment. That's the Tracer should be joining the fight soon enough. Some more traded. There's a barrage onto Malga. Did so much damage, but Lijiang Tower with double K.
Yeah, I mean, it's still scrappy right now. Zest is having a very bad first round. He's died first to 3 different heroes so far. You know what? Sometimes that just happens to Tracer, where you're just doesn't matter. A soft whisper will kill you. So I don't want to harp on it a little too much. But Fnatic now coming online with all of their ults. Meanwhile, after our pirate squad had committed quite a bit in the last fight with the Nano and the Echo.
Did I? Speed. The Matrix looking for the target. Seems to do that much damage. Self-destruct right behind the wall. The Pulse. Some extra damage on the Donghak. The Shaman Barrier does come down. Checkmate found right after that. Everything coming down, but without Checkmate. And the second DPS. Can Donghak do it alone?
Zest had a locked in here with me moment there. He was in the cage, but still got 2 kills during it.
Yeah, the cage did grab a lot of HaeJeokDan's members, but that was after losing both of the DPS, lacking some damage, and you can still fight back even after the Malga. Donghak will change into D.Va, so D.Va matchup now between Mag and Donghak.
Yeah, I mean, the problem with the Maga a little bit is that you're just going to be eating huge antis constantly, and the D.Va is just such a really solid counter to a Maga, so just going to mirror it up. Take the lead.
Mag. Both machines flying in the air. Can't really deal with this Fnatic without the ultimates, and especially, yeah, I thought it was time for the Pharaoh to go, and that's exactly going to be the switch into the Echo. Will HaeJeokDan getting that first point?
Sunjun is having a really nice round on Echo. It's played super well. I mean, the beam ends up doing so much damage to the D.Va. That's why you have to do it. And yeah, Far just not going to get the supreme value that you're looking for here. So really, Fnatic has had to switch up their composition. It worked really well early on, but nice counter picks by HaeJeokDan has forced Fnatic into a mirror for the most part. Except for the support lines, completely different.
Now that Izaki has that rush, Nano into Sunjun. Again, the snipe works. Okay, down in the air. This Echo has been delivering lots of packages today. Ooh, actually catching Izaki. Donghak finds a double on his own.
They're going to get a little bit of push, but it's not going to be enough.
Yeah, it didn't quite touch. A few meters away.
Izayaki got no value out of that. That Kitsune rush. They just chose not to fight into it. I mean, this is one of those rare instances where I said, like, I actually do like the Brig better, because I think Brig is so much better against the D.Va. Like, it really halts the D.Va dive, and if you're going to be close with your front line, with the D.Va, I mean, you're just getting so much heal and value out of it. It also protects. Yeah. What are you going to do against this? You're not killing either of these supports.
Early sound barrier from DAEJEON. Fnatic lost the shield. They accomplish much out of that. HaeJeokDan just disengaging, rotating away, actually doing a lot more right after the shield is gone. Fnatic! HaeJeokDan with the double and more. Rally and the duplicate combo. The power up from HaeJeokDan is just a lot more than what Fnatic can provide at the moment.
Yeah, you saw him try to go in. I mean, when that support line is together like that and the D.Va's got the peel, everything's nigh unkillable. Like, there's really just no angle. They clump together in a small spot, get all the Inspire healing, and then, you know, the rally actually got value. So I do like it a lot against the opposing tank play. And now Donghak's going to switch to the Doomfist.
Purple.
Anti.
Anna, but immediately it almost seemed like the duplicate didn't even exist. See how quickly it went down. Dongak trying to do what he can. Knife down. HaeJeokDan finally alive after a couple of team fights.
Like I said, you don't have to convince Donghak to play Doomfist. He's playing it to try to get on the support line, to try to get the burst damage in the back, because the D.Va simply wasn't working. Checkmate is trying to find anything he can play. It's not been a great map for him. We're going to switch over to the main now. So maybe set up some walls for Donghak to get into. Izayaki's playing musical chairs on these supports now too. But we still have 2.5 minutes. Right now though, Fnatic needs to win the next 2 fights pretty convincingly.
Always doing that anti on Dongak. Comes once again. Team. And in the meantime, Mag has been doing a whole lot on this side. Right next to robot. Knife down. Dongak barely alive. Oh, the meteor strike. Basically save himself from death.
Yeah.
Cover.
And it's as good of a meteor strike as any. You know, it's just the escapability of it has always been a critical part of that kit.
What's the sound barrier? Does keep Fnatic alive eventually, but that's a lot of resources. That was an expensive fight with the robot all the way back on their team side.
Mag is going to make the switch too. God, it has been so much counter swapping here on Runasapi. Mag's going to go over to the Winston, try to get this pure dive in. Winston Tracer dive, try to get to the back line. Because now Donghak is not going to be there to peel.
It was a good save for Dongak. He barely got that meteor strike just in time. Slams in. And we get that punch. Another. Ooh, Zest!
I mean,
What a poke there.
know.
Pops out of nowhere.
I don't know if Izayaki didn't have nade up or just didn't respect the fact that they were going to see he was so low. But Donghak comes back with a triple.
That's Dongak. He does this doofus things.
It's not enough.
Yeah, we'll just rotate. With knife, maybe looking for the snipe. From the back. Let's see. Thinking of accomplish anything else. Just pushing the robot forward a little bit down the slope. Sledding down. DAEJEON picking all the members up. Checkmate does have Blizzard. And the Nano this time. On DAEJEON? Boostio!
It's a fun meme. Maybe they're trying to get up to a sound barrier to try to win this. Everyone else is nearing their own ultimates. Blizzard comes out. No real value found. Fnatic needed to be perfect with only 40 seconds left, and they are not.
Might have been a steal.
Maybe.
From DAEJEON. Pretty sure that was supposed to be on Dongak or knife. I don't know exactly what happened there.
Yeah, it's not always intentional, but I mean, there's rare instances where you're just trying to.
The meteor strike just a second too late.
Yeah, where you're just trying to get your other support up to their ultimate because you need those to win, and everyone else already had ultimate, so it's rare that a boostio is legitimate, but it's possible. I always want to give them benefit of the doubt. Really nice map pick from HaeJeokDan. Really nice counter picks. I thought their echo play was far superior. Both DPSs played way better throughout. I mean, Checkmate was just on the struggle bus that map. You know, it just couldn't find a hero that they could play on, and just really nice counter picking. You know, nice swaps. It was one of the few instances where I was like, oh, Brig makes perfect sense here against the Diva, and you saw it like come into play where they were going really hard into that support line. But when you have an Ana Brig peeling for each other, then being smart about like where they're hiding and using the architecture to play around corners and get that shield up, like they're nigh unkillable. Came back with a rally, and it was really nice play. So good map pick, worked out well for them, and good counter swapping.
Exactly, the step up from Mag into Diva, and also the changes quickly done. Unlike a Fnatic on this map, I really love the switch. And after a couple of early deaths from Zest stepping up to the plate, and also Sunjun's Echo was phenomenal on the map. I really
it was
love
the difference.
That's a check mark on Sunju's POTM for me on that map. If they end up winning this with a reverse sweep, but certainly worth the pick of the map. Runasapi, they do seem to be playing a lot better on this map, especially compared to all the other maps. I think that this will be a staple pick going forward. I think having a lot of good memories on the map too now.
Absolutely, it's been working out. It just seemed overall that Fnatic was two steps too slow when they were trying to figure out how to do the counter swapping. You know, it's like, oh, we needed an Echo two fights ago rather than this one to counter the Devo. We probably should have had a Brig to counter, this or that. So just maybe not adjusting quick enough. But now it will be Fnatic's map pick going into the next one.
Yeah, let's see what the map is going to be after a short break. It is Fnatic leading the series 2-1. certainly not a 3 Overwatch. Start the day today as HaeJeokDan comes back strong in Runasapi. Fnatic. It's up to their map choice. Let's see if Fnatic, they haven't chosen a map yet. And looking down the list, it does seem like they would like to push this out of the way. Maybe we'll go to hybrid, even though they played a lot of hybrid. Not really the best win rate because we already had control and push.
Unfortunately, we already played Circuit because I think them going to Dorado would just be the funniest thing to me. They're 0-3 on Dorado when they keep choosing it. Yeah, I mean, I don't think it's Flashpoint necessarily either. I think but that's not terrible for them though because it does allow them to run the Lucia. I know I'm kind of harping on that. New Junk City and Suravasa, they've not won on yet. It could be Kings. They've also picked Kings into players before, or teams before rather, and they're 1-1 on Kings. I think there was I think they played ZETA on Kings and it wasn't great, if I recall correctly. I don't know. It feels like there's already been so much Overwatch, but I can see a Kings come out here. They look pretty comfortable on that map. It also allows them to play like a pure Winston dive. So yeah, it's either going to be hybrid or Flashpoints. Obviously, we've seen a ton of Flashpoint, but yeah, I
want to see some more Kings. Oh, Lijiang City. All of a sudden,
I haven't seen any Eichenwalde, which has been upsetting to me. I usually like Eichenwalde as a map.
One Eichenwalde from Japan.
Yeah,
I don't recall much from Korea happening at all.
New Junk City has definitely been the less popular of these Flashpoint maps. It's definitely been a Suravasa meta so far in OWCS Korea, at the very least. New Junk City.
Same for Japan.
Yeah, New Junk City. I mean, it's just kind of I don't know. I feel like Suravasa is lending itself more to poke and long range. It's lending itself towards Ash play, towards double flex supports, whereas New Junk City is a little more kind of brawl oriented. You see more Genji, you see more Maga come out on these maps. It's also a map that you can often recall seeing Junker Queens on, but also you can just run straight up pure dive. So it's a little bit of an interesting wrinkle. Definitely not the most popular of the two Flashpoint maps. We need more Flashpoint maps now that I think about it.
Yeah, I think we need one more. Lijiang City. I think the reason why the players really like to have Suravasa instead. Suravasa, especially there's a big difference in the first Flashpoint, the middle.
Yeah, the mid fight is so different on these two maps.
Lijiang City, you just skip that middle circle. You just go around.
Yeah, it is
just keep on going around to the rotation, and then you have to. There's a specific comp for that only, and then you move into the second or the third, which oftentimes you don't have to. But you always have the question, like, do we really have the best comp for the second, third point? It's not the same. Suravasa, you can actually keep the comp. You have the up and down for the first, and then you can just have Ashe and a lot of those, maybe Winston, D.Va. So they're very different. I would love to have a different Flashpoint, but with that music, I believe we are ready. Let's go to New Junk City, a map we don't really see as much in Stage 2 of Korea. Here it is.
Yeah. I mean, we're only on day 4?
Five.
Day 5. Yeah, so we'll see what Fnatic want to do. I mean, if that's the comp that they're running out with, but I think it's also good. It allows Lijiang to play the Lucio, which again I think is very good for them. And then it's also a map where you can run Doomfist too. Now we all know how much Donghak loves Doomfist.
And pause from Fnatic. Oh, after all the check. So, wonder what the issue is. Hopefully it's not a long one, but I think today, a lot of the games will change depending on which hero Checkmate will play. Let's see a bit of Genji just now.
The Genji makes the most sense. Or like a Genji Echo Pharah. I don't think we'll see a ton of different stuff out of him. The Mei was really uninspired in the last map we played.
Depending on the hero, that Checkmate sometimes does really well on the Pharah, and then the switches, I think, on Runasapi, I think Checkmate made 3-4 swaps, hero swaps overall, because nothing was really working out with the team, and then I think that was one of the downfalls that Fnatic was really struggling to hold. Let's see if this Genji works now.
Okay. Correct me if I'm wrong, this is pretty much the composition they ran on Control. So you'll see a lot of teams play their very comfortable Control comps on Flashpoint, because it's just kind of a fast, big Control. That's not the most elegant way to put it, but you know what I mean.
Yeah, I know exactly what you mean. Sunjun on Cassidy. He has to dive. Here's the drill, so you have to dodge both. Take one out. It's a bit of a trade, but better for checkmate. Getting the Swift Strike resets.
Yeah, it's a cool
That's rough.
composition. It's a cool comp, though. I mean,
Man,
like,
what a
it's,
life of Cassidy there. You have to dodge the Genji, the Ninja first, and then the drills. Come on.
you cannot play Cass against this comp. It's just impossible. Yeah, you're just gonna get double dove. Cass wants a little bit of space. Like maybe back in the pure flashbang days, you could have done something. Speaking of, Knife, I believe, ends up getting punched.
Yeah, that's Mag.
early, but live.
Not Donghak here. It's Mag's Doofus. Donghak gets double somehow.
It's the commanding shout. It can be so good with this, and then all of the damage. So 58 and counting up for Fnatic, and it's really cool the Genji with the Venture, because Venture, like, you know, very cooldown based, very ability based. You know, Genji a little more sustainable damage output. Not a ton more, but a little more. So it is still kind of like a burst damage, shoot your shot comp.
Especially with that buff a few months ago. Genji, I think he's slightly more sustainable with the damage. And rush, man, but right before that duplicate, 99%. Now we lose two. Don't want to invest anything else. They do have the flip, but not for long, as Fnatic would just get the flip right after. There should be no one else.
Such a mobile composition too, which is obviously what you want on flashpoints. I think they announced there's going to be a change where like everyone gets speed boost on flashpoints now. I didn't end up reading the developer blog, but I think there was something weird like that incoming so to make Lucio not mandatory on flashpoint compositions or flashpoint maps. But that's going to be more for the casuals.
Yeah, but Lucio's still good, regardless.
Yes.
Get the speed boost or not. Sound barrier. Oh, here it is, as we talk about it. DAEJEON in time, about 30% away. Will be chased down to death along with Lee Soo-min. Mag, not run away. Checkmate on duty. This Genji is a ninja for a reason.
So a big commitment using the sound barrier early. Now the question is like how good is the build going to be for Lijiang going forward? You know, because Violet will do this too, because Violet builds sound barrier so quickly. So it's just going to be a matter we're going to have to keep track of Vindime at about 80. Lijiang now commanding shouts as they look for more targets.
Oh, Max into the focus. Has to use that meteor strike. Buy some time. Duplicate. Pulse bomb. Everything being dropped. HaeJeokDan. And it seems like it's working for now. That delay and the tension eaten away by Mag. Even extra rampage that Sunjun got from Duplicate is going to use it for the flip. 55% for Fnatic. They will look for another chance.
The Venture ult came out and got absolutely nothing done, so Knife is going to switch to the Tracer. A little more escapability now. You know, you don't, like, if Venture pops out of the ground, Mag can just punch them into the wall, so less than ideal. Fnatic can set this up though with a Kitsune Rush, and they're going to have Blade to work with. But I don't know, Kitsune Rush is going to be hard to find value here.
I meant barrier by a couple of seconds. Or at least lasting the blade of Checkmate. They want to focus some targets, but that Lucio first, and I'm down.
It was funny that Kitsune was generally just a healing ultimate at that point in time. With HaeJeokDan's composition, they're going to be able to get out of that immediately. So you're not going to really be able to catch someone with the damage. They just used it to get the healing output for their own Kiri. So really well played. Again, we're going to be tracking this Lucio ultimate. Lijiang is going to, you know, should be able to get there at 91. That should win Fnatic the fight, as Lee Soo-min takes so much damage, has to cleanse.
And Sunjun goes down. As we hit 99%, there's a flip. This Mac just ran into the point, but Fnatic won. It seems like they kind of half won the battle already. Oh, hold on. That's
what they needed.
Get that around, no sound barrier. With that one plus factor that Fnatic has, they were holding on to it. In dime, it seems like this will be the big turn. Zest coming clutch. It will be a 0.11 now.
Yeah, that just absolutely needed that. Like 100%, they knew that Lijiang was going to have sound barrier. Like, absolutely knew it. They had lost their echo early in that fight, so Zest just clutching it out for his squad. Lijiang luckily did not try to, use it during that. Did not end up with the Ajax, so they will have it going forward in this next fight. Life wins his 1v1. They might not even need it now.
You've done your duty for the previous fight, even you can get extra jungle queen. Mac has a meteor strike now. HaeJeokDan. Getting an extra push. Lijiang. Hits the ground eventually. And then the rampage comes down from Sunjun, but after the barriers, it doesn't matter with a lot of the members already down. Should be having the first cap. Fnatic got their chances. You have to be careful. Some of the members from HaeJeokDan striking really sharp. Blade coming soon. Rampage, rush. Everything except for the sound barrier ready to go from Fnatic.
Yeah, Fnatic's got all the tools. They want to get this. They would love to get sound barrier out in some instance and then follow it up with something else. If you could pulse bomb or, get a ton of damage or a rampage out on Vindime, that would be clutch. And just getting it out so that way Checkmate's Blade can get something done.
And Sunjun now more echo as he down early into the fight. Double. Back to the Pharah, here's Blade. Checkmate. Fine, Pharah.
I think he's gonna die for it.
Yeah,
that was a really deep dive.
Mag with the meteor strike. Where are you going? Getting targets with the slam.
They gotta do something here. It's 95%, and HaeJeokDan not even gotten near the point.
Overtime will not finish the match after the sound barrier. HaeJeokDan really wants to clutch this and come back. Overtime's being extended. But with Doma cleaning up. Every second point for Fnatic. With less tools used.
Yeah, Fnatic on match flash point here. They're gonna have Rampage ready to go. Nothing on the side. Seonjin looks a little lost. Some mass hero switches coming out. Will land on the cast. Mag over to the Diva.
Checkmate back into Echo. A lot of hero swaps for both teams. And Lijiang sound barrier coming in 27th. Sunjun just get dominated, stopped. Jungle Queen with the shout. And HaeJeokDan oftentimes they're having trouble coming in to these choke points.
It's with the Queen is just completely shutting down people on the entrance, and there's a lot of times where Donghak is letting someone come in, and then we'll just not let the next two people come in, right? So just completely splitting up the team with the sustain of this Queen, the mobility of Shout.
Yeah, that's right, and he also has Rampage. If there are multiples, we'll use it. Jack Blade shooting a little bit. So 30% off from Fnatic. Sound barrier enter Rampage. Instantly built back from Lee Soo-min. Great control there. The purple's out. He from Checkmate does have the duplicate, and eventually Fnatic in the middle of this clustered fight.
Just thriving in the chaos.
But can they really? He will barely touch. And it's going to be near 90% when HaeJeokDan comes back.
Yeah, it's going to have to be a Zest moment again. I mean, Vindime's also going to have the sound barrier, but Zest has been the one to win fights just with a single ultimate. Not a ton on the side of Fnatic. Checkmate might try to make a play here.
Going all the way out, there's the sound barrier.
That was just a play.
Already overtime. Blitz there. They win the team fight. That's what it's all about. Fnatic all the way outside, 2 down. And that's a problem for HaeJeokDan. This time the pulse will not be the saving grace for HaeJeokDan. The entire team down. The flip was there, but Fnatic, they were just off the point. And that seems like that's a 3-1 score. And a 3-1 map score for Fnatic to take the series.
Ball, any touchers?
Oh, booped out. Couldn't touch. The last finishing touch from Lijiang with the boop. And Fnatic will finally grab a series win.
As we mentioned coming into this, Fnatic just had a really rough schedule to start off. I think, you know, the loss to Poker Face was one that people were surprised at, but I'd mentioned that Poker Face, who we will see coming up, is not the same team as they once were. Huge upgrades across that roster. I really like that composition for Fnatic. I think that's a really cool comp that they played on Control, and some versatility came out. I think Fnatic's upgrade on the damage lines of just getting the versatility of Checkmate, although he had a map or two where they struggled, was really nice. The support line seems like they're coming together now, and I think, you know, if you're Fnatic, you just almost always want to play maps where you can almost 100% run the Lucio. I think it's so by far and away Lijiang's best hero. But yeah, good plays across the board for that team, and they finally pick up the victory. I think they could win their next 2 series as well.
Yes. And Knife will be grabbing that player of the match. The next 2 series will be against VEC DAEJEON. And one to follow versus OWCS. So compared to the first 3 matches that Fnatic had, will be relatively easier opponents, so to say.
And that's the expected results. Like I said, this team is going to be fighting for top 4-5-ish. You know, that's kind of where you would expect them to land. There could be some other upsets. Who knows? It's still young in the stage. But Knife played really well. Solid on a bunch of different heroes. Again, this is a team that pared down their front line. Well, it pared down the whole roster down to 5 players, right? So no longer have to, you know, figure out if you're going to bring in Viper or not to play some of the heroes that Knife ends up playing as well. You know, Knife will just, I think they end up getting rid of Viper because Viper would maybe only outclass Knife on the Tracer, but then Knife's Tracer has been fine. So it's been really cool to watch. Played some Venture, played a lot of different stuff, but also that Widow too was kind of clutch for them on Circle.
Yeah, I think the Widow took a lot of this player of the match points. I think Zez for the Tracer duel, I think it was half and half. We really have to go back and begin to some of those early headshots coming down from Knife, which pretty sure I believe we'll see that highlight soon enough, or when it's ready. But for those of you guys not understand, just surprisingly saying why are they playing from a different venue? Just for the first match, we do have a festival going on in a different side of Seoul. It's actually not too far away from WDG studio. About 15 minutes without traffic. But starting from the second match, we will be going back to our normal studio. So that's why we had all the fans waiting just with the empty player seats. So it's good to have these surprising event matches with the players in a different venue. I think it gives them some extra pace. There it is. Headshots.
I wonder if, you know, maybe those also just dominated this very first fight on Runasapi. I think he gets 3 here. There's an Ana, Phi.
The chase.
Yeah, the chase was really nice. And yeah, when he was able to play the cast, looked really solid on this map. But yeah, there's some versatility too. I think adding the Venture into the mix is worthwhile too for their Control comps, and obviously their Flashpoint comps was really cool to see. Maybe not the most dominant, but did his job.
And we'll get to hear
네,
from Knife
서울과학 기술대학교
at the
체육관에서
venue quest. Take it away for the
펼쳐진
translations,
경기,
please.
프나틱이 승리를 거두면서
Thank you very much,
정말
G-Clef.
긴 연패가
We are here with
끊어졌습니다.
the
네, 승리한
first
프나틱
POTM
팀의
interview
라이프 선수와
of the
인터뷰
day.
나눠보겠습니다.
We
라이프 선수
have
안녕하세요.
Knife on stage from Fnatic.
네, 길고 긴 연패. 아, 이렇게 첫 승리
The
어려운
long
거였나요?
losing streak
감기
is
같은 승리를
finally over
맛보셨는데
for
승리 소감
Fnatic. So how do you feel about the victory?
일단 연패를 끊어서 너무 좋고요.
Definitely happy that we're finally out of the losing streak.
긴 거라 생각하고 이제 더 잘해서 이길 일만 남았다 생각합니다.
I think that we know what we're lacking, so
상대가
we
오늘
know what
어떤 조합 그리고
we
어떤
have to work
로스터로
on.
좀
So
경기를
I think our
준비하던
future looks
승리를
bright.
거둔 모습이었는데요. 딜러 싸움이 정말 치열했습니다. 이 딜러 싸움
The
오늘
battle of the
지지 않을
DPS
자신
was very
있으셨을까요?
fierce. So, were you confident in
네.
winning that matchup?
잘날 자신 있습니다.
오,
And
그렇군요.
Knife says, I'm always
그리고 또
confident.
이제 사전 인터뷰에서 오늘
To
경기
win the
일찍
TPS
끝내겠다라는
matchup?
포부를 밝혀주셨는데 그 약속
In the player
성취하셨습니다.
rep interview earlier,
오늘 경기
you said
중에
that,
나이프
I'll
선수
win
스스로
the
생각하기에 내가
win
봐도 이건
today's
정말
match
잘했다
pretty
싶은
fast,
장면이
so
있으실까요?
that the fans can go home and beat the Heat.
때
So, can you pick a moment when you thought you played really well?
붙여주시면 네.
And Knife says that
프로페 선수를 워터킬러 할 때 계속 닦은 게 좀 잘하지 않았나.
he says
그렇군요.
when he got the kills
네,
on
그리고 또
Prophet,
이제 이곳
I think
현장
he said on Circle Royale.
다른
Correct me if
곳에서
I'm wrong,
경기를
please.
치르게 되었는데요. 보통 진행하셨던 이 WG e스포츠
One tap.
스튜디오가 아닌
Of course. One
서울과
tap,
기술대학교까지
yes.
이렇게
and
많은 팬분들이 응원을 해주러 오셨습니다.
of course,
어디까지
they're
오신
playing at a
분들께
different
또
venue
다시 한번
today.
감사의
They're
한마디
playing at the not at the WDG studios, but at the Seoul School of Science and Technology. So, can you please say a few words to the fans?
네,
And
그리고 이렇게
he says, "Thank you so much for coming
끊어내면서
all this
이제
way
다시 한번
to
승리의
support us."
어떤 단맛을 본 프나틱이 될 텐데요. 앞으로의 경기들도 이제 좀 중요할 것 같은데
Of course,
앞으로
there's a
경기에 대한
lot of
다짐
important matches
들어보면서
ahead.
좀 마무리해 볼까 합니다.
And they have a long way to go. So, can you please share some resolutions for those matches?
이번에는 꼭 우승 한번
I'll make sure to win all the upcoming matches,
지금까지
and
프나틱의
we
나이프
will make
선수와
sure to
만나봤습니다.
try and
이제
win the
오늘
championship
준비되는
this
다음
time.
경기 올드오션과
And that was it
포커페이스의
for the
경기가
first
될
POTM
텐데요.
interview of the day.
잠시 후에
And
또
to
찾아뵙도록 하겠습니다.
before the second match of the
확실히 서울과
day, I'm
기술대학교
going to
또
send
이제
it back
많은
to
분들이
G-Cluff
응원해주신
and
만큼
Hex.
스타틱도 오늘 좋은 경기가 나오지
Thank you so
않았나
much,
라는 생각이
Quest.
드는데
Oh,
혹시
sometimes
나이프
the
선수 좀 오늘
translation
경기 쉽지 않았을 것 같아요.
are so many to
어떤 부분에
translate.
중점을 두고 준비를 하셨을까요?
Oh, there's
근데 저희
extra questions.
서로 소통하는 거 위주로.
But wait, there's more.
소통이 잘 맞으면
I'll just handle this. Which
Got it.
그렇지, 이제 오늘 경기
factors did you prepare the most, or focus on the most by preparing for the matchup? And
김일전
I've said
선수는
it's communication.
든든하게 버텨주는 동아리가
Communication was on top of our priority,
다시 그리고 마지막
priority
동학 선수에 대한
list
한마디 들어보면서 인터뷰 마무리해
to
보겠습니다.
get everything sorted out.
나이스.
네, 그렇습니다.
shout out to
네,
his
지금까지
teammate at
프나틱
the
나이프
end.
선수와 만나봤습니다. 다음
Catch
경기
all of
올드오션과
that.
포크페이스의
But it
경기가
seems like
준비되어 있는데요.
you have some extended
그래서 좀
interview.
방송에서 좀 함께 해주시길 부탁드립니다. 그리고 오늘 여기 서울과학기술대학교에서 이루어진 모든 경기 일정
And I think the
마무리됐습니다.
end of the
아마추어
festival at this
최강자
venue that you're seeing
결정전부터
on the
프로
screen, we
선수들의
should be
경기까지
going back
최선을
to
다해서
our
선수분들,
WDG
그리고
studio for our
힘찬
second
응원
match and third
끝까지
match,
보여주신
as
모두
I
감사드립니다.
briefly mentioned
오늘이
before.
더 높은 곳으로 비상할 노원 e스포츠의 위대한 첫걸음이 되기를 바라면서 저는 여기는
And
여기서
Noon District, I hope
인사드리도록 하겠습니다. 지금까지 서울과학기술대학교
Guys are saying I hope this is
노원
the start
e스포츠
of
페스티벌
a lot more
내가
events
넘버원
in the
있습니다.
future with
시청해주신
esports and the
여러분, 모두
connection.
감사합니다.
And thank you everyone for coming to the venue.
I'm glad you said you were going to handle that because I was going to jump in and handle it. It is my dream actually to just completely misinterpret a interview
Oh,
at
yes.
some point in time.
I'm sorry, but I just had to go, and we're not over here. We will continue with our second match, Old Ocean and Poker Face up next.
Time for the reckoning. 너의 도시지.
나노 태양장님 당겨지기는 약간 무리가 있어 보이는데요? 자, 필살기 들어갑니다. 여기에 태양장님까지. 네, 마치 한 명을 잡아낸 것처럼. 네. 자, 밀어내고 있습니다. 나노 파라. 범인이 와, 한 방에 한 방. 와, 정타. 야, 정타. 와, 체크메이트 쇼입니다. 와, 멋지네요. 제8전 이렇게 되면은 뭐 어떻게 나눠 한번 쓴 거니까 배달은 운영 나눠로 가는 회사가 나을 것 같은데 그렇죠. 시간이 좀 아깝죠. 그래도 맥이 잡았어요.
자, 페이스 주변까지 가나요?
설마 페이스가 직결
페이스
채우나요?
주변까지 가야 돼요. 사태 걸려야 돼요.
95, 97, 98, 99, 100.
집결!
승리의 집결.
자,
있습니다.
심각하게.
아니,
아니,
페이스 지금 맥이나요?
아, 페이스 지금 앞에 정리해야 되는데, 근데 이걸 맥기가!
맥힙니다. 이겼죠.
예, 이겼죠.
이건 이겼죠.
질 수가 없죠.
신뢰해 줄 수가 없죠. 자, 올드오션 노린거 받아 결국 한 점 따냅니다. 진영국이 되는 건 밥 차이가 좀 많이 났네요.
예, 그리고 앞으로 호응해주려고 땡기다가 무리하다 갈 수도 있거든요.
지금 우리가 뭘 보는 거예요? 이게 시간 몇 킬로예요 이거?
지금
뭘 보는 거예요? 한 번도 안 멈추는데요?
이거 이제국 배다 이제국 집결 오기
아, 왔어요.
근데 공학이 가끔 수면 조금 빠진 것 들었죠.
그러면 보는 겁니다. 이렇게 말이죠. 밥과 함께 든든하게 밥 던지고
3점 이거 끝났어요.
이거는
밀렸어요.
이것도 없습니다.
예.
안타깝지만 저항할 수 있는 방법이 없습니다.
없어요.
이렇게 3점까지 들어가고 있는데요. 1초는 더 시간 준비하죠? 이렇게 마무리가 돼요. 배치가 좀 안 되고 있습니다. 계속 밀어요.
이거 뭐 석양으로 견딜 수도 있지만 이거 나노 태양장군 당연히기는 약간 무리가 있어 보이는데요.
자, 필살기 들어갑니다.
여기에 태양장군까지 그러니까 한빈이 약간은 디바라서
예.
들어오는 걸 걷어내고 딜라인을 잡아내고 그렇게 가능했는데 시그마는 그게 비교가 안 될 수밖에 없어요 지금.
해적단의 이 속도 뭡니까?
WCS에서 이제 날개를 좀 펼쳐야
그렇죠.
되는.
어쨌든 또 잡았어요. 나이프가 없습니다. 이거 안 되겠는데요? 제우쇼. 아니, 제우쇼 무슨 마치 그럴 수 없습니다.
오버워치의 미래는 밝습니다.
아직도 우리나라에서 유망주들이 이렇게 터져나옵니다. 그러기가 좀 어렵고 그래도 집결. 복지 집결.
복지 왔어요. 자, 프라우드.
아직 모른다.
근데 밟아야 돼요. 근데 제우가 캐치가.
이거 벌써다. 아니 무슨 서커스 하고 있네요. 잔뜩 끊어치고. 야.
Welcome back, everyone, to our normal venue. We do have a lot of Lijiang fans because Old Ocean is indeed playing against one of the tougher opponents. It's going to be Poker Face. I was waiting for such a long time to cast Poker Face. They look good. They look really good. Of course, the beginning match against the Raccoons a little tough, but except for that, they seem to be competing for that potential top 3 spot in Korea.
Right, and the reason we say that is because of their match against Fnatic. It was 3-1. So is Poker Face that much better than Fnatic? Was Fnatic having an off night? Maybe. It may be somewhere in the middle, but is a Poker Face team that I think they kept 3 players from their roster from last stage. And yeah, it's Proud, Jasmine, and Simple, and they've added players all across the board. Belisria has been a nice little wrinkle for them to play tank, to get the ball. Plays a little... The Orisa as well. Choi Se-won and Jae-woo have come in. Proud has played really, really well when they've been able to play the Ashe. Has had some amazing games. And the support line is revamped with Fixa and Karu coming in as well. So it's a totally new roster almost. I mean, they've kept the best parts of it and then added 5 players. So they've got a full-on roster of 8. And yeah, I mean... not much else to say about that. Even when I see results like versus Crazy Raccoon 0-3, I just disregard it. I'm like, it's Crazy Raccoon, of course. And then the other side of things, I mean, speaking of Crazy Raccoon, they just beat up on Old Ocean. But Old Ocean, I don't know, they were close to winning a match. It's hard for me to find the series that they win in this stage, looking at their schedule.
Yeah, Poker Face. For Old Ocean, the next opponent, Fnatic, Falcons, ZETA. Just gets worse and worse for them as we go through the stage 2. Poker Face, I would like to see some options, and especially, was that, can't recall, was that Paraíso for Old Ocean yesterday? It was just kind of painful to be watching them just getting lost in places. And that's their favorite map so far. Has been playing that hybrid 3 times in a row in their 3 matches. And that is Old Ocean. Once again, on stage, they are back. We Becky, Taejong, Kalios, Ruler, Fate, and Yujae-hong.
Some former Poker Face players on this team. Becky and Faith, of note, being former Poker Face players. Now in Old Ocean. Yeah, I mean, I think Old Ocean's best bet was to probably beat Beck in week 1. I think they're a little bit outclassed in things. So for Old Ocean, really, like, you're playing the highest level of Overwatch in the world when you're playing OWCS Korea, and so, like, the coordination's just a little bit off. The value in some of these ultimates is just a little bit off, and that's the problem. Like, you're just not going to beat top teams when they're getting better nanos, when they're getting better, support alts, and they're getting better primals.
Look how many players are on the stage. Maximum roster. Yes. I see a lot of switches happening for Poker Face too. Look, it takes them 6 seconds just to gather up, put their hands. They might be missing a hand because they can't count sometimes if you have that many players. Lots of cheerfuls. Just missing 2 seats right in the middle. All right, left for popcorn just to get ready for this match. Old Ocean starting with Pro, Becky, Kalios, Faith, and Yujae-hong.
Yeah, I don't think we've seen a ton of Ruler. Taejong has played a little bit for this team. But yeah, this is kind of the old standbys, Pro B, Becky. Like I said, Becky and Faith had some history on this Poker Face squad. I usually saw a sign that had Proud and Becky on the same sign. So interesting stuff there. Maybe it's a sign from last stage. Yeah, I mean, look, it's a roster that kind of got put together. They're still working on their coordination, but this Poker Face team has really come together. And like I said, if they can force Ashe maps, like Proud has been so good on that. Choi Se-won has been the best player on bad teams for a long time. And then Simple and Fixa with the support line, and Karu can come in and play some double flex for them. And then I don't think Jasmine has played yet. It's been all Belisria.
Yeah.
Jasmine may have played a map or two. I'm pretty sure it's just been Belisria.
Belisria, you remember a lot of his ball play from last season, and also he's been having a lot more hero pull that he can pull off against some really high tier teams. Of course, against the Raccoons it was tough, but it seems like we will go directly into the interview in our good old stage. And let's hear what they have to say. Quest, take it away, please.
2024 OWCS 코리아
Thank you very
안녕하세요.
much,
아나운서
G-Club. We
이시윤입니다.
are back with the second player rep interview of the
네,
day.
반갑습니다.
Now,
자,
this
오늘의
time
두
we are
번째
back
경기
at our regular venue
포커페이스의 경기가
at
치러질
the
예정인데요.
DG
경기
Esports
스텝 전에
studio.
각 팀의 대표분들
And
모시고
before the start of the
한
match,
번씩
we have the two
인터뷰
player reps on
진행해보도록
stage.
하겠습니다. 먼저 올드오션 팀
And
자기
on
소개
Old오션
부탁드려요.
side,
안녕하세요. 올드오션의
we have the man himself, Lijiang.
네,
A lot
류지영
of fans
선수
here for
반갑습니다. 자,
Lijiang
그렇다면
here.
포커페이스 팀도 자기 소개
And
부탁드립니다.
on Pokerface's side,
안녕하세요. 포커페이스에서 힐러를
We have
맡고 있는
Karu.
카루입니다.
네, 카루 선수도 반갑습니다. 자, OWCS 스테이지2 2주차에 접어들면서
as we're heading into
팀들의
week two,
순위가 벌어지고 있습니다.
the
그만큼 더
ranks,
긴장하고
the
앞으로 더
standings,
분발해야 할
the top
텐데요.
teams and
오늘
the bottom
경기는 어떻게
teams are
준비해
starting to,
오셨을까요?
the gap between
경기요?
them are starting to become
저희 원래
wider.
하던 대로
So,
열심히
how have you
네,
prepared for
잘
today's
준비했습니다.
match?
네, 자,
And
오늘
Lijiang
하던 대로
says,
열심히
"We
준비해서
prepared
좋은 경기
just
결과
as hard as we
보여드리겠다라고
always
말씀을
do."
해주셨고요. 그렇다면 포커페이스 팀은요?
And as for Pokerface,
오늘 팀 경기 준비했지만 다음 팀 경기 상대들로 더 준비 많이 한 것 같습니다.
and we did prepare for today's match, but I think we prepared much harder for our next match.
붙을 팀을 더 많이 준비했다라는 엄청난 도발을 해주셨습니다. 자, 그렇다면 오늘 경기 정말 값진 승리가 될 것 같은데
So I think
승리
it'll be a
공약
very
한번
meaningful
걸어볼까요?
victory. So if
네.
you win
네.
today, you make
걸어주세요.
some sort of promise
제가요?
to the
네.
fans.
아,
And
여기에
Lijiang says,
춤은 시키지 말라고
"You
되어 있는데 마라탕후루를
give
원하시는
us
분이 너무
one
많아가지고
for us. Actually, the dance is
POTM
something that
받으면요?
is
그렇죠.
supposed to be not
같이 나오셔서
requested, but
하셔도 돼요.
저는 안 합니다.
the meme dance,
네,
the
알겠습니다.
Tonghulu dance,
자,
that's
그렇다면 포커페이스 팀의
popular
승리 공약도
on social
들어볼까요?
media.
저희 팀원들이랑 얘기를 해봤는데
That would be the one for
그
Old오션.
오늘 만약에 이긴다면 다음 경기
for
입장할
Pokerface,
때 심플 선수
says-
얻고서 뭐 리액션 하기로 했습니다.
If we win today's
자,
match,
업고
I'm
이제
going to
어화둥둥하면서
carry
등장을
Simple on my
한다고
back
공약을
and make
걸어주셨습니다. 자,
our
과연 오늘
entrance.
승리 누가 차지하게 될지 기대가 되는데요. 자, 그렇다면 마지막으로 오늘 정말
And
전석
lastly,
매진됐거든요. 응원하러 와주신
We have a lot of
분들께
fans
많이
at the venue,
부탁드립니다.
so can you please say a few words?
항상 저희 올드오션을 응원해 주시는 모든 팬분들
Thank you everyone
감사하게 생각하고
that
있고요.
are.
저희
I'm
조금
very
더
always
좋은
very
모습
grateful for all those supporting
보여드리도록
Old오션.
열심히 노력하고 있으니까
And we are working
조금만 더
hard
지켜봐 주세요. 감사합니다.
to
네,
put on a good show
정말
for all of you.
팬들의
So
버스
please continue to
소리와
watch us and
그리고 또
support us.
하얀 잇몸이 보이는 미소와 함께 하고 있습니다. 자, 그렇다면 포커페이스 팀도
And
들어볼까요?
as for Pokerface,
네, 일단 더운 날씨에 이렇게 응원해 주러 오신
despite the hot
분들
weather, thank you so much for
감사하고
coming all this way
그다음에 저희
to watch
포커페이스
our
계속
games.
성장하고 있으니까 계속 응원해 주시면
And
그
Pokerface
응원해
is
주신
continuing to
만큼
grow. So
보답드리겠습니다.
please continue to
감사합니다.
support.
네, 자, 오늘 경기
us and our
열심히
pro.
임하고 또 응원해 주신 그런 사랑에 보답하겠다라고 말씀을 해주셨습니다. 지금까지
And that was
올드오션의
it
류재영
for the
선수,
second
포커페이스의
player
카루
rep interview
선수와
of the
인터뷰
day.
나눠봤는데요. 두 번째 경기
Before we head
많은
into the
기대
second match,
부탁드리면서 두
I'm
팀의
going to
경기가
send it
펼쳐질
back
첫 번째
to
대
G-Club
확인해
and
보시죠.
Hex.
And we'll see. Oh, thank you. First of all, Quest for the translation. Lijiang was always trying to be very modest on the stage, as especially the team haven't really got a big win against any team, and oh man, the new boys on the block just not really giving much respect to OldOcean. I was saying they prepared not just for this match, but a lot more for the matches ahead, because of course they're fighting ZETA Division next.
I think it's fair to look ahead. Also, I mean, a little luck of the draw here as our control maps, because we don't have a higher seed, are just randomly selected. This is the only control map that Pokerface has won, is Samoa. They've lost on Lijiang Tower, they've lost on Nepal. However, on the other side of things, OldOcean hasn't played Samoa, but they're 0-3 on control. But this is a map that I think if Pokerface has their druthers, they'll be able to play the Ash on. At least the beach stage, I believe it's called. Good Ash map, so a little bit lucky for Pokerface coming out. And I also agree, stop asking us to dance. We'll dance if we want to, you know? That's the trying to force these guys to do TikTok dances. I'm not sure I love, but I do like the idea of carrying a player on your back for a walkout. That sounds fun.
Lijiang certainly is a creator, influencer with Overwatch. So I think Shiyun was trying to get some dance out of Lijiang, but didn't really feel, of course, after losing 3 series, I don't think you want to dance on stage.
I just found out I had a TikTok account because someone tried to break into it. I didn't even know I had one. And then I got a security alert email. It said, here's your verification code for your TikTok account. And I'm like, they can have it. I don't even.
That's why I didn't make one. The same poster is back.
Those are great.
The second day in a row. I think you can just keep that, go back and bring it back. Or maybe even Plastic covered that. So veteran versus the young blood. Well, young blood has been dominating for such a long time now. What does that say on the right?
It's a little washed out.
Oh, it says a rectangle to get the signature from Jae-hong. Oh, bit of respect. He wants to get the signature from Jae-hong, I guess, after the win. So have that ready.
That's cool. Like I said, these seems a little bit of crossover for the players too. You know, a couple players have been on this Poker Face roster. The Poker Face page is so funny to look at because it's like current, old, and former players is like 2.5 miles long. They do cycle through some players, but I think they found a really nice combination in the squad that they have now. I feel like they cover all the gaps in their damage line. And I think like that support line, just adding another player that you can bring in Karu, who's been playing pretty well, is big for them. Also, Jasmine. I mean, I want to see Jasmine played a really good Junker Queen in Stage 1, so he can cycle in that play as well. But I think having 2 tanks right now in the meta is really important because there's certain maps that you just like want to play ball on, and there's like ball and Winston specialists. But then there's definitely other maps that can cater to your Sigmas and even your Junker Queens and New Junk City, something like that. So I think it's a really smart thing from organizations to have like big rosters. But you know, there's some organizations that I think it does actually bode well for the players that they have to only have 5 players on there because you don't want disgruntled people on the bench. So it really is kind of a pick your poison because it's tough to give everyone playing time and be happy, but then it's also tough to have flexibility when you only have 5 players. So there's benefits and drawbacks to each different way to construct a roster.
Yeah, with 8-man roster, I think you have to be pitch perfect, depending on the map, depending on the opponent, what kind of hero pool you want to pull out in the upcoming game. You have to have a lot of information on your own and also the opponent, which means the coaching staff just has a lot more work to do with the 8 players. Also have to sort of kind of guarantee time on the stage. You don't want the person to be just sitting on the bench for the entire season or just throughout many games and series.
Sure.
Will put a lot more pressure.
I think you can get away with it. You can get away with it a little more when you have some younger players and some inexperienced players. You know, you don't really want to perma bench a vet, right? Somebody who's like had a lot of experience playing. Why I'm a little worried about, you know, Stalker in that situation, but that is a conversation for another time. Yeah, just more great artwork. Apparently Belos Ria is experiencing audio issues. We try to let you guys know what the problems are when we get in. Haven't really had a flawless tech match so far, but I mean, really, in my opinion, the cheer placards save us so many times when we have time to fill.
It almost seems like almost everyone just goes out there and grab those cheer play cards and they just create art. And they do have a lot of markers out there. I've been there and they have lots of papers and markers. They have like 4 or 5 boxes of markers just so that everyone can grab their favorite color and start drawing.
Any crayons?
Oh, I don't think they have crayons.
I'm more of a
crayons,
crayon
they will steal it.
person. See, crayons are great because you can use them to draw and then you can eat them as a snack, right? It's nice, yeah.
You eat crayons?
How
are you alive?
It's an insult for certain people. Calling someone a crayon eater means they're just, you know, a dummy.
Seems like the audio issue is still going on for Belos Ria. It'll take about a minute, and I've been there and I've tried drawing, and then there are these talented people next to me drawing for the last 10 minutes or 25 minutes, and then my stick figure drawing is just not good enough, and I've given up. Look, against these artists. There's just no way of competing.
That's what I'm saying, man. That's why you got to use the crayon, though. So it looks like you didn't try. Like, it's just ironic that you even attempted to draw, right? So, like if you
splash some paint on it and then call it art.
It's modernism, you know.
Yeah,
those are great.
One art that I do not understand to this day. Like, this is straightforward. I love it. See, Anna, player of the match.
That's pretty good.
And Old Ocean on the right, characterized. And Jaehong with, is that soju? Or a vodka bottle?
What is soju if not weak vodka? Except far superior to weak vodka. Still working on the audio issues here, I think. Just want to make sure everyone's getting ready to go.
Well, we do have the sponsors, Samsung Odyssey and Steel Series added for Stage 2. Huge fan of Steel Series. Ever since QCK Mass, I think they call it Heavy nowadays.
Oh yeah, I've got one of those.
Yeah,
and I've got a regular thickness one. Actually, I have like 3 of them. I buy them whenever they're on sale, just because I don't know.
I think I've had QCK Mass at least 10 or maybe 12. Because I've had those since, I want to say 2009, 2008. It's been a while, and I burned through my mouse pads because I play FPS all the time. But what a sponsor to have, Steel Series. Especially their mouse pad, and plus some mice also. I've been using it a little bit a while ago. And the headsets, the wireless headsets, it's quite expensive, but I've heard really good ratings from my friends. Not just for PC, also playing some consoles like PS5 and Xboxes. My friends are loving the, what's it called? Nova Pro something? Yes.
Okay, so Proud and Becky combo sign there.
Oh, if you lose, you marry with me.
Why is that? Why would you make that like a punishment?
And maybe you need to buy that giant diamond.
That does seem like a punishment.
That's the punishment. Oh, you certainly do not want to lose. That diamond looks kind of expensive, even with the newest growing diamond technology. I think that size should be pretty expensive. Maybe
I just
10K.
love that concept. If you lose, you have to marry me. Like that's supposed to motivate them. I guess you know they win either way. They get Proud or Becky, so winner.
Even if you lose, you get to marry someone. Well, yeah, for a win.
That's funny.
I think testing seems all right. He's talking actively on the mic.
Yeah, we have no further updates at this moment, so
Yeah, not yet.
bear with us if you will, please. I do have a hard time. Maybe it's just like my eyes don't work correctly, like visualizing the poker face logo. I think there's a face somewhere in there, but I don't see what it's going for. You know what I mean?
Poker face, and is that supposed to be like the bow and the arrow, like an archery, or?
Don't know. I think it's modern art. I think we've come full circle that it's just modern art.
Modern art and splash of paint. We'll see. Well, hold on. I think we got an update here.
Might have to take a break here.
Oh, hold up. Wait. I think we have to have some extra run to fix the audio issue. I thought the audio issue is actually not that big of an issue. Maybe it is. Because since we just moved the venue into our good old WDG studio, and I did get a call that we will indeed be taking a short break. So guys, we'll have the timer, but make sure to stretch, get some popcorn, get some Mountain Dews, Doritos in that time, and we will be back after a short break.
네, 마치 한 명을 잡아낸 것처럼 자, 밀어내고 있습니다. 나도 팔아! 범인 와! 한 방에 한 방! 와! 정타! 야, 정타! 와! 18짜리 이렇게 되면은 뭐 어차피 스태분이 나눠 한번 쓴 거니까 배당은 운영 나눠로 가는 데다가 많이 맞췄는데 그렇죠. 시간이 좀 아깝죠.
그래도 맥이 잡았어요.
자, 페이스 측면까지 가나요?
설마 페이스가 직결 채우나요?
가야 돼요. 무사택 해야 돼요.
95, 97, 98, 99, 100. 승리의 집결. 좋습니다.
심각하게.
아니, 100. 아니, 지금 맥이나요?
아, 페이스 지금 앞에 정리해야 되는데, 근데 이거 맥기가.
맥힙니다. 이겼죠.
네, 이겼죠.
이건 이겼죠.
질 수가 없죠.
질려야 질 수가 없죠. 자, 올드오션 노인과 바다 결국 한 점 따냅니다. 진영국이 되는 건 밥 차이가 좀 많이 나네요.
네, 그리고 앞으로 호응해주려고 땡기다가 무리하다 갈 수도 있는 것
지금 우리가 뭘 보는 거예요? 이거 시간 몇 킬로예요 이거?
지금
뭘 보는 거예요? 한 번도 안 멈추는데요?
이거 이제국 배달 이제국 축결 오기
아, 왔어요.
근데 공학이 갔어요. 쓰면 조금 빠진 것 들었죠.
그러면 보는 겁니다. 이렇게 말이죠. 밥과 함께 든든하게 밥 던지고
3점 이거 끝났어요.
이거는
밀렸어요.
볼 수가 없습니다.
예.
네, 안타깝지만 저항할 수 있는 방법이 없습니다.
없어요.
이렇게 해서 3점까지 들어가고 있는데요. 1초는 더 시간 준비하죠? 이렇게 마무리됩니다. 잠시 가줍니다. 배치가 좀 안 되고 있습니다. 계속 밀어요.
이거 뭐 석양으로 견딜 수도 있지만 이거 나도 태양장군 다 견디기는 약간 무리가 있어 보이는데요.
자, 스리스타기 들어갑니다.
여기에 태양장군까지. 그러니까 한빈이 약간은 디바라서 들어오는 걸 걷어내고 뒷라인을 잡아내고 그렇게 가능했는데 시그마는 그게 비교가 안 될 수밖에 없어요 지금.
해적단의 이 속도 뭡니까?
WCS에서 이제 날개를 좀 펼쳐야
그렇죠.
되는.
어쨌든 또 잡았어요. 나이프가 없습니다. 이거 안 되겠는데요? 제우쇼. 아니 제우쇼 무슨 마치 막을 수가 없습니다.
오버워치의 미래를 밝습니다.
예, 아직도 우리나라에서 유망주들이 이렇게 터져나옵니다. 저희가 좀 어렵고 그래도 집결. 집결.
복지 왔어요. 나는 프라우드.
아직 모른다.
근데 밟아야 돼요. 근데 제우가 캐치가.
아니 그 벌스가. 아니 무슨 서커스 하고 있네요. 잔뜩 끊어치고. 이야.
One can stop me now. one can stop me now. No one can stop me now.
Welcome back, everyone, and hope that the issue is resolved. As we were about to get into Samoa, we had an audio issue from, I believe, Belos Rea. We took an extra break. I hope you guys got some snack time. I actually had on ice cream, need some sugar power through the break, and it was good, very good. 10 minutes, just
Fantastic.
enough time. What'd you have?
Yeah.
Did you get anything done within that 10 minutes?
I opened some bills that had been sitting on my counter for about a week. So
Oh.
yeah, very different
Payment
use of time, I'd say. You had an ice cream like a child, and I experienced the complete depression of reality like an adult. So I am jealous of you. You know, that seems like
I just
time
walked
better
I
spent.
just walked up to the fridge and like, I need some ice cream.
You know, I used to not like ice cream, but then I started I bought some HaeJeokDan out of nowhere, and that was a game changer. Because I think the problem is, like, you know, I grew up like not rich-ish, so we just always had like ice cream equivalents, you know, which aren't the same thing. You know, when you're getting like the cheap giant tub of ice cream, it's not like good. So I didn't really know what good ice cream was, and then I had some like New York strawberry cheesecake Häagen-Dazs, and I'm like,
yes.
this is what I've been missing the whole time. So I'm trying to limit myself to it because I usually don't have a sweet tooth, but there's some stuff that it's just like, oh, that's top tier. So yeah, maybe after I pay my bills, I'll go get some Häagen-Dazs.
That's what you need. You need to reward yourself after a sweet, some time of working on your own,
I
especially paying bills, paying taxes. Yes, very important that you reward yourself after some, I guess, in a way, some type of chores. It's something that you might not like to do in your free time.
No one wants
you
to
would
do
love
it.
to have ice cream and some snacks within that time being. But
You know what I would love? I would love to have some Samoa. Some Overwatch Samoa would be at the top of my list right
ice
now.
cream would taste like some soda poppy sweet taste of the beach, or maybe taste of the taste of some.
So it's
beach
like
time.
it's like sea salt and caramel, right? So
Sea
something
salt
like
caramel. And
that. Yeah, maybe saltwater taffy. I'm just going with
saltwater
beach stuff.
taffy.
Yeah,
Beach
I don't
stuff.
know. I don't know
some-
enough about Samoa to say anything that's would
all I can
be
think-
even reasonably educated.
All I was thinking about some beach. I mean, hot, sweat. That's not a taste that you want to have in ice cream.
Yeah, you just went the totally wrong direction for it. So here's an update. Both teams are going to the lobby now. So, okay. You don't have to hear any more about sweat-based foods. You could have just gone with salt. I don't know why you just had to go the other direction with that.
Yeah, it's the other type of salt.
Yeah, this is not great. Yeah, let's just show the crowd again or something. All right, so both teams are going to lobby.
Yeah, both teams are in the lobby. Seems like they finally remade the lobby. At least that's good news. Because I think we almost loaded into Samoa, and then I think we have to pull the players out because of the long pause.
Progress, I suppose. One can only hope.
Yeah. What about maize ice cream? What? I always wonder what that icicle would taste like.
Oh, I mean, like I said, I've played Tracer long enough to know what that icicle tastes like. It tastes like despair across the map. Tastes like broken, busted, stupid thing that shouldn't happen. Like, yeah. It tastes worse than a Hanzo arrow across the map, I'll tell you that much. There's something particularly angering and infuriating about getting one shot with a May Icicle as Tracer, like, across the map. Like, that, I don't know why, but it's furious.
So all you need to do is there's the ice machine from on May's back, and you just need to tap few flavors in. I think that's all we needed.
Okay.
Oh, finally. Are we ready? Old Ocean.
Says both teams ready. All right. Okay. Thank goodness. Thank goodness. You know, I don't mind vamping for a while. I learned from the best watching like Tasteless and Artosis do it for hours, and they'd eventually just talk about which Ninja Turtle was the best. So, not gonna have to go down that path, unfortunately.
Yeah, actually,
not
one of my childhood dream was to have that pizza truck, so that I can have the pizza delivery all the time.
Okay.
Oh, finally, we are going in. Thanks for the wait, everyone. It took some time, but it seemed like the issue is resolved. It's Samoa time.
Never been happier to hear dubstep in my life. The crowd's just a little louder, or they turned up the mics.
I think so. I think we got a little bit louder.
Nice.
Is that Nemo, or was that a different type of fish?
I didn't see a clownfish in there, and I've owned a saltwater tank aquarium before, so I think those were generally tangs and triggerfish. But we're done vamping, so let's talk about the game this time around. It looks like it's going to be the Pure Dive Mirror package, and then you've got the Ashes as well. So mirror match coming in.
Right in there, and oftentimes it's about the rotation. Forward or to the sideways. Kalios, ooh, grab that kill. Escape out of there too. Oh, doesn't actually quite make it. Proud with that head. What a hit. Can't list. And just Bellathrea just Proud just having that upper hand. Having the wisdom cover. Poker Face will have the first capture.
Proud's been an absolute nut on this Ashe lately. There's like a clip of him on Blizzard World, which is some of the best Ashe I've just like ever seen played, just hitting every single headshot. It's ridiculous. So Proby's gonna have their work cut out for him trying to match Proud here. Just taking good angles, and yeah, first cap 50% and up.
That's good enough without big Becky. Wolfang being made. Comes close, tense, simple. Taken down eventually. Becky finds the kill. Simple down. 35 Poker Face. Can they turn this around? Just one with Pulse. Not going to hit. Loaded in. Poker Face willing to let it go with just one. Oh, Ruby. And OWCS, they won't let this chance go. Getting a couple more. Nicely done.
Nice
Poker Face forced all the way back, retreating. Bellathrea even half HP.
Well, in the mirror matches, and especially in a meta that seems kind of settled at some point, you know, too, because OWCS this is the comp that they really want to run. This has been their best comp. You really can only compare value and efficiency from it, so we're going to have nanos probably on both sides. Who gets the better nano is it's going to be a running theme of this matchup tonight.
Lead cut off. No nano available for OWCS. Proud with those headshots. Cannot be seen.
You don't really want to use it now if you're Poker Face.
Oh, Bellathrea just going to use the rage. No nano. Just extra. To make sure you have the flip 40-40. Now Kalios will have that rage.
I get way too excited with environmental kills. Yeah, still going to be looking for the nanos. I mean, you can nano Kalios in, and then Kalios can go extra deep in case they get in trouble.
On the wall! Oh. And actually gets a double. And a 3K. And nano on Bellathrea just in case.
Maybe you want that one back. I mean, he did get a huge individual play out of your Tracer. I think the rally came in too. So
yeah, rally was just used.
But here's the thing: Jaehyung's been holding on to this nano for quite some time, and that's been a recurring issue for OWCS. Like, it has to come in like now. No.
Is the pause? You see? Perfect timing, Hex. Thanks for the pause.
Yeah, you know.
Now. Oh, maybe Ryu Jaehyung's. Oh, maybe something wrong with the monitor, or they're pointing. It seems like Kalios was just pointing fingers or just tapping.
Yeah, it can't be anything wrong with the Samsung Odyssey G4.
Or maybe they're pointing fingers at the Network
pointing out
issue. So
network issue.
lost.
So
some package loss probably. on
yeah,
the
pointing at
monitor
the
shown.
those little graphs up at the top left-hand corner that I don't know what they mean.
Of course, monitor will have no issues because
Of course not.
I've also used it. G4 Odyssey, beautiful monitor by the way.
Yeah.
It's big. It's kind of big for me, honestly, but for the players, I think they can just get 100% used to it. And it just gets better. G5, I believe there's also G7.
What about G8?
I don't actually know if they
G9?
have G8.
I'm just gonna keep
I'm
counting
not an
up.
expert. G11. How many do you need?
The only ones I ever see that are like the ones that are advertised and they're
Mm-hmm.
ultra widescreen curved and they're like $1,500. And I'm like, oh man, if I didn't have all these bills to pay apparently and this debilitating
Skip
Haagen-Dazs
the bills.
addiction,
Skip the bills. There's
I'd
G9.
be able to afford the monitors.
I think the wide one you're talking about is actually the G9. It's the
That's what I always see
the
advertised.
49 inches. Oh boy.
Yeah. Oh my god. I'm like, but here's the thing: is like, even if you could
wide.
afford that, could you afford the hardware to drive it at a reasonable resolution? You know, I'm like, oh, now I got to spend $1,500 on a graphics card, and now I got to spend another $200 on a power supply that can power it all. Like, yeah. But there's good stuff. It's good stuff.
If you can buy this monitor, you should be having a lot better of a computer first,
Yeah.
and then buy the monitor on top.
Yeah, I don't know. I do things a little backwards sometimes. We were also talking before we started the broadcast of like how going up in hardware is such a difficult thing because you can never go back down. So like once you start buying $1,000 monitors, you're only gonna ever buy $1,000 monitors from that point forward. So
yes,
I stay in my wheelhouse and I buy refurb stuff on sale. It's my wheelhouse.
Yeah, I still go to IKEA and hit that used return section first, and that's where I pick up my my desk right now. It was on sale, perfectly perfect, and it was on sale for like 45%. I had a issue putting that into a car, but that was the issue because the desk was so big. But,
I did splurge on my desk, big standing desk. But I figured it's something that like you're gonna use every day.
Yeah.
Okay, so still working on this network issue, ping spike. We are getting everyone checked back in, so this is not going to go to a break. I don't think we are. Both teams ready. Should be getting back in.
Okay, good call. Good call. Both teams ready. Network issue.
Yeah, Casters.
Korea?
Why don't you
No
unpause
way.
the game? Yeah, Casters, just start the game. There we go.
Okay, we will. There we go.
Perfect. Okay, so this nano has to come in. Nothing has changed there. Very likely going on Kalios. The moment they're pressured. Unlikely to put it on Fate, but this nano's been held for a little too long.
Here it is without the rage. Has to be popped. Oh, the crowd. Maybe faster with the bomb. Wants to go down 99%. Oh, Ocean. Can't hold it. 3 down. And that will be first point going to Poker Face. Nano being held for such a long time. Poker Face has had near full control since the beginning.
Yeah, it was just an issue of the DPS just outplaying a little bit there. Early on, it was Proud from Poker Face doing really well, but then Choi Se-won had a 3-piece and was able to pressure down Jae-hong a couple times. So, yeah, it's just a matter of protecting Jae-hong. Maybe Faith has to stay a little closer in those situations. So, maybe not. I think we will probably see the Bellasaria ball. The Ballosaria, if you will. Big fan of it. Or maybe not. I think we're maybe Pure Mirror again.
Yeah, one player who can definitely play some ball. Oh, what's the mistake? Stay with Winston Chesewon. That's a Tracer.
Yeah, it's weird because this is a stage that we've seen a lot of different plays on too because it is. It's smaller. You can play the cast on it, but I think Poker Face is comfortable just running this mirror. This is probably the most. If I had to say one meta is the most standard, this is the comp that's the most standard we've seen throughout the first week and a half.
He went first again. Tracer duels, but he will extend a little too far around the members of Poker Face. Could not recall. We'll put first cap, Old Ocean, but for how long? Let's see. Location from Chesewon. On the back route, will take some damage, but heals back. Into the battlegrounds, there's a flip early, only 13% from the first fight, and Probe goes down, Proud again and again. This hits so hard.
Jaehong lives through it. Oh my god. Literally 1 HP.
Goes back as the nano. This time, the Old Ocean getting back straight forward. Alios jumps ahead a little too early. There's a nano. 3 HP.
I mean, the counter nano is going to come in. Velas Rhea is like way healthier when he lands and gets the jump on.
Use the rage. Alios built a little faster compared to Velas Rhea. Rally comes out, Poker Face for the sustain, and Kalios could not handle that position. The tank down, no monkey, Old Ocean. Bringing all the way back. There's a stick onto Becky, Tracer. That 1-1. Get that pulse bomb on you. This doesn't feel right.
Well, you see what I mean with the coordination, though? I mean, that jump in from Kalios where he's out of sight lines for Jaehong ends up being completely wasted because then the nano has to come in, but Kalios is at 30 HP, gets purpled, has to leave, and you get no value out of it. It's stuff like that they just have to clean that up.
That extra rage available for Velas Rhea. The sleep is good, but already again, Old Ocean. No one HP, couple members dropping. HaeJeokDan Velas Rhea finding extra purple. He gets 1, along with Becky. That's not good of a trade. Poker Face about to hit 90%. This is not a fight near that control point.
I mean, even if they don't win, I just want to see it cleaner. Like, you're gonna have nano again, Jaehong. Right? Can you and Kalios work out that timing?
Oh,
it's
the
so
sleep.
critical.
Perfectly timed. Oh, simple. Overtime. Touch. In. There's a nano. This time it does work a little better, along with the sight line. And on the other side, not as much damage coming out from Poker Face, but this will be the flip, starting from 13% now. Required.
Well, now it's can you catch the opposing nano, because Simple's going to have it momentarily. And how are you going to play defensively against it? Can you hit your sleeps? Can you hit your antis? You need to hit them both and then have the follow-ups in your team.
You want again, sneaking through. That sneaky duel again. Becky with a pulse does work, but a little better of a trade again. Becky saving the team for now. And land the 3rd. Here it is, but just a 1. Alios down, 44%. You can sustain better on the point. No flip yet. Ooh. These sleep arts today from both Lijiang and Simple.
It's pretty good. Kalios Primal could come in big here. I mean, if only just to save Kalios, who's been really aggressive and has been really anti most of the game.
Rhea jumps in first to get that potential flip, find some space for Poker Face to disengage. Not have the entire flip. Kalios in the middle, purple. Have the Primal Rage, will jump again. The Rash to make that move, but there's a flip. Overtime. Although should they have to go, but not much tools in their hands. Becky.
Faith needs to live. Faith needs to live, and he's got to find Kalios and Becky.
2 for 2. There's a rally. Becky, can you do it again? Velas pop that rage. Primal. Kalios still there. Becky. You lend the pulse. Can you deliver perfect damage? Just up to him now. No monkey. After the recall. What else do you have? The pulse bomb?
His Bob can seal it.
Oh, I thought he was touching it, but I guess not. That is going to be it. No extra overtime. Samoa taken by Poker Face.
Yeah, I'm going to repeat kind of the same song I have with this Old Ocean team. It feels like that's the comp they want to run, right? And I like that they're just really trying to perfect it. But there's still things that they need to fix on this. And it's, you know, I'm going to harp on that one jump in, but it's something we see a lot from this team. And we saw it a lot on Paraíso yesterday of, yeah, Kalios is in, but he's not nanoed right. He's going too early, or he's not in sight lines. It's just, if you're gonna run Winston on a dive, you have got to be on the same page, like, perfectly. And it just seems like you can't get the value out of that nano when you're jumping in and taking 400 damage right away, and then the purples come out, and so it's small stuff, but it just needs to be cleaned up a little bit.
I know exactly what you mean sometimes, and oftentimes, and basically all the time, if you have an Ana on your team, you need to be in the sight line to especially get that healing, to go all the way in against all 5, where your own members cannot really help you out, especially the Ana in the back line. And the DPS, Kali's just dove in alone to take the aggro, and without the primal rage, that's the thing, right? Which means that you need that nano at that moment, without the help of the teammate, and that one split second, maybe there's a bit of a communication issue. Maybe Kalios just went ahead a little bit, but those moments that we see on camera are some of the reasons why they have been handling these team fights a little tough, getting a lot more damage, and then if you just take a lot more damage, that is heal that could go to other members on your team, which is lacking after those couple of seconds. So I know exactly what you are talking about here. If they can fix on those moments, I think they can have a lot better fights.
I'm worried we're going to start seeing ripples of it, just real quickly before we go to break. We're going to start seeing ripples of it where Proby and Becky especially have to take more chances because they feel they have to carry this team. Because I do think that's their best potential, is to have Becky carry on Tracer. So I'm worried that we might start to see ripples of them playing over-aggressive and get punished for it.
Well, let's see if Old Ocean can actually solve some problems and provide us with some better answers after we take a break. We're back to Poker Face versus Old Ocean. Game 1, 2-0 from Samoa. Poker Face having some great moments, especially proud as Hex was just highlighting his play so much. He's been delivering a lot of those Ash, and Old Ocean will bring us once again to Paraíso, a map that they choose, I believe, 3 times. It might be the 4th time.
I think this is the 4th time they've chosen it. It's the 4th time they're going to play it, and I'm pretty sure they've chosen it every time. Yeah, and what's going to happen if they lose this is we'll go to Suravasa. It's like the only maps that they play. But it is something that you can run that composition on that they're trying to perfect. The Ana, Winston, Brig dive with an Ashe and Tracer. It works out really well on this map. I think we're going to see mirrors from both sides in that. We also have Simple coming out and Karu coming in for Poker Face, maybe just to get some play on it. It's not really a map that you see a ton of different supports on, although you can end up running a double flex here and getting a Kiri into the mix.
Yeah, also some ball plays potential, a lot more Diva I've seen, and also some Pharah if you really want. For the first, second point. You have Simple going out Karu. We will have a lot of these players shuffle from Poker Face as they do have 8-man roster that we talked about. It feels like it's been forever that we talked about the 8-man roster from Poker Face because of some extra time that we had in the middle.
Yeah, they've got specialists for both, for every role. I mean, when you have 8 players on your team, they've got Tracer aces if they need it. Karu, this makes me think they want to try out a double flex at some point, but it's a map where we've seen very much the composition that Old Ocean has been running almost non-stop as their picks. I think early on when they were playing, they played a couple maps and they were running, some like Baptiste and some interesting stuff, but I think they're really just trying to get this comp specifically down. It's a comp that's almost, it's as old as Winston's been in the game. Maybe not, I mean, you had to add Ana in too, but like it's Ana, Winston, dive. It's a comp that everyone knows how to play, everyone's practiced it, so the learning curve of working together is not as steep.
But eventually, I hope it comes down. Maybe in the middle of the match, sometimes the players just build this chemistry. Not just during scrims, of course, practice makes perfect, but sometimes during the match, some things just work out a lot better against certain teams, against certain maps. So I think that's the reason why they're trying to, Old Ocean is trying this map again and again to just keep that one control point down, and then just making these small differences, not changing the map and changing the team comp, changing a lot of things at the same time, just changing small things at once so you can work with it. I think that's the main goal for Old Oceans right now, as they do need to pick up the pace. I do believe that in that too, especially if they want to win against Poker Face today, but I think they have small goals going forward for now.
Yeah, and I dig what they're doing and trying to just perfect these things and going to the same maps and trying to get it done. That, I kind of dig it. And here's the thing, is it's a small thing. Like if you're in as a Nano Winston and you're in for 3 seconds before you have to leave, you're going to get beat by a team who can keep their Winston in for 4 seconds. That's how small the margins are at the top level of Korean Overwatch, right? So it's good enough to win in an open slot, right? But it's not good enough to beat top 5 teams.
Hey, if we're talking about top 2 teams, it's only 0.2 seconds. Margin can actually make a difference. Not even natural numbers. So we'll see if they keep on using a very similar comp. It does seem like Halios is willing to use that Winston once again, but they chose defense first. Okay, the Poker Face will be on attack, some barbecues.
Yeah, I like defense first. It kind of tells you what you have to get done. Yeah, obviously you see the echo a lot of times on this map too. Get the stickies in over the top, so it's just a variation. You generally see tracers, although you can get that switch going. Poker Face gonna go for the opening shots with the Widow. It's gonna work one of these times.
Route with the hook. So the shield and move that crosshair a little down to potentially hit the right target. Not this time, we'll be changing into that echo. So Ashe on probe and Becky into echo. Just taking a lot of hits to begin with. Having some slow push time. Let's get through this first corner to actually get into the objective. There's a jump. Yeah, going forward. OWCS still in prime position. Second floor is up. Higher ground, they just have better position. Pokerface can't really dive in easily. They focus Velosphere so low. Actually taken down.
One trade, but Kalios with a good follow-up. Able to take that down. Yeah, Velosphere, it's a hard map to just figure out where you're going to jump on these targets. So a couple of trades.
Someone got two.
Yeah, the offense is in a pretty good position to be able to get back here on time, especially when it's a nice whip shot though. Velosphere has been deflected by coach guns and whip shots every time he's tried to come up to this platform.
Good cover by Bait there. Now with the respawn, motion all the way from the back. The base will get some more time moving forward, near the point at least. Here's objective as you can see. Already the Nano, Becky.
Jose Juan is just executing people right now.
Everyone with the sleep is good. And the rally from Faith just not enough here. All the members will go just scattered apart. See, Pokerface could be getting extra kicks now. Dash.
Well, low numbers does force Becky to end up using this duplicate, and it doesn't feel like Velosphere even wants to engage. He just leaves.
What a snipe onto Becky, Velosphere. What a angry monkey he is after the rage. Here it is, A completed. Payload finally comes out. Not a bad time.
Pokerface, they're in a great position to keep this momentum going because they are going to have the nano up. I think they might just fire it right through this center, but you could just take whatever free push you're getting on the ground.
Oh, Becky steps out and sees three opponents in his face. Got his team covering him up. Oh, with the body made immediately from Lijiang. Cover. Up top, Sticky. Seems like it landed on pretty good targets.
They're just taking the free push right now. I mean, there was no reason to force the issue if you're just going to be able to get someone on the cart.
Oh, Kalio says, oh, hold up a second.
It's a good retreat from Velosphere, though, to get back and not have to burn the nano.
There was hold on the nano as you say that Velosphere nano. Pop out. Get this extra push. It takes some effort to get this payload through these corners. Very tight corners, especially from the defending side. If you're just stuck in that room, you can hold this point for a long time.
Now Winston.
Kalios defending, 9% away from Primal.
I mean, I guess it's slowed down. You just don't see the amount of kills that you expect from these nano. I mean, Pokerface is doing a good defense, but Kalios gets in there and then he's at 300 HP and he just leaves. He just bails on it right away. I don't know if he's not getting the follow-up with Becky or maybe the shots are not coming in at all. But you expect kills.
Even the rally from OWCS. This push is almost completed, 2.3. Kalios will come back with the rage. Couldn't be used last time.
Is dead.
Almost. Round receiving just one with the extra. This is Zoo.
They're going to get point. So even if they lose this fight, it's worth.
OWCS had a couple of tools. Pokerface just having better timing on those ultimates. Proud still alive and well up here. Bob as they already got this second point. Respawn quicker. Closer, I should say.
Going to be there, yeah. I mean, with the respawns closer, it's Velosphere is going to switch to the Hog just to try to get something.
Roadhog action.
Yeah. I think it's just because of where they're spawned, where OWCS is accidentally set up based on the results of the last fight.
Again, Chester1 would assassinate. It's all there. Velosphere changes back to Winston. Hog, only for about 15 seconds.
It was just because Old Ocean was in this weird spot after the fight had happened that you're just looking to get a pick right out of spawn. So it doesn't really lose a ton. I think he had just used Primal recently anyway, so you're not losing a ton of ult charge.
In that middle square, exactly where you have to keep in order to score this third point.
Well,
opponent.
It's a funny map because it feels like you have to get halfway to certain spots and then win another fight to get where you want to be. Like, you need to be on this middle high ground here. Choice1 is having the far superior echo game right now.
Yeah, Becky, that was, I believe, with the nano in. That's why the echo went all the way in, feeling safe, but didn't really deliver as much. Surrounded by Pokerface, there's a rally. Kalios trying to distract a little bit, but shut down by Proud right there, holding that Bob. I think Pokerface wants to run this all the way in. There's Bob.
Yeah, you want to get right here.
Burned down. On top of that, after the final corner, just a few more meters out, and they're going all the way in, right as the spawn. All the kills happening. Old Ocean just left with a couple members. Kalios trying to delay. This payload's going in. There's no stop to this. 3 points for Pokerface.
It's like Choice1 had stealth that whole game. He was just coming from the strangest angles and no one's expecting him. And then just the absolute execution of all the cooldowns, the connections of him. He's hitting stickies consistently. The beam tracking was on point. Like, that was some amazing echo play. Wow. I've said before about this Old Ocean team that I think their win condition is to have their damage dealers go off, but right now, like, I mean, Proby and Becky are playing fine, but it's really no match for Choice1 and Proud and how they're playing.
I think Old Ocean, they tried to give few nanos to Becky this time to potentially match the power level of Choice1 and also try to create some more scratches and also cracks inside of the defense of Pokerface. Well, it's funny because they're the ones defending, but that didn't really happen too many times. Pokerface see the nano, they just split apart. Okay, we'll just buy a couple of times and then just gather on top of him and dominate him with damage. And like the fact that their Old Ocean is trying a few different things, not just nano on Winston all the time. But still, the power levels, I think we can feel the difference.
It's one of the same problems they've had on this map before is that they'll nano Winston and he dives into 3, but Winston just does, if you're not landing the stomp and melee and a bunch of other damage and the targets are peeling for each other, you're not going to get enough done. You have to be able to land those dives in sight lines with both your Echo and your Ashe so that you don't have to do full HP bars of damage as Winston.
It's tough. It's tough when the opponent DPS is just having so much output. When the moments that you don't really expect that to happen. Kalios first jump. Oh, off to the side. Okay, has the bubble. Find some space for the team. Get nearby. Good cover from Pokerface, but it's a little split and Bell's round caught.
Yeah, it's just waiting for cooldowns to go one platform to the other. It's all this map is.
Yeah, that's the jump power. Kalios on point. That kill, Pokerface can't retreat the entire team. They're split. One trying to go for the snipe. Not this time. Here's Becky. Giving him back what he deserves.
Really good take. Old Ocean has this map, pretty well figured out. So at least on the first point, I've seen them struggle a bit on the second point though, and this is a matter of staying in the right sight lines with everyone.
That was quick. Over 5 minutes still for Old Ocean to start that payload. I think that's a lot more time bank compared to what Pokerface had in the front. But this map, it's about this corner, the turn that you see in the middle of this village. Sometimes you're just stuck there forever and ever. After changing many team comps, Kalios heals back, has the rage, has the nano available. Hong positioning himself right next to Kalios. Comes forward.
Just gonna primal right now. You don't really want to nano
if
while
he can get the kill, that's okay, but could not. The nano on Probe. Ruby gets Choice1. Great aggro and the comeback to cover his teammate. Some teamwork shown by Old Ocean. After you duplicate, one snipes this Echo.
Yes.
That's so much damage.
Becky took the 1v1 of the Echo, but finally Broby gets the trophy. In a quiet game for him.
Up down on the back line. Poker Face, the rest of the members just can't go back, can't retreat. Maybe some delay for a couple more seconds, but this should be soon enough. Oh, see what on? I was about to say this should be quick 2-0. Oh. 2-pointer, but Chess1 just comes clutch again. Oh my.
Yeah, DPS are picking it up. I mean, Belisria did enough to distract and dropped out a pretty nice bubble towards the end as well. And now with the defender's advantage, going to be able to hold on to that point. Old Ocean have to play this slow. They burned a bunch of ultimates going into that. In fact, both teams actually did, so we're going into a bit of a neutral fight here.
No way. Brown's been hitting some great shots, but this game, Paraíso, Chess1's been absolutely nuts.
Yeah,
the only reason why they were able to hold that second point. We're back on even grounds now. Oh, Proud! Sleep. A couple more seconds. Belisria just some jumps on top. Some heals. They put.
Side. I don't know if, yeah, some nice peel though.
Each forcing it off the high ground. Lijiang down, no nano available, no extra healing. Has to force himself going back towards his allies. Poker Face didn't really have to use any big tool for that temp push.
No, they made a nice hold here, and it's been some really nice peel from Vixa. Proud being really smart about Coach Gun and Coach Gun uptime. Not using it necessarily to reposition or get into different spots, just always has it up to be able to deflect the Winston dive. Choice
Another monkey.
Finds one in the back.
Extra monkey from Becky. Getting to Nana, but two members dead. Poker Face might just hold this.
Choice A1 has been duping Ana the whole time, and then just getting the antis and getting the sleeps to get follow-up kills on this. It's been really, really nice. Becky is just on a tracer now. Just can't match Choice A1.
It is tough. Leaving that attack into Roby.
It's a tough tracer map too, because you're like just trying to get in. It's such a vertical map that you're gonna have to use cooldowns. This is probably to try to pressure the top line. You want to jump with your Winston here, but you have to wait for the Winston.
Dangerous moment has to use that body grenade from Lijiang.
Well, now you're not gonna have it to follow up the dive in.
Yeah, exactly. No purple. That's the pressure that Chess1 can always put. Sure, that body grenade is used again there. Kalios did his job. 45. Belisria with the rage.
Yeah, they have good stall ults here, and now we're at 45 seconds. The Bob's going to come out to stall as well to buy time for Choice and want to get back.
Just positioning all the members. Belisria will sacrifice himself for that. But I think that's good time. Earned by Poker Face already. So, 5-11 when they started this push. Now down to 23 seconds. Kalios back. Go to sleep. Karu almost ready with the nano now. Still alive. 10 seconds left. Old Ocean. They're going to be stuck in this corner forever. Kalios hiding himself near the payload. That's the bubble. Can touch. Down. Monkey, some trade. Chess1 still alive and well. Kalios dead. Becky. It is up to him and the world against him. But can't touch the payload. That'll be a 3-1 score. Again, a win. A mat win for Poker Face.
Yeah, let me just go ahead and vote for my player of the match real quick before I even get asked.
Just copy paste and enter.
I know you copy paste because I'm pretty sure I spelled it wrong. Yeah, that was
that was spelled it wrong.
Yeah, I was excited. That was a masterclass in Echo, really well done. It was really funny towards the end. Kalios was trying to jump in and be sneaky, and he found himself in all these weird spots, and he found himself in a triangulation of fire because Proud was in this weird spot. So he's like in this back corner to duck from Choi Se-won, who's in this guy hunting him, but then he didn't finish off Proud at the primal, so Proud's just pumping in shots. He tries to jump up and away, gets whip shotted down, and then Choi Se-won is all over him. Like, they just set up this triangulation of terror for the Winston. And I mean, it does come down to just sometimes the damage players played a little bit better, and there was no escape for Kalios when he jumped in, and you could even see it just in the kill feeds. Just Proud was winning 1v1s, and Choi Se-won just had a hell of an Echo match. Becky, there was one time where Becky tried to take the 1v1 and then had to force out the Brig duplicate, which is not awesome to have to use your duplicate like that. And really, it's not only the ultimates were better from Choi Se-won using the Ana duplicate, which ended the map in a couple spots and just got extra kills, but just in the neutral, just flying and bombing over people, didn't see him coming, just hitting stickies, execution beams, just a really, really nice masterclass in Echo there from Choi Se-won.
Yeah, flying, just forcing out those biotic nades back from Yu Jae-hong, making sure he was winning duel against the Echo, forcing Becky to actually change swap his hero after 3 minutes of play, going for that second point. So that will be Paraíso again going for Poker Face. Will they finish with the 3-0? Old Ocean, so it still seems like they have a lot of work to do. Will they find the solution within the break? We'll have a couple minutes, and after the break, we will be back with that map selection number 3. Back, OWCS Korea, week 2, and second match of the night. And Old Ocean will bring us to Suravasa, as that has been the trend. Very likely for Old Ocean, either hybrid Paraíso, Flashpoint Suravasa, just all over again.
It's pretty much all they've played. So it is, you know, they picked this map and Paraíso pretty much every chance that they get. Now Suravasa a little better record on it. They're 2-1 so far. So they definitely have maps that they like. They've got picks that they've got pocketed that they're trying to go to, trying to improve on it. Again, I do like it. Keep it small, keep it simple, and try to just get those maps down. Speaking of simple will come in for Karu on Poker Face, and Proud is actually out as well. I know, I nailed that. I'm brilliant. And Jaewoo will come in. So as we go to Suravasa, I mean, Jaewoo will play the Tracer, a pretty good Tracer ace. So if they want to run, like a Tracer Echo, and that's fine. Jaewoo also has a Venture in their kit, so they should choose. So maybe that's why. But yeah, Simple coming back in, and those are the changes.
And Jaewoo here.
Proud Out is interesting because the mid fight for this map is like very good for Ashe. So it's an interesting swap out considering that Proud's Ashe has been like played 100% of the time for them, but Jaewoo maybe just getting some map time. Also, like I said, is going to be their Tracer ace. So like I said, if you want to run Choice A1 on Echo still, or Choice A1 on Genji, Genji Venture has been an interesting wrinkle that we saw earlier tonight. So
I love that
hopefully
Windbreaker jacket.
Oh yeah, you're just trying to get free merch. Cool.
Yeah, I think it's a team merch. Oh, where can you get that? We'll actually look it up. Or Poker Face, if you're listening, thank you.
Why don't you just approach them when you? Yeah.
Because I'm here when I'm doing
That's
Korea.
True. That's true. Yeah, our schedule is worked out that I'm doing a lot of Korea so that you don't get to go to the studio. So that's at least for group stages. We'll get some proper casters in here for playoffs. I promise you that.
And I'm sure Poker Face will very likely be in some, at least middle or maybe even the top stages for playoffs. And then let's see how far they can go through when we get to the end season. And it seems like we are ready from both teams without any difficulties this time. Cross fingers. Old Ocean down 0-2. Some serious faces that I can see from the camera. What do they need to change? What can they do against Poker Face? That should be the focus, as it's certainly not a series for them.
Yeah, I'd have to look back historically and see, other 5-man or 8-man rosters for Poker Face, but this does feel like the best overall roster Poker Face has presented in recent history.
See what they can pull off. Go into Suravasa. Match point for Poker Face. Oh.
Maybe.
This time?
We've seen Junbin make ball work really, really well on this first point. There's a lot of cool tech on Suravasa to be had.
3 seconds.
For point players. Yeah, I like it.
All right, teleporting in Old Ocean. And then speed, but Poker Face, they do have Lucio. Even with that teleport, maybe they can get some higher grounds. Oh,
yeah. I mean, that was going to be the advantage that Old Ocean had, is that this mid-fight, you can't be going down the center against a team that you know is probably going to run this Ashe.
Big accident to begin with. That's Broby on this Ashe. The first capture from Old Ocean. What a start. This one has to be careful. Had a wild map last time. I think that's a sign that you have to calm down a little bit. Sides, folks. Velocerea, this ball has been major work. The harassment.
And the
All those, of course,
harassment's
we go
there.
back.
Not enough execution though. I mean, you're not getting any kills.
Close.
Choice1 is getting bullied down here.
Again.
It's just this point is it's gonna favor the Ashe play.
Ooh. Old Ocean? Of course, Poker Face does seem like they're just all over the place. Position, how they retreated back towards the gate and just coming back strong together after putting on some damage from Roby and Becky. Old Ocean, 100-0 incoming.
Peel's been really strong because the dive has been coming in, but it's not been coordinated well enough to get Velocerea and where did that nano go? Is that a nano? And I guess if you want to guarantee the fight, I don't know about that one, Jay.
There it is. I think this is one of their first 100-0, including all the control games.
Even that one has like a little bit of a blunder on it because I don't know if you need to nano there at the end.
Well, we still got 3 ultimates. I think this is looking so much better for the Old Ocean. Proby coming in hot. He's got that pulse. Kalios ready to go. Of course, without the nano, but still. Oh, just one taking a bit of damage. Pulse. Not finding the right target. Worth the try. Okay, Tracer. He hits so many. The Kalios. Well, that rage. Without duplicate at least. Here's Bob. And the rush coming down from Simple Fix that does have the sound barrier ready to go. Required. They're going all the way back with the mines and the pile driver. Looks good. And the mine plus some extra damage. There's no one else.
Yeah, the follow-up's got to be there from Jwoo. But there it is, finally.
Maybe late, but that's all from Velocerea. Fine time for this team to catch up to the speed. It's hard to catch up to ball, even if you have the Lucio.
Just a good job to get their rush down. It forces them back off of the point. Velocerea takes advantage of the tech and gets back in there. And finally, Jwoo was with Velocerea to follow up on some kills. I mean, Jwoo just came into the game. You have to wonder how their coordination and communication is going to be. But Poker Face will take that fight. Choice1 off of the Echo. He's tired of getting kind of shot. Proby also out of the cast in these close quarters too. So Choice1 going to go to the Venture. Venture can be a nice component to the dive. Some sustain.
One borrow.
Pressure.
The moment that drill goes into Proby. You up. Nano. Yeah, from Lijiang. He's staying on point. Choice1. Drill and the sniper worm does work, but Proby strikes immediately back. 97. But Old Ocean will take the control back. Flashpoint.
Control back, another nano came out there. I mean, I guess that one is a little more excusable because you're at 9, you know, you have to do it, otherwise you're just going to straight up lose that point. Poker Face is going to be able to come back with a Kitsune rush though. I don't know if Rally is defense enough for them to be able to deal with a rush in this kind of dive composition.
They can hold on to the rally maximum faith. Becky just brought down Velocerea. That Lucy a bit of a help. That rally rage everything. I guess this one more Gold Ocean. Flips there, Poker Face. Steal this one away from them. The mine, Kalios. Bit of a comeback after using all the big tools. Mine. Can't come in.
Just in and out.
We'll just jump in. Probe. Trade. Yes, he's still alive. 61 health. And in the bubble, you feel safe. There's the turn.
Proby just getting all the support in the world right now. I mean, that previous rally comes in just so you get the IMAX screen shield, and it's used to try to get a Deadeye going in. And they're just giving the cast all the support in the world. He's making it work. He's getting shots of Jwoo. Yeah, and Proby finishes that. This is the best Proby's looked this series.
2-0. OWCS certainly having the chance with their map pick. This third point slightly more in favor of PokerFace from the spawn. But from the things how it's been going, and only the sound barrier coming soon enough for PokerFace. But the Kobe has been just outstanding with this Cassidy. That's the one. That's another swap back into Echo.
It's a little better point for Echo because of this verticality. He can come over the top and hide behind some of this architecture.
Lijiang, success. What happened to that sound barrier?
I didn't see it. Maybe Ajax did.
Yeah, but turns out they don't even need it to win the entire team fight. No one dead from PokerFace. But the fact that it was used will matter for the next fight.
Yeah, not ideal. OWCS gonna have double supports in here. But yeah, this point is much better for the vertical heroes. You saw even Choice One taking the 1v1 with Proby, but able to use the architecture to stay up. Belastria likes doing this. Most balls like doing that and the drop down for whenever OWCS shows themselves. There it is.
Ultimate move. Immediately snipe. One is back. Stickies to spin ready.
Nice peel.
Oh, that was lows Belastria with the help.
This is what they were missing in the first couple of points, was the follow-up from the DPS. I don't think Belastria played poorly, especially the first point. He was getting in there and doing disruption, just there was no follow-up. So you see there that everyone is needed to put that damage in. But now we're going to get to a whole lot of check marks. This one's all about execution.
It's going to be at least 9 or 10 ultimate soon. No, not this time. Looking good. Rally and rush is out. We'll pull more from OWCS available. We're trying extra copy. That Cassidy pulls right down. Jaewoon gets one. Gets the Cassidy snipe. Gets one on the ground. Gets a headshot. And the sound barrier just in time for Pizza. Should be the turn. And the point for PokerFace.
Yeah, Callie was not even able to get the primal off to be able to stall that one. And PokerFace figured something out, at least for that point. Yeah, Choice A1 was just going with pure assassination attempts a la Paraíso. But now because we were in the big ultimate battle, now we're in the neutral battle.
Up to Kalios. How much he can deliver with the tribal range of 1. Half felt. Contesting with his own Echo this time. OWCS just has to get one more to win the map. Rage just to get out of it. Back into bite. After some aggro, they do take first control.
Just not able to finish these kills. Yeah, Belastria pretty much saved the very first fight by shield distribution for that ball.
It's nicely done. They were gathered together on the side room, covered by Lijiang and Faith all together. Belastria will just dive into his death.
Gotta reset. Yeah, OWCS in a great spot. They have faith with the rally. I think you don't even worry about like saving it or using it properly. Like use it to make sure that Jaehoon gets nano up. You can nano Becky, then Becky gets duplicate up. Like you can kind of piecemeal this together and do some flowchart Overwatch.
Belastria cooking. That minefield. Middle rally has to be out for Faith. Jaewoon can't find the ball target yet. The rush, chance for PokerFace to gain control. Back for them as we hit 95. Now going to Kalios, who's been chasing a few targets. Fully healed. One drops after all that. Barrier from PokerFace, they want to steal this, they got the turnover. ZETA. This is down the backside. Anna. And who they want to go for next overtime. There's a flip. Old Ocean.
Pokerface has to be worried about being able to touch, and they lose simple.
One. Also brought down. There's a flip from Pokerface, but the more members available from Old Ocean coming back. Proby. Get the Saber. Jehu. Can you deliver? Hold up. Velos Reyes still there. Becky. The beam connects. Not enough to finish that ball. Jehu still here. The turnover again.
Got a touch.
Oh,
Any
many.
touchers?
Flips. Biting my nails for this one.
Velos is playing such a nice ball right now.
Base stays sustained. Keep it. Old Ocean just 1% away from grabbing the map. There's the mines. Initiating things. Jail on the point with the map. Hold up, Jail down. Up by Faith. Good cover. Becky off to the side, dealing with the mines.
Becky almost
not
flew
find
right
anyone
into a
else.
mine.
Dangerous. Six are dead. Old Ocean. What about Becky? Velos Reyes has been doing a whole lot of aggro.
Points are down though from Pokerface.
The sustain, but as long as Chessie1, I think Chessie1's out there somewhere. Pop in the field. Damage focus on the Velos Reyes. Purpled. Chessie1 down. That should be it. Old Ocean. The beat is there for Pizza. Oh, the contest, the overtime, but after all that, the tick just goes super fast. Old Ocean finally takes the map off of Pokerface.
The B needed to be there for Fixa the previous fights. He was going around the corners to try to maybe hit a Cheerio or something and get that last bit of percentage, but he could have just been patient and got that percentage up with the heals. I'm not sure if someone was chasing him, but he was running around like somebody was. But that kill onto Fixa was brutal because he doesn't have beats, and then that means that his Kiri falls and they just crumble after that. So I didn't see exactly what was chasing Fixa or if that was just a mistake and over-aggression, but that losing the Lucio right there was brutal. I thought that was over before, but Velos Reyes is one of the few balls that, like, I mean, the tech was great, but also there were so many times where he's saving people with shields. Like, he was doing really well on the tech and keeping that alive. So I like the Velos Reyes. Played really well, but unfortunately, some of the members of his team made a few mistakes. But Old Ocean, you know, we've had some like last place teams in Stage 1 who just didn't look competitive. That's not really the case in Stage 2. Everyone's leveled up a little bit, even these teams in 7th and 8th position.
Yeah, there were some non-believers out there who just said, oh, Pokerface is just going to win that Suravasa again because it's just not looking like it. Well, they've done it, and this time in much better fashion. I like the fact that they weren't like split this time because it is Suravasa indeed. Once you have the brig and you stick together as a team, I think there's always chance to actually sustain all the die potential from even the ball and Chessie1's after all that changes into the hero swaps. But that is it. That is one check mark for the Old Ocean. Can they keep this up and hopefully get this reverse sweep? We'll have that answer after the break. time, OWCS stepped up to their game, and Suravasa taken from the OOs. Poker Face, their choice. Dorado. We've been saying Dorado a couple of times. You finally have it, Hex.
I was maybe expecting Circuit Royale. Poker Face likes Blizzard World and Circuit Royale because they're maps that you can play long-range hit scan on. Speaking of, JWoo is out. Proud will be coming in. Also, it works on Dorado too. Dorado could be a very, very good Ashe map. So I think that's probably one of the reasons that they chose it. Yeah, and we shall see if Poker Face can finish this one out. Just another wrinkle into what they like to run. And maybe with how well Proby was playing on that last map that they didn't necessarily want to go to Circuit. You don't want to force the hot hand to play Widow for you.
Yeah, certainly not as Proud. Back in action, JWoo, Tracer. About half and half. Wasn't too flashy, not too heated. Of course, he was just put in for the flashpoint. And we will be going back to Proud. That's the main. Ooh, that's...
Yeah, it was a tough
low
one.
DPS. Or DPI.
Yeah, it was a tough one for JWoo just because Proby ended up playing the Cass, which is the natural enemy of a Tracer. So the first couple of points were a little rough. Picked up a little bit with the coordination with the Belisria ball dive. Had a couple butter fights, but then ultimately ended up taking headshots. They put a lot of resources into the Cass, and that's what we've seen teams do in Stage 1 especially. Like, I think Flora comes to mind as a player that just gets every resource dumped into them, and they just allow Flora go kill. That was definitely on the Cass, so they were getting rally, either putting bubble, and when your Cass is hitting shots like that in some of those close quarter maps, then, it's rewarded. It's just a matter of if your hit scan is hot or not. So, Proby was, and we'll see if it can keep up on Dorado, but this is generally a map where you're going to see Ashes and definitely Flyers, either a Pharah or an Echo for either side.
And that's exactly why Proud is back, and Chesewan, that Echo should be coming back. The final moments of Flashpoint, I think he was doing a lot better in the first 2 points of that flash. OWCS, let's see what they can do. Is their first Dorado in Stage 2.
Yeah, Fnatic loves this map a lot. They're not any good at it, but they like it. So, it brings to mind that Checkmate will often play the Pharah on this map too. So we'll see. Defense is going to be set. Proud's going to come out on the Widow, and yeah, it's the variation that you can play on this too. And this is the Zen also comes into play. Being able to long-range heal, and also just being the damage output too.
Oh.
Yeah, he knows.
Right
he knows where
behind.
Proud wants to set up. Maybe thinks it's not happening.
Didn't come out.
Okay. No shots fired.
Now really showing himself there. Poker Face, defensive build. Let's see Proud. Widow, Belisrael immediately getting the anti. Will survive.
Proud, you do have to take a shot at some point.
Yeah, I think we should have because he was reloading. He did take a shot indeed.
Okay.
Some shots, maybe not the sniper shot. Kalio's getting focused, and quick stop from Poker Face and a second from Proud. And Becky might consider changing a little because it's still very early. But this first point can just finish like that, less than 3 minutes. Don't have that much time. There's a bit of rotation from Old Ocean.
Yeah, we've seen teams full hold with this type of composition, but actually some good play by Becky just to take the push.
Freya with the power drive. Oh, and Chessie wants to strikes in. That aggro, the pulse right on the money. But someone has been pushing the payload a little bit, at least. This is like the minimum.
Not quite far enough to force play into the courtyard. Fountain.
Side on, if he wants. Sniped out from Proby. Has been having these insane headshots today. Gonna help a little bit with the healing. Also, extra damage. Alios in the bubble, but low.
Oh, I mean the
Make it out.
Discord. The Discord just does so much. Like if you ask like 10 tank players, 11 of them would tell you Discord's their least favorite thing in the day.
Popping that early poker face, keeping everyone alive, and the rotation continues from Old Ocean, just getting caught this time. Can't escape that much healing. And this choke point will continue to happen. We're down to 115. Old Ocean, they have to show something else, and something else I say, we see Sombra.
Roby on the Sombra can be good against the ball, can be good against the Zen. If you're really brave, you can go all the way into the back and start messing with the Widow as well. I haven't seen where the Widow's set up just yet. I'm guessing in the back bridge.
Proud is always not showing himself much. Worried that he is going to be sniped. That will be Becky down. Alios also has to use the rage, but no extra kills. Some more pressure. Lijiang with the bio. And a double. This could be the opportunity for Old Ocean.
Definitely needed. Just in a big moments. Nice sleep and anti.
A huge carry by Lijiang at that moment. The purple and the kill pickup. He up here, Faith. Clean up, and that should be the first point for Old Ocean. Finally, after burning all the seconds down to the final digit. 30 extra time. Still on the chase. Alios, how far are you willing to go? Alios? I'm just watching and seeing how far are you going.
Proud gets Becky on the other end though. I mean, they're running the nice counters here too. Right, so it's a straight up counter to Belosaria that Proby's on the Sombra. Straight up counter to Proud. The Callius is on the Diva. You can chase him up to the high ground.
Proud still up here. And Old Ocean, they just have to hide themselves.
Kind of quiet from Proud ever since the first couple of shots.
Becky with the nano survives. That's all that matters after the kill. Goes up, challenges, up high ground. Looking left and right, trying to see more. Good. Using panic mode. And a stick. S1 with the perfect timing again.
Simple has to ult. I wonder where that pressure came from to force that Transcendence down.
Maybe Kalyu? Right here.
I think it might have been the Sombra. And that's great because now you can just EMP.
Exactly things Old Ocean has in plan. A little closer to that second point. Oh, simple challenged. No one can skip this Diva.
He's looking for the Sombra, and then, yeah, Callius is coming in and just with a huge cleanup.
20 seconds, but Old Ocean, they might just be able to do this again. Fix it down. Kalios again and again. He's taking care of multiple by himself.
Yeah, they have to. They changed the support line completely too to try to deal with this diva that they've had no answer for. I am proud as
That's the second point.
Nothing done in the last like 3 minutes.
Doing some extra damage, but there's no snipe. That's what you need from the Widow. Just letting Kalios.
Yeah, you're not playing Widow for the machine gun. Chosen One is doing his best. He's doing his absolute best to push back the Old Ocean tide.
He is almost asking his teammate, "What are you doing? I'm pulling this much off."
I mean, I'm always a big advocate of like Widows don't have to be carrying a game to be effective because they do force the battle into certain spots. They force you to play different heroes. They force sight lines. The team's got to take advantage of it.
They've been pushed this far. Of course, Old Ocean, they've only got the extended time, so they don't have. Only have 30 seconds. Good purple. Side on sleep. So Anna Belstria down. Pro B. Cassidy down. Want to focus the damage as Kalios. Old Ocean.
I don't
6
even know
seconds.
how they get out of this door. They've got to rally out. Maybe I don't think they can touch.
That is
though.
it. No touch. Oh my God. He had no time since the first check, and they delivered all the way.
I think actually one of the reasons Poker Face probably brought Old Ocean to Dorado is to see if they could play different heroes, to see if they weren't just going to run this kind of mirror that they had been running, or the Winston on a dive that they've been running a whole lot. And the counter picks again were just fantastic. The Sombra ended up giving Simple a lot to think about, and Simple got picked down a couple of times. The hacks were really good. It makes Bellisria think twice about the engagements. But the Kalios Diva was critical. Just able to get in there and, you know, even when Bellisria is slamming down, he's stopping follow-up damage from the guns. He's able to snipe down Proud. So really nice counter picking from Old Ocean. They finish out Poker Face's map pick. Yeah, I did not see Old Ocean being as competitive as they are today, so I just want to say it now in case that they don't win this map or this series, that this is a team that, despite being 0-3 and at the bottom of the standings, is giving Poker Face, a team that I am pretty high on lately, everything that they can handle.
Yeah, with that Widow until the end, not sure if that was the entire team call or his own.
Hard to say. You can get value by, you know, even if you're not getting super snipes. I think it's really easy to be like, Widow switch, because we've all asked our Widow to switch in our life, right? So, but at the pro level, you know, all it takes is 1 or 2 shots for Proud to completely turn a fight.
Yeah, sometimes you can have good days, good games, bad games on Widow especially. There's some damage there. And it's credit on. So you expect more damage or snipes to come down from Proud here. See, all the way on top. And some of the other members of Old Ocean just all the way back. Nice. That's Ana.
It's a big pick. Big pick. So Proud just really sticking with this Ana. Or this Widow, putting a lot of pressure on. Now Choicer One comes to life as well.
And it's almost a team wipe with Kalios. And Poker Face might just have a lot more time bank going into future. And Pro B, I saw a teleporter, yes. Symmetra. Oh, going back to Cassidy. Just
Yeah,
for
just
the
trying to
team
get
teleport.
Just getting everyone else there in time to be able to contest. I like this Winston swap too. I mean, it has put a lot more pressure on Kalios because Kalios can't block the Winston Tesla gun. Whereas he was able to completely deny all damage outside of pile driver for the ball.
That's a team kill and the first point for Poker Face though.
So, yeah, it's a good counter swap from nearly everyone.
And now Pokerface really showing what they can do in the offensive mode. The defense was doing well, but when you have he's still going back on Widow. Oh, these P's, Route and Proby. Let's see.
Nice. It's one way to categorize him.
Let's see who ends up winning a little more. The site.
Choice1 has been lurking here. Yeah, that's the great
One click.
combination of the infrasight, and then Choice1 knows exactly where they need to be.
Not to show yourself. That's teamwork. The base.
Proby switching earlier than switching back has really put them behind in the infrasight fight.
That was just. Oh, Becky fires back, but we're dead.
It's not that big of a deal. The D.Va is just not necessarily working anymore because Belos Ria's Winston and Fixa on the Brig is just unstoppable damage, and Kalios is getting melted every time they dive in.
For defense, and with a different setup from the opponent, you can't do the same. Fixa on Brig. Kali if needed.
They have to nano Kalios just to keep him alive.
Choice1's on fire. The second half. With the snipe, successful.
Kalios is gonna get DMAX here as well.
Mix himself with the explosion. It's simple.
They do get the point
payload.
though. That's clutch. Yeah, I'm actually a little surprised that ended up going through. They had a shield up for Fixa, unable to collect Simple behind it. And Simple, you know, the way payloads block or don't block bombs is really finicky, so I'm not even gonna blame Simple for that. Like maybe it went through this.
Pixel.
Yeah, the spoke of one of the tires or something. Like it's.
Yeah, we've all had that moment that says, like, what? I got caught? No way.
We've all died to a self-destruct and said no way with an expletive at the middle there.
Nice crowd. Perfect timing along with the team.
They're flying now.
And Kalios DMAX'd again. That's, I believe, 4th on the map. Just the second half. And a whole lot more time bank. Still has the rage. Choice1. Looking for.
Belos Ria should primal here maybe and just try to keep them in spawn.
Pulse
Just
on the ground.
Outside.
Gets Becky.
Primal.
And more. Both DPS down. This payload right next to it. Kalios about to be DMAX'd again. The rally has to be forced, but so low. Instantly getting melt. The damage is there. We tie things up.
Counterpicks on counterpicks. I mean, Kalios looked like a world beater when he was facing off against a Zenyatta and a Wrecking Ball, and looked absolutely meek going against the D.Va and the Winston. I mean, so D.Va against Winston itself is not usually that bad because you can put down a ton of damage. It's actually kind of one of those soft counters because you can track and you can peel for your team with the dive in. But Belos Ria was playing it pretty close with his team, and he was almost always getting damage in with Fixa there too. I mean, Brig is just so good against D.Va that if you're fighting against a Winston that's near the cart, near the D.Va, and playing close with his team, you're going to be in trouble because that Inspire healing is going to come through. Also, Proud did more that round, and then Choice1, was doing as well as they've done, throughout the whole series. So a giant time bank advantage, 3:44 to 1 minute. And I like that Proud is on the Ashe here on the defense.
That's a big change, for sure, as we have seen the first defense.
It's just more consistent damage. I mean, if anything, if you miss all your shots, you're still going to hit a dynamite, and it allows you to protect yourself a little bit. Maybe just for the infrasight.
Yeah, just for the Sonic.
Just to scout. Yeah, the Sonic.
I would know. Hanzo mains rise up.
Okay, so you play Hanzo and Moira. You are really outing yourself tonight.
Moira, that was just one. But, you know, let's get down because it's already less than 40 seconds. Faith is down.
Experimenting with Moira.
Bella's Real. Ooh. Okay, that's a start. Lijiang. Catch. Right there. No Winston. There's extra push. Kalios. Will survive. More extra. Push is being made. Simple gone. That will take a long time for Anna to come back.
Yeah, the grandma not known for her mobility.
And you get extra
really
kills.
Nice serve.
Ocean.
Great sky serve.
Maybe the dynamite goes a little too far. Ixa gone. One at a time. Old Ocean. Kalios dead. 0.56. There's a stick from Becky. They get the point.
Yeah, Pokerface just needed to regroup a while ago. Get everyone in position. You're gonna have 340 on your own time bank. Not time to panic.
How far can you go? Simple's Nano's there. Extending the distance a little bit. Chetewan versus Becky on the side of the map.
I don't think he wants to take this one. I think he just wants to find a ball spot.
Kalios jumps up, pokes up, and there's Nano. Once we're up, Becky Nano. Great traded. The pulse. No rage yet. Now scream out loud, Lijiang. Gone. Chetewan has been sniping these. Someone has to be on the payload. Recalls out. Kalios the only one. And being is forced to be off. That'll be it. 47 meters. Extra points, but with a minute to start, I think that's a real good push from Old Ocean.
It's a good push for a minute. Pokerface did excel a lot at that second point. They kind of rolled through that when they got there, so it's going to be like first point, it might give them trouble. I really do like that choice by Chosewan, though, to not duel Becky in the Tracer duel. Because he had Pulse Bomb, he knew they were setting up for a nano dive with their Winston, and like the last thing you want is to just accidentally lose that duel. Maybe you think you're better, and that's fine, but Tracer duels can be volatile. You can get a weird spread, or maybe, you know, you get a no-hit on a melee confirm. So it was just really smart to just choose not to, and choose life over glory, and being able to be alive for the set play they were setting up for.
Yeah, now switching things. Actually, we'll put some pressure on Pokerface. They do have a much bigger time bank. But first of all, they need to grab a point plus some extra. Let's see. All it might take is just one headshot from Proud.
Yeah, I like this from Proud.
Kalios half HP gone. Looks up. Winston seems to be the target. Got a sneaking onto chest. Becky on the side. There was the Tracer. Sort of far off. Old Ocean in prime position still. Didn't really lose anyone. And that's exactly where Chetewan strikes. On the side. Becky low down.
Now they're going to be pushed back into this corner. There's almost no one to be able to contest Proud now in this situation. Like, ideally, you kind of maybe want to send your Tracer there. Oh, huge purple!
That is just it. So simple. You have to put him at 70% immediately. And this will be a point.
Proud does hit 2 headshots there. They're going to have to run this sim to get back here. I think they want to contest on this point.
Point one.
Oh my god,
close. Kalios
melted.
2-for-1 trade. Face still having a hold with low HP. Go down. One can't hold it. Becky Tried to do what he can, but low HP has to be forced to be going back. That's a point now. Poker Face just has to go a little more. 2 minutes on the clock.
Get a couple. Becky was lurking, looking for the spawn camp.
Becky's been clutching a lot. Dorado, Infocide on. Proud's gonna keep this Widowmaker. And there's a headshot! HaeJeokDan down!
That is critical. You needed that nano.
You need that nano and the Ana from the back support all the way back. Took him this long, but Proud is going to do it. Wait. Hold on. And stick!
Clutches.
Heki again! He calls away, still alive. Gets back. This one not going to let him go. Easy without that recall. Forces him off of the payload, getting so close.
The rally's gonna get
Proud
up
again.
right away. Fix up.
I'll be down. I think this might be just it. Nano available. Purpled away, Kalio's down. Such teamwork from Poker Face. And it's just members of OWCS trying to do what they can, but not on the point. Poker Face will indeed finish this with 4-4, but for their victory and a 3-1 map score of the series.
We'll give Poker Face their flowers in a moment, but OWCS is at the bottom of the rankings. They are 8th, but they don't necessarily play like an 8th place team that we've seen before. You know, Vec was 9th last stage, and they didn't win a single map. Like, there are no easy outs in OWCS Korea, because that was on a razor's edge. Proud staying on that Widow, ended up having a really nice game. Chose won, and you got to give the supports a lot of credit too for this Poker Face team. I think, you know, came in clutch with the Ana plays towards the end. There were times when Kalios dove in and he went from full health to 0 health almost immediately. Clutch purples. Really good play for this Poker Face team, but, you know, perhaps, as we saw in the pre-match interview, looking past OWCS a little bit, looking to their next matchup. So, can't really do that in OWCS Korea. Player of the match, who'd you vote for? Yeah.
No questions. No questions asked. Carlos Reyes certainly had a really good match throughout all 4. But I think Chase1 overall, not even overall, just from his echo play, I would just press my button for Chase1 today.
Also the Tracer play that ends up, you know, he ends up playing even though they've got a Tracer main player on their bench. Like, it's immaculate. Like, he can play pretty much everything. It's been the best part of some bad teams. Now he's the best part of a good team. It's got to feel good for him. And yeah, it was just the Paraíso echo was just non-stop goodness with the Ana duplicates and hitting everything you needed and really putting some pressure on the enemy team, and starts out really in map 1.
Stick 6. Paraíso game 2. These beams connect so well, and he creates these timings where he has to be the only one attacking into the opponents. Yeah. You already have those stickies in to a single target, and this Dorado.
I mean, you know you're going nuts on Echo when you kind of force the composition to change for the other team.
We'll have the interview with the winner from Poker Face. Quest, take it away for the translations, please.
Thank you very much, G-Clef. We are back with the second player of the match interview. We have, of course, the winner of the series, Poker Face, and we have the player of the match himself, 최세원. So please introduce yourself.
네, 안녕하세요. 포커페이스에서 딜러를 맡고 있는 최세한이라고
And
합니다.
I am 최세원 from Poker Face.
네, 축하드립니다. 자, 오늘 승리로 하여금 이제 3연승을 정립하게 되셨어요.
With today's victory,
한번 들어볼까요?
your team is now on a 3-game win streak. So how do you
심하게
feel?
걸려서 컨디션이 좀 안 좋았는데 그래도 오히려 좀 더 으쌰으쌰하는 분위기가 있어서
is a little sick, so
이길 수 있지 않았나
our
싶습니다.
physical condition we weren't feeling that well, so but we picked each other up, and I think that's why we were able to transition into a win. And can you tell us about the momentum of the match?
3세트부터 생각보다 조금 어려워져서
Starting
상대
from map
힐러
3,
홍콩 듀오가 좀 잘하더라고요.
it got a
그래가지고
little
좀
harder, but
빡셌습니다.
at the
그렇군요.
and their support lineup was
연장전까지
playing
가면서
a lot better than I
오늘
thought. So,
땀을 쥐게 했습니다.
but we
이때
managed to
좀
close it
어떻게
up.
대처를 했고 어떤 콜들이 오갔을지도 궁금해요.
So can you talk to us about
연장까지
some of the in-game
갔는데
calls during the
탭을 눌렀을
overtime?
때 저희 팀이 이제 스탯이 훨씬 좋길래
When we
이거는
went to the overtime,
질 수 없다.
we had
정말
better
하면은
stats,
이길 것
so
같아가지고
we told ourselves,
무난하게
hey,
마인드
we can't
컨트롤하면서
lose
다시
this.
집중했습니다.
So we just stayed calm and we were able to close it out.
라고 얘기를 해주셨습니다. 자, 그렇다면 오늘 가장 까다로웠던 선수를 꼽자면요?
If you had to pick a
이게 재홍이
player
형님이
that was the most tricky
나이가
to deal
느끼지
with,
않을 정도로 제가 몇 번 자가지고
who would it be?
조금
And
당황했습니다.
I actually thought it was Lijiang because I went to sleep more than I anticipated.
처음으로 최세현 선수 만장일치로 POTM에 선정이 되셨는데요.
최세원 received 5 unanimous votes.
요즘 본인이 보기에 본인 폼 어떤가요?
So can you
그냥 딱
rate your
나쁘지 않다
own
정도인 것 같아요. 더 잘할 수 있을 것
performance as of
같아가지고.
late? And I think I'm not playing too bad, but I can definitely play a lot better.
만족하지는 못한다라고 말씀을 해주셨어요. 자, 그렇다면 제가 또 궁금한 게 요즘 메타에서 어떤 점을 특히 신경 쓰면서 딜을 하면 좋을까요?
What's some of the things that you have to focus on in
요즘
the current meta
메타는
as a DPS?
그냥 탱커 세게 치면은
Right now, as
상대
long as
탱커
you deal
메타를
a
좀
lot
깨야
of
되는 것
damage
같아요.
아, 이게
and
멘탈
kind of break
심리적으로
down
가야 되나요?
the opponent's tank's
칼리오스
mentality,
선수가 중간에 조금 멘탈이 터진 것 같아가지고.
the mental game.
자, 이렇게 피지컬도
He
중요하지만
also thinks
심리적으로
that
굉장히 중요합니다.
he also broke
자,
down
오늘 최세한
Kalios's
선수
mental game in
최버지라고
today's
저기
series.
팬분께서 이렇게 써주셨을 정도로 정말 팀원들의 가장 이렇게 지주 같은 역할을 하고 있습니다. 자, 우리 팀에서 가장 든든한 선수도 꼽아볼까요?
Who is the most reliable player on Poker Face?
이런 반응 안 돼요?
최소환 says.
개인적으로
네.
이제
Personally,
탱커인 벨로스 선수와 다스민 선수가
I think our tank players,
든든한 것 같습니다. 둘이 같이
Jasmine
운동도
and
다니거든요.
오.
they also work out
숙소에
together.
계란이 들면은 두 분이 이제 딱 알아서.
So
이게
I think
게임에서
they're the
든든한
most
선수가 아니라
reliable.
숙소에 괴한이 들면 든든한 선수. 자, 이렇게
I hope that's in
꼽아주셨습니다.
game.
자, 그렇다면
Not
마지막까지
IRL.
오늘 승리를
Says
응원해준
the MC.
팬분들께도 한마디 부탁드려요.
Lastly, please say a
요즘
few words to
감기도
the fans
다시
as well.
유행하는 것 같고 냉방병 다들 좀 조심하셨으면 좋겠고
It's very hot
더운데도
out.
다들 경기장
So thank you
찾아오셔서
for coming to
경기
watch us.
봐주시고
There's
응원 열심히 해주셔서 감사합니다.
a bit of a fever going around recently, so please stay safe.
네, 자 지금까지
thank you, as
포커페이스의
always,
POTM
for supporting
와주신
us.
최세한 선수 만나봤습니다. 인터뷰
And that
여기서
was a
마치도록 하고요.
POTM interview with Choi Se-won. Congratulations on your victory again. And before we head into the third and final
네,
match
두
of
번째
the day,
경기는
I'm
여기서
going to send
마치도록
it
하고요.
back
저희는
to
마지막
G-Club
경기로
and Hex.
돌아오도록 하겠습니다. 제타 비전과 VC 대전의 경기.
Thank you, Quest. Just for a brief moment, comes back to us, but we will be taking a break before we get into our final match of the night. It'll be ZETA Division versus BEC DAEJEON. Don't go anywhere.
나노 태양장면 다 견디기는 약간 무리가 있어 보이는데요.
자, 필살기 들어갑니다.
여기에 태양장면까지. 아!
네, 마치 한 명을 잡아낸 것처럼.
그래.
자, 밀어내고 있습니다.
나노 봐라. 범인 와.
와, 한 방에 한 방.
와.
정타. 야, 정타.
와. 체크메이크.
체크메이트 쇼입니다.
제8전에서 이렇게 되면은 뭐 어차피 스태곤이 나눠 한번 쓴 거니까 배당은 우리가 나눠로 가면 된다는 말씀하셨는데 그렇죠. 근데 시간이 좀 아깝죠.
그래도 맥이 잡았어요.
자, 페이스 측면까지 가나요?
설마 페이스가 직결 채우나요?
아니, 가야 돼요. 무사태 걸려야 돼요.
95, 97, 98, 99, 100. 승리의 집결.
자,
집결이.
안 돼.
힘에. 아니, 지금 맥이다요.
아, 페이스 지금 앞에 정리해야 되는데, 근데 이걸 맥기가.
맥힙니다. 이겼죠.
네, 이겼죠.
이건 이겼죠.
질 수가 없죠.
질려야 질 수가 없죠. 자, 올드오션 노인과 바다 결국 한 점 따냅니다. 진영국이 되는 건 밥 차이가 좀 많이 났네요.
네, 그리고 앞으로 호응해주려고 땡기다가 무리하다 잘 물리거든요.
지금 우리가 뭘 보는 거예요? 이거 몇 킬로예요 이거?
지금
뭘 보는 거예요? 한 번도 안 멈추는데요?
이거 이제군 배달 이제군 집결 오기 시작했어요.
왔어요.
근데 공학이 갔어요. 수면 조금 빠져들었죠.
그러면 보는 겁니다. 이렇게 말이죠. 밥과 함께 든든하게 밥 던지고
3점 이거 끝났어요.
이거는
밀렸어요.
것도 없습니다.
예.
안타깝지만 저항할 수 있는 방법이 없습니다.
없어요.
이렇게 3점까지 들어가고 있는데요. 1초는 더 시간 들면죠. 이렇게 마무리됩니다. 잠시 맞춥니다. 대치가 좀 안 되고 있습니다. 계속 밀어요.
이거 뭐 석양으로 견딜 수도 있지만 이거 나노 태양장전 다 견디기는 약간 무리가 있어 보이는데요.
자, 필살기 들어갑니다.
여기에 태양장전까지. 그러니까 한빈이 약간 디바라서 들어오는 걸 걷어내고 뒷라인을 잡아내고 그렇게 가능했는데 시그마는 그게 비교적 안 될 수밖에 없어요 지금.
해적단의 이 속도 뭡니까?
WCS에서 이제 날개를 좀 펼쳐야
그렇죠.
되는.
어쨌든 또 잡았어요. 나이프가 없습니다. 이거 안 되겠는데요? 제우쇼. 아니 제우쇼 무슨 마치 막을 수 없습니다.
오버워치의 미래는 밝습니다.
아직도 우리나라에서 유망주들이 이렇게 터져나옵니다. 저희가 좀 어렵고 그래도 집결. 집결.
복지 왔어요. 나는 프라우드.
아직 모른다.
근데 밟아야 돼요. 근데 제우가 캐치가.
그 벌스가. 아니 무슨 서커스 하고 있네요. 잔뜩 끊어치고. 이야.
No one can stop me now. No one can stop me now.
Welcome back, everyone, to OWCS Korea. We continue into our third match of the night. Rather a long day here, as we did have some quick games, but a bit of a delay in the middle, and we're back here. ZETA Division, I think this is the team that you really want to watch out this season, certainly with a 3-0 map score, or 3-0 series score for now, and VEC DAEJEON, a team that shows potential in lots of series, but does have some minor issues, and I think that really comes down to some Gurum and maybe Farmer, who hasn't been playing as much, as showing some back and forth. I think they have had some things to work on, and maybe they will show some solutions tonight.
One can hope. They did play Old Ocean really close. They ended up winning that series 3-2, the first match of their first match of the split. Then they went 0-3 against Poker Face, 0-3 against Falcons. And just, for context, ZETA Division on the other side did end up beating Falcons 3-1. So that's where they're at talent-wise. ZETA Division, I think, is a team that should be top 2, if not, top 3 at the least. But I think they need to start, just sweeping teams, because they did go to the brink against Fnatic 3-2. They did lose a map to Falcons 3-1. So I really think that's you need to start getting your map score up there for sure, because you might end up in a tie with only 7 matches, before you get into seeding matches. So I guess seeding matches won't determine that as well, but it's a team that you expect to take care of business. You don't think that Beck should be able to take a map against that division.
You need to show some dominance against the teams that are in the lower part of the standings, and that is ZETA. I think they really have to step up to the plate to challenge into Raccoon. Not the opponent up next, but soon enough they will be facing against the Raccoons. I think that's going to be the big matchup, one of the biggest matchup of this entire season. Oh, including the Falcons Raccoon matchup tomorrow, I believe it's happening. And here is VEC DAEJEON, 6-man roster. You really get to see Farmer much. It has been mostly Gurum.
Absolutely. I mean, I think the last time we saw them, it was Dart was playing a lot of the Venture, so I wonder if they can even play a little more standard stuff. The Venture, it was kind of like a one trick that they pulled out, but it just wasn't getting enough done. I think Minute's okay on the hit scan. They have changed their support line a little bit too, with Jinsung coming in, so they've got some talent. Just I wonder if they can play standard or straight up, or they're going to have to maybe try Venture stuff and a little cheesy stuff against a team that's been as strong as ZETA Division.
Here's ZETA, Alpha E, Flora, the 2 DPS lineup who always delivers. They can find so many targets. The teamwork is always there. Bernard, you name it, can also play some ball time. We'll see. And Violet, we've had a lot of votes in the Stage 1 and also yesterday for Violet. That early sound barrier is always a percentage that you're looking for an early game. He will just come out with the random sound barrier and we'll always say, what? Oh, that's Violet. And on the other side here is VEC. Gurum starting. Yep.
Lego needs to change that O to a 0, please, to fit with the theme of the team. Maybe even get a 5 for that S in Jinsung,
As which let both teams rep on the stage. Let's take it away for the interview.
Thank you very much, G-Clef. We are back with the final, team rep interview of the day between ZETA Division and VEC DAEJEON. On ZETA Division side,
제타에서 DPS 포지션 맡고
we have
있는
Flora
플로라라고 합니다.
representing his team.
네, 플로라 선수 반갑습니다. 자, 그렇다면 VEC 대전팀도
And as
자기소개
for
부탁드립니다.
on VEC side,
네, 안녕하세요. VEC 대전에서
we have Minute
딜러 맡고 있는 미닛
representing his team.
네, 미니 선수 반갑습니다. 자, 먼저 제타 팀.
The first
이번
question
시즌
goes to
제타
Flora.
디비전의 폼이 정말
ZETA Division's
심상치
form
심상치 않은 폼만큼
looks unstoppable
선수들 간의
as of
합도
late.
최고조일 것 같아요.
And
어떤가요?
can you tell us about how the team
저희가
synergy
아무래도
is coming along?
스테이지 2에 들어오고 나서 합숙도
We started
해서
living in under the same roof,
더 돈독해진 것
starting
같고요.
stage 2. So I think
스크린
our
환경도 좋아져서 더 팀워크도 좋아지는 것
teammates,
같습니다.
the team has gotten closer, and
팀의 사기를
I think that because of the better practice environments,
제가 약간 멘탈 잡자는 콜도 많이 하고
practice quality has gone up as well.
분위기 안 좋을 때
And
재밌게
as in
풀어내는 것
terms
같아요.
of the person that raises the player morale,
그냥 뭐 이상한 말 합니다.
it's Flora says it's him
소리 지르고
because
그냥
he's the
저한테
one
이목에
that
끌리게 해요.
tries to keep the mood of the team in check.
희생하는 모습이 보이는 플로라 선수입니다.
jokes around
자,
when he jokes
그렇다면
around,
VEC
but
대전팀 첫
if
경기
in
이후에
terms of
조금은
feedback,
아쉬운 모습을
then
보이고 있기는 합니다. 이제
gives
2주차에
direct feedback to his
접어들었는데
team.
조금 더 색다른 모습 보여줄 수 있을까요?
The next question goes to Vec. After their first victory in the first match, of course they haven't been performing as well. So will they be able to step their game up for week 2? And when it says that we've been working on our flaws, and I think that we will be
네, 자, 점점 더
able
성장하는
to
모습을 보이겠다라고 말씀을
show
해주셨어요. 오늘 경기도
continuous
기대가 됩니다.
improvements,
자, 그렇다면 양 팀 오늘의 예상 스코어 들어보는 시간
as
가져보도록
we are
하겠습니다.
continuously
먼저
working
플로라
hard.
선수.
And as for the predicted score for today,
자, 3대
Flora
0으로
says
깔끔하게 승리하겠다라고 말씀을 해주셨고요. 그렇다면 미니 선수는요?
and as for minutes,
저희도 막차 시간 얼마 안 남았는데 3대 0으로.
of course, we will also say
네, 자,
3-0
막차 시간
because
끊기지 않게 빨리빨리 보내드리겠다.
fans
3대
have to
0으로
catch the last
깔끔하게
train home.
끝내겠다라고 말씀을 해주셨습니다. 과연 오늘의 승리는
And
누가
that is
차지하게
it for
될까요?
the final team rep
지금까지
interview of the day.
플로라 선수,
And
VEC
before we head
대전의
into the
미니
third
선수와
match
인터뷰
of the day,
나눠봤습니다.
I'm going to send it
마지막
back
경기 많은 기대
to G-Clef and
부탁드리면서
Hex.
첫 번째 맵 확인해 보시죠.
Thank you, Quest. In the first map, Nepal, we will have it. Oh man, X, I don't know how you handled a week 1. After these 2 series, I'm a little, to be honest, I'm a little out, but I got my coffee to stay hydrated. And also max caffeine ready for ZETA Division versus Beck. And also the map that I love.
In fairness, the matches in week 1 were a little bit better, a little bit closer, and we're still trying to suss out what we're seeing. You'd imagine this one goes pretty much one way. It should be a 3-0 for ZETA Division.
That's
and
the expectation.
Yeah, and it seems like, you know, that's... Yeah, this is a team that's only lost 3 maps the entire stage so far, but that's something you kind of want to clean up. As far as Nepal goes, ZETA Division 1-0. VEC is going to be 0-1 on it too. So VEC, you know, they started off the season with a bang with a series win, you know, 3-2. Unfortunately, they've not won a map since. It's been all downhill from there. But it's a team that has improved. They are still, you know, at that 7 or 8 slot, though. I mean, I think by merit of beating Old Ocean, you have to give them 7. But it's pretty close between these two teams. I've always liked VEC that they're pretty realistic about their chances with teams and things like that. Like, they're just always trying to improve and get better. And they kind of look at the competition as just a way that their team can improve week to week. I don't think they necessarily always have oh, we're just as good as Crazy Raccoons. I don't think that they believe that, but I think they're using kind of these tournaments as a stepping stone to get there.
This is another important match for ZETA Division. We're expected to win. That's fans' expectation, as we can also see from the fan prediction and also our Twitch channel points. Almost 9-0, I want to say, or 9.3 to 0.7 is the right math. See the
Don't
points
ask me
going
to
up.
do math. You just said you know how late it was and how tired you are. It's 5:30 a.m. and you're gonna ask me to do math? Come on, get out of here.
Come on, we've got TI 83. Well, that's the old Texas Instrument.
Yeah, Daddy. Yeah, you rich people with your rich person calculator, man. I had one of those little blue ones that operated on solar power.
My county forced me to buy it, and everyone had to have one.
I think the highest level of math I ended up taking was Algebra 1 in college, and I got a C+, and that was the lowest grade you could get to pass, and then I never touched math again.
Hey, I somehow survived math, and that's one of the subjects that I was good at it, but I still can't do simple math. That's the real problem. If you start liking math, you end up not working with numbers. You end up working with like signs like ZETA, Beta, Alpha, those triangles, therefore, matrices and linears and all that.
Sounds horrible.
I don't even want to remember all those, but somehow they're still in my brain. I'm speaking these out. Oh, reason why I majored in math, but never finished. Aiming for a higher place. Certainly one team is already aiming for that higher place, placed themselves up quite up there. After defeating the Falcons, I think that was really one match that I actually watched that twice because it was so good. ZETA versus Falcons.
Yeah, it was good. I mean, and also like they were climbing up anyway. You could see them on the trajectory going forward, and I really think this team kind of had a chip on their shoulder because of not being able to go to Dallas. You know, they finished third in the Asia region, so it's, you know,
teams.
Outside looking in. I would argue we need about 6 teams, but that's just me. I have my own biases in mind. 4 would be fine. Yeah, they were on the outside looking in, and then, you know, there's the tournament between splits. They did pretty well in, while the Falcons were, you know, Falcons are still the Falcons, but you can see like weak points for that team and some maps that they were giving away. Here's some fans of BEC.
Good drawings, Dart, Gururum, Lego, Minute, and Farmer back. They have everyone in Song.
Yeah, they're ready with it.
Yeah, they have all 6.
The strength of this team traditionally has been the damage players, where Minute can just go off and have moments. Dart, I think, better on the Tracer than maybe on the Echo, but has been really, or not the Echo, the Venture, but really trying to bring some Venture stuff. But, you know, they've got some new plays in it, and you know, Jinsung's been pretty solid for this team so far. So, you know, like I said with Poker Face, they're like, you know, they're trying to improve, and so, you know, a whole new support line with Lego and Jinsung, you know, coming into play.
And it's always a thing. We look at the team fight, and oftentimes there are some bright moments, but on the other hand, there's also some mistakes that can be shown. But Jinsung, I can't recall too many times where he's, first of all, not on the camera, which means he's doing his job oftentimes. Maybe not to the full extent, but oftentimes he's not really making big mistakes. He's delivering what he's supposed to do. That's Jinsung. Lego, I think about the same level, but Violet is just a step ahead of a lot of other Lucios. That's why we call him again and again. And in terms of DPS lineup, you said Dart, Minute, really good, but compared to Floor and Alpha, I think there's a power level gap a little bit. Because Dark Minute, I mean, they have some shining light, and certainly that Venture we've seen it happen, but not happen. Also, after you miss that drill, you're just gone. That's Venture sometimes. That drill dash.
Yeah, I think they're trying different stuff because they kind of have to. It's a theory that I've espoused many times of, if you know that you're outclassed on a roster, I don't think you should try to mirror. Like, I think you can try to run different things and maybe, you know, catch a team off guard. The problem is with the Venture is that teams had seen it and you weren't catching anyone off guard anymore. Yeah, there's a map prediction, 3-0. I think that's what everyone's kind of thinking. Right now, we just have a bit of an audio issue. I think Violet is experiencing a bit of an audio issue. I think Violet should just not play with a headset on and he'd be fine. But that's just me.
Lucio without a headset? Don't know how that exactly works.
It's not very more accurate, is it?
It's gotta be the... Oh, it's gotta be the warmth. Of course, at the studio, it's pretty cool. It's a theater. It used to be... It's still a theater. And the AC and the players, as you can see, they do have the fan, but it's for the sweaty hands. Sometimes, because if you're playing competitive, you do get the sweat on your mice, and you want to eliminate that as soon as possible. But as you can see from the fans, it's cool. The venue itself, it's cool, and AC works really well. But it's just the outside of that building. It's 9:38 p.m. in Korea, but it's still pretty warm. It's not maximum hot because it's not like 1 p.m. But this summer has been brutal.
Yeah, and it's probably only going to get worse. Welcome to living on a dying planet.
Hey.
Sorry. It gets late
Earth
and I get
is-
even darker than normal.
And you should be brighter because sun's coming up soon, if not already.
No, but that just reminds me that it's going to get really hot because the sun's going to come up. I think sunrise is scheduled for around 8 a.m. usually.
Oh, really? It's not as fast. It's around 6:10-ish around here for the sunrise.
Sunrise.
I thought it would be a lot faster since.
Oh, actually, it says
August.
6:16.
See? I thought
Yeah,
it was,
well,
I
I don't know.
thought
It didn't get super bright in here until about 8 a.m. But yeah, when the sun comes out, then it starts getting hot. Right now,
It's
it's
the gamer
perfect.
lobby. Just the gamer lobby. Dark.
It's 66
Just the monitor
degrees.
lights.
It's 66 degrees with no humidity. It's perfect outside right now.
Yeah, 66 degrees Celsius, right?
Yeah.
Global warming hitting LA. No Fahrenheit, guys, but for those of you who don't know Fahrenheit, 66, not too warm. It's
Don't
actually a
ask me.
little cool. It's perfect
Yeah.
weather for the morning.
And it's not necessarily global warming I'm worried about. There were legitimately 2 earthquakes last week. That's what I'm starting to get worried about. That we're just going to cleave off into the ocean. There were baby earthquakes, but it's still really disconcerting
always,
that the
always
Earth
earthquakes towards the
is
west
shaking.
coast.
Yeah, but the Earth is just shaking. It's weird because like I was in bed at the time, and it just feels like someone's at the foot of your bed shaking your bed, which is just the worst feeling in the world. I don't know how to explain it to people now.
I used to live in Maryland, East Coast.
Yeah.
And then there's not many earthquakes, but my mattress was a double mattress, so I'm like all the way up, like halfway, about like almost 3 feet up mattress. So I'm actually very high. So, and the Maryland had 3.7. I know you're gonna laugh at it. I know you're gonna laugh at it, but
it's enough to be
3.7.
like, oh, this sucks.
It's noticeable, and we
Yeah.
never have earthquakes. And then it was around 6 a.m. So that's usually the time when I wake up. It was, I think, during college.
Yeah.
And I panicked so hard because my nothing was shaking, but just my bed, because my bed was just so high. And then I was panicking so hard, trying to call my friends, and then no one was picking up because everyone was just sleeping. It was just me. I panicked from a 3.7 or a 3.8.
It's look, there's nothing calming about the entire Earth moving. So I get it, man. I'm with you there. I will never get used to it. It seems like our issue is resolved, and we can no longer regale you with tales of the Earth slightly shaking, terrifying me on an existential level. Instead, we are going to watch ZETA Division try to improve their record, undefeated so far, trying to get those map wins, map sweeps. Both teams trying to get a 3-0 to make sure that everyone in the audience can catch a lovely train home.
Yes, it's Saturday, so I think we have about 2 hours until the last train, depending on where you have to go.
A 3-0 will get that done. Generally, if you want to try to figure out how long a match is or whatever, especially with the production that we have in WDG, every map is about a half hour. That's what you can figure out. So if you get 3-0s all night, you're still at a 4.5 hour broadcast.
I think they can all catch the interview even, and maybe some photos or some signatures from the fan if it ends up being that 3-0 before that last train home. Because the station's like literally right next to the theater.
Oh,
It
that's
takes less than
always
a
nice.
minute. Yeah, it takes less than 30 seconds if you run. And so,
I've been told we're ready and we're going in. So,
but
don't
until
blame
you hear
me.
that dubstep, you start the game casters, you can say all day long, but we don't have that power yet.
Yeah,
Maybe in the future. Oh,
we don't
there
deserve
we
that
go.
power.
There we go. We don't have the power, but as soon as we hear the music, we
I would
know
start
it's
it
ready.
with I would start it with like a 4v5 and be like, whatever, you can't figure out your headphones, that's on you.
That's why we give the start button.
That's why I don't have the start
That's
button.
exactly
That's
why
right.
we want that 5v5.
It would
I know
really
it's been a while.
incentivize teams to figure out, like, if it would really, light a fire under somebody. You start in the lobby and it's in, like, assemble your heroes, right? I bet
Next
you
would
they'd
be the
figure out
first
how to
one to
get
be
their
fired.
headphones.
I know, guys, it's been a while, but first map is Nepal. I know we said that about 10 minutes ago.
Well, one of the interesting things is that Bernard is in, so it does mean that they're probably not going to run the Winston or the Ball on some of these maps. And, you know, Nepal is actually a map that the Orisa is very good on, and
Yes.
Bernard, a very good Orisa.
Oh!
Okay.
Here we go, hit!
Finn is tired of getting snubbed for player of the match.
It's not Violet
He's
this time,
going
it's
for
Finn.
it. Finn could have deserved it probably the last few
Flora.
matches.
But that's after getting that Immortality field out from DEC. So ZETA, after losing that trade, hold up. Minute's got something to say with the dynamite. Dart. That is a lovely shot, and the target, of course, has to be Violet. Just runs into that rocket and sees his final destination.
Lands a dart.
And ZETA thought they had it. No contest. BC, 10% control.
Well, Alfie is going to get off of that May that, you know, is only really, really good if you have control of the point. He's going to have to go to the Echo to try to help out. It's definitely going to help out against Dart as well.
Nylon. Aggressive comp coming from BC. They know that. Oh, another flare. Oh. Violet? We should add. Yeah, we should add this word on Webster's dictionary as two meanings. One, of course, for the better. Two, gets caught and dies off camera somewhere.
It's without a doubt the most entertaining support player that we've gotten.
That's the third, okay. But still, Apai was off a lot more, and the Terra Surge is good from Bernard. He has Dart available, but won't use that barrage. Save that for the next fight. It's almost like a start button. You lose Violet 45. Oh, let's go. It should be manageable.
It's fantastic stuff. Really nice Terra Surge there from Bernard too, and just really strong at holding points. Flora with the sneak.
Yeah.
Happy birthday to the ground.
Spray. Oh, really coming towards the left of where ZETA was watching. A lot more towards the right here. Minute. Luisa just burns. BC is still alive with the Immortality field, keeping everyone alive. Flora elsewhere is just going to do other work. Getting the pylon first and asking your teammate, where'd you guys go? I was just doing pylon work.
Flora gets caught.
So that's exactly what he'll pay for it. Pylon's important, but if you lose the team fight. But they got 80% done, PC.
Yeah, Vex gonna try to set up a Flux into a Captive Sun very likely. It's one of the best ways to try to get value out of Captive Sun.
And this map gets so many into that Flux. Every Sun first, Lego. Here's the beat. Alpha-E with the Flux of his own. That combo from Groom, Lego. Not work. A full counter by ZETA.
Yeah. It's a little embarrassing when the Echo just does your ultimate better. It's a little bit rough there. Violet gets a kill too late onto Darts. Dart's gonna have to switch off of this Pharah. Gonna go over to the Echo of their own. Gonna need the fight win if they want to extend the map. But Vec has made a lot of compositional changes. They're gonna be behind the 8 ball in a lot of these ults.
Running in overtime. Groom back in Diva. With the rush from Finn, ZETA still wants to go at it. Down. 2 low members for Dart. Hold on, ZETA with Flora.
I have no idea how Bernard's still alive. Just absolutely none. What PO, what retreat.
I thought Groom was holding this position. But in fact, it was Bernard and Flora. With that pulse, I think, just hit the nail in the coffin. ZETA takes game 1. And the Terra down to the abyss. Love it.
Yeah, so despite Violet dying first and alone 3 times in a row, ZETA Division will come back and win that after some small comp changes. VC now knows kind of maybe what's... Yeah, this is a great Terra Surge. knows the composition perhaps that ZETA wants to run, but this is going to be... We're going to go to Village, so I think ZETA's going to try to force the May again. Yeah, just use that grasp to get so much health. Okay, so ZETA was... They were floating on the May, but instead, just going to go typical.
Yeah, dark.
VC going to try it. I thought ZETA was going to try it again with Alpha E. Yes, they did in the first stage, but...
Matra. Ramcom. Some potential on this map, Laura.
This is a composition that really wants control of the point. They really want to win first fight.
Yes, certainly right. Ramatra coming back into the point can be tough, but that pick off. Yeah, first blood. Minute very low, second kill. Root is there, but will be lacking some damage now. One. Trade. Bernard just doing his duty. And that's first fight win for ZETA, something that you warned, and VC cannot get the first fight win.
It's just a composition that's set up to block people off with the wall, to get your turrets up in position, and then when the other team tries to put some aggression onto your squad or your position, then to get a teleporter for a flank or a counter aggression or just a fake teleporter. So they're going to give it another go here. You don't really want to be switching comps too often. And it can, I mean, the Beam team is really good against Bernard's
heal. Oh, that was so quickly done. The build was out so early. ZETA is going to look for this turnaround, but Lego, that sound barrier, they overextend a little too far. There's a flip.
I should be able to grab it. I mean, you just saw the aggression just go right onto Bernard, and with May and Sim there, like, that is just a ton of damage that you're going to be able to put on the D.Va. Matrix doesn't block everything.
Not forever. And of course, not everything. In Violet. Ready for the flip. With the Matrix, Jinsung up. Sound barrier from Violet is good. The rush. See the combo. Still good defense with the Blizzard up. Laura, 2 HP recalls. Close.
Yeah, nice melee confirm. I don't know if that's really where you want to be fighting a Lucio. Just highly get beat up.
Side. Block. At the flip, but forced to be off. The ice ball to isolate.
Yeah, good job.
Has to pop it. Long dragged out fight.
So much stronger when you have control of the points because, you know, you've got the AoE damage obviously from Ramatra, but just the moment that anyone steps 2 feet in front of their team or a support, they're going to get walled off and completely isolated. Like, the wall is the perfect size. The Symmetra turrets are super annoying. You saw it put damage down onto Flora. So
really well placed with the Pokemon barrier. Oh, Dart. Early pick here as Bernard just sweeps through. Down barrier. They wanted to finish, but that was only on 3 after losing 2. Just before 90%. That is going to put a stop to that percentage control.
And not the best barrier in the world. Meanwhile, on the other side of things, Violet will have a barrier of their own, very likely, through this fight, given how Violet's able to charge sound barriers so quickly. Also have to keep an eye out for Alpha E, one of the better echoes at getting the ultimate of whoever he chooses to copy. So you might even see like a May copy, because Blizzard could lock out this one.
Oh yes, Alpha E. Certainly locking anything, and this beam. Getting one done, Bernard up on top, and it actually drops. Catches minute.
Don't often see those used, you know, without just trying to remake, but sometimes you can still get it. A good position on it. Now ZETA Division has got themselves in a great position to be able to close out this map. Both support ultimates up. Alpha E still with dupe.
Yeah, that was echo push, basically. Not really having to use much of the resource from ZETA. Yeah, potentially Blizzard and Matrix. Up on top of the teleporter. for the overtime contest. The rush and the sound barrier. ZETA wants to end this right here, right now. There's a pick on Jinsong. No Matrix and minute gone. There's a quick fight. Finish. The 2-0 score. Blizzard's down, but no members of BEC are alive, and that was eaten.
Yeah.
I believe from Bernard.
Well, you had two divas on the field. I think it's just a really smart copy too from Alpha E to be like, well, what's the only way we lose this is if we get blizzarded or some giant ultimate comes through, and with two defense matrices they just blanket the points. It's not gonna happen, and yeah, just great copy, great play, and nice sound barrier. Got 5. The sound barrier efficiency was clutch. It was huge.
Yeah, pick map 1. BC for the Shrine had some trouble coming in, and Village, I like the fact that they were trying Mace Symmetra. It does work on that specific map.
Yeah, it's a great map for it.
Mm-hmm.
I noticed what is great about this though is like this in stage 1, what we would have seen is like 100-0, 100-0, right? Between teams of this different talent level, but I know it's like a small consolation that VEC is still in it. They were like a fight away from winning Village, then you never know. Control is a little bit different that way though. I mean, so it can be volatile, and some teams have taken some maps that they necessarily shouldn't have, but ZETA picked it up towards the end. The ultimate efficiency coming out with the barriers and just getting a little bit more from their echo play. Just a more talented team. VEC showing some flashes, and they will have next map choice.
Oh yes, they will have the map choice, and we'll talk a lot more over Overwatches coming from ZETA Division versus VEC after a couple of minutes. back, everyone. All the Overwatch fans around the world. It's me, G-Clef with Hex. Going to second map, Suravasa. Whole lot of Suravasas today. EC DAEJEON pick. And ZETA division. That was a clean 2-0. I think they want to focus a little more on what they want to do for this match. And also maybe some experimental picks, even. I think there's potential.
Maybe. Suravasa is a map that they picked a couple times, so it's not super surprising. You know, it's just a very popular map type in Korea. Teams just like the honesty of just straight up fighting with each other, which is great. I thought we might see like New Queen Street, which is a pocket pick they've pulled out. I think it's been played only once, and it was played by VEC, and they won it. So I mean, they can play Junker Queen on that. So the Junker Queen Venture style stuff is something that we've seen. We might still see it on Suravasa. We saw it more on, I believe, New Junk City earlier, but definitely a style that teams have shown and have been playing. Yeah, it was either going to be this or probably Circuit Royale, which is also a map that BEC likes to go to and likes to play that Widow Venture style on. So one of those two. I mean, if they lose Suravasa, we might see Circuit Royale. Those have been kind of the picks that they've been favoring.
Yeah, a lot of Circuit Royale from VC. Actually, that's the only escort that they have been preferring to play. Oh, quick music! I like it. Let's bring up the energy. Here comes Flashpoint. Suravasa will be the second map. VEC's map choice. Looking at this humidity, I can feel it.
The question is if VEC is going to run anything a little bit off here. Mostly I'm thinking like Dart on Venture. But it does seem like... well, it's hard to tell until the very end. It's also, you know, a map we mentioned too, that midpoint, the mid-fight can really go with poke. And mostly I feel it favors double flex a lot too. So that's what ZETA Division, I think ZETA Division has the best double flex support line in the entire tournament. And they're gonna flex it here. Yeah. But you're able to get Violet on the Illari and Finn on the Ana, and it's just a lot of healing and damage.
Yeah, this
Mostly
is surprising. Dark might have a tough time because this Cassidy is one of the scariest Cassidy in Korea. There's Flora. The map where he... Oh, first cap already, they just couldn't go up. Island destroyed, so that will be
They've been pushed out. They've been getting pushed out by Gurum. And just, yeah, haven't been able to really find an entrance. Bernard's been having to really peel for this team.
Dangerous moments there. Where really has to keep this Cassidy out with the E-Matrix. Well, but instead, Bernard. Grim's on defensive mode, taking care of the others, but Bernard has been doing extra miles.
Yeah,
there's darts.
Bernard got a little tired of
just letting him go. Okay.
Yeah, that's fine. Bernard got just a little tired of just sitting back there holding Matrix. So the moment that Gurum stepped forward to try to get some damage done, he just went a hunting on his own. Gurum's gonna have to reset here off the map.
Yeah, you can't really... That was the only way, as no one was hitting him. 92, 93, Alpha E Flora. Close, Lego Sound Barrier. Oh, 62.
Oh, the Nano Diva should be the next play. I mean, the Nano's going to be the huge advantage that ZETA has.
AV call, no pulse yet. Rocked. A lot of ultimates coming online in just a few seconds. Media captain stun from Violet. The moment he had it.
Yeah, it's just in the back line. Finds a nice angle for it.
False.
It's fine.
Hey, again the definition. It's Him dead. The other 4 are alive.
Yeah, it doesn't
Zeta.
matter. They are going to be slower to points and slower for rotations, though, because Violet is... Well, never mind.
Lucio
Violet
now.
will...
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. So
I guess that's
makes
why
sense.
he
I mean,
immediately pressed the Q.
Perhaps. Also, I mean, Alari is just really good on that first point. There's also another point. There's a couple other points where you can run Alari on this map. But yeah, gonna get the speed boost. Try to let the DPS make some plays here. Bernard still has self-destruct, so a second life button.
Or did I? There's Afai! Grabbing minutes! The Tracer duel. Zombie from Lego. Wants to contest this 45. Dart!
Yeah, very nice. Dart's gonna get 2. It's not Zeta is just on stall. If they have anyone alive, they're just gonna try to stall the point here. Get as much percentage as possible. Don't think that Eva's gonna live for an hour.
Flip. You see, 26%. Not much for the first cap of Zeta.
It's still not bad. I mean, then, you know, it puts you one long fight away from winning it. I mean, the percentage ticks up so fast in Flashpoint. Pretty neutral fight here. I mean, you're gonna have Jinsung with the
Rush coming soon.
Rush, but it can be used very defensively on Flashpoint. You can just drop it on the point, and even if the other team vacates, that's fine. You can use it as a zoning ult and use it to heal extra fast as well.
We end up with a mirror comp with the second point. 64.
Violet
65.
Just
The
covered
numbers.
25% of his barrier.
It's coming. There's a rush. And the beat from Violet. Counter. Flora. And a Pulse Eden. Good catch by Bernard. Again and again, Jinsung with the headshot. That will add an extra, but VC has lost the fight already. He's trying to do what he can. Minute. Taken out by Flora at the end. Just the sound barrier.
Keep themselves one fight away. Violet again, a little aggressive on that sound barrier. I did hold my breath for just a minute. So he was out there, not quite touching the ground as fast as I would have liked. VC is going to have a sound barrier of their own. I mean, the onus is really going to be on VC to make Zeta use as many ults as possible. They're going to have 4 up at the very least. And then the problem is, even if they win this fight, like, Zeta should have barrier for the next fight because Violet charges it so quick.
They're coming. Violet just used his barrier last fight. Already up to 69, 70.
You might get it this fight.
I think that's what they're looking for. Also VC. Got the duplicate. Almost 5 up for Zeta. 99. Ziva. Extra Tracer from Apai. Really sound barrier up from Lego. Violet trying to respond after.
He does.
Response. A lot better in timing and.
Looks the server crashed.
No! What?
I haven't seen that in quite a while.
Yeah, I saw a few heroes just going straight forward, and then I thought, and then
Yeah, I knew immediately that's. I'm like, oh, that's something has gone a little bit bonkers when the animation stopped going forward. But maybe we can reset this map state of two points.
There was. I don't know.
Yeah,
if that happens, I believe it's a rematch on the same map.
Maybe. Yeah,
I don't think they go back
know.
to. I mean, if there was a strict ref with the according to the rule book, maybe the rule book that we want to state is 2-1 on the flashpoint. 2-0 on the flashpoint, right? I believe
Yeah.
Zeta got the first one too. But I believe if that happens, we just redo the entire map. Because this did happen a couple of times for Japan, and it wasn't exactly the same case. Very similar.
Mm-hmm.
But it's incredibly rare to because they're all playing LAN and on the Korean server, I believe.
Well, the
We'll have an
players look
update?
about as happy as I do right now.
I don't have you on camera, but I can see you.
You can hear it. It's been a pretty rough night as far as getting through some of these games.
Yeah, especially the tech issues. There are some days. I mean, we're still in the middle of third or fourth match for a lot of these Korean teams. So got 2 more weeks to go.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, that's not really on the that's not on the venue or anything. This is not like, an audio issue or something. This is the server issue. So hopefully it can be resolved.
Yeah, I know. I was there at Japan with Wolf. It's okay. I know what happened, but this is a different settings. That's what I meant, because they're all here, and of course Japan. We had players playing from lots of different places. One from NA, one from Australia, one from Europe.
Right. That makes much more sense that something
Yes.
would happen there. It's just, yeah, but actually seeing the game just straight up crash was a little bit disconcerting.
Yeah, I think it has to be the server issue, not the game client, because everyone just DC'd, right? At the same time.
Mhm. Yeah.
Worst case scenario, we have this game going on tomorrow.
The worst case on worst
Hopefully
case
not.
Ontario.
Let's think about the worst case possible. I mean, we were talking last trains, and people might be checking their last train schedules.
Yeah. Well, I mean, we'll let you guys know if we get any updates or anything, but right now we are about as informed as you are. The server crashed. Optimism still in the stands, though. That's about it.
Server issue. Fans still loving it in their seats.
Skill issue. Skill issue.
Wait, what a moment. I don't... Did we... Hey, Hex, I know you casted a lot more Korea than I did, even in Stage 1. Did we ever have this sort of moment from Korean Day? I don't think so, right? I think this is the first.
I think this is the first server crash.
Yeah, I think this is straight up everyone out from the game.
Yeah, I mean, we've had, just random tech issues. Usually it's just, headphone issues or something, which I don't know. I'm starting to blame the players for that stuff. I don't know what they're doing to their headsets, but treating them roughly, because it's been, audio issues constantly. I'm
still blaming Timo for that.
Yeah.
Right.
But no, I don't think we've seen the server straight up crash, but...
It's rare for the Korean server, especially with it's literally just 1-digit ping. It's usually less than 10 milliseconds for the ping, because the server is so close, and South Korea, it's not too far away. Even if you go to the island, I've checked from Jeju Island, it was almost 18, 19 ping.
Right. Well, also you guys have fantastic internet infrastructure, so is that as well.
Yeah.
I always get jealous of seeing the speed tests there. It's always
speed
nice.
Tests usually, if I go for some type of YouTube video or Netflix download, just to keep it on my iPad for the flight, about 120 to, if I get a good day on an afternoon, 140 megabytes per second. It's really fast.
Oh, that's not as overpowering as I thought. Mine is not.
Well,
that
I only pay
my
about
uploads
$25 a month, so it's not the best that you can get from the house.
Yeah. You're not going the gigabit style. So I think we're gonna go to a short break and see if these servers resolve themselves. Hopefully, this one's out of our hands.
I hope it's a short break, but we will be back, and hopefully with a good news, guys. We'll take a break, and you guys should make sure to stretch and get some rest, because I don't know how long it's going to take. But
hydrate and posture check
after that time, sometime.
와! 정타! 야, 정타! 와! 체크메이트 쇼입니다. 와, 멋지네요.
제8전 이렇게 되면은 뭐 어차피 스태분이 나눠 한번 쓴 거니까 배당은 우리가 나눠로 가면 된다는 말씀하셨는데 그렇죠. 시간이 좀 아깝죠.
그래도 맥이 잡았어요.
자, 페이스 측면까지 가나요?
설마 페이스가 직결 채우나요?
측면까지 가야 돼요. 부산 거 해야 돼요.
95, 97, 98, 99, 100.
집결!
승리의 집결. 이거 좋습니다.
집결이.
아니, 힐맨. 아니, 지금 끝나요.
아, 페이스 지금 앞에 정리해야 되는데, 근데 이거 맥키가!
맥키입니다. 이겼죠.
네, 이겼죠.
이건 이겼죠.
질 수가 없죠.
질려야 질 수가 없죠. 자, 올드오션 노인과 바다 결국 한 점 따냅니다. 진영국에 되는 건 밥 차이가 좀 많이 나네요.
네, 그리고 앞으로 호응해 주려고 땡기다가 우리하다 갈 수 있는
지금 우리가 뭘 보는 거예요? 이거 시간 몇 킬로예요, 이거?
지금
뭘 보는 거예요? 한 번도 안 멈추는데요?
이거 이제국 배다 이제국 집결 오기 전에
왔어요.
근데 공학이 갔어요. 수면 총도 빠진 거 들었죠.
그러면 보는 겁니다. 이렇게 말이죠. 밥과 함께 든든하게 밥 던지고
3점 이거 끝났어요.
이거는
이거
것도 없습니다.
예.
안타깝지만 저항할 수 있는 방법이 없습니다.
없어요.
이렇게 3점까지 들어가고 있는데요. 1초는 더 시간 투표해죠. 이렇게 마무리됩니다. 잠시 봐줍니다. 대치가 좀 안 되고 있습니다. 계속 밀어요.
이거 뭐 석양으로 견딜 수는 있지만 이거 나노 태양장군 당연지기는 약간 무리가 있어 보이는데요.
자, 프리스타일이 들어갑니다.
여기에 태양장군까지 그러니까 한빈이 약간 디바라서 들어오는 걸 걷어내고 딜라인을 잡아내고 그렇게 가능했는데 시그마는 그게 비교가 안 될 수밖에 없어요 지금.
해적단의 이 속도 뭡니까?
WCS에서 이제 날개를 좀
그렇죠. 어째 또 잡았어요. 나이프가 없습니다. 이거 안 되겠는데요? 제우쇼. 아니 제우쇼 무슨 마치 막을 수가 없습니다.
오버워치의 미래는 밝습니다.
예, 아직도 우리나라에서 유망주들이 이렇게 터져나옵니다. 저희가 좀 어렵고 그래도 집결. 집결.
복지 왔어요. 나는 프라우드.
아직 모른다.
근데 밟아야 돼요. 근데 제우가 캐치가.
아니 그 벌스가. 아니 무슨 똥커 싸움이 있네요. 잔뜩 끊어치고. 야.
stop me now. No one can stop me now.
Thanks for the wait. Everyone, we're back. I'm G-Clef. I'm still here, alive, along with Hex, who's still alive. I know it's morning. Sun
Not sure.
should be coming up. I'm
Really not sure.
Okay. I'm still
Yeah, so I'm in purgatory
at least
at some
conscious. So what's been happening? We actually created a lobby again. We are in the game currently, but because ZETA already got the point, was almost getting a second point, but was unsure. So we're in the game. We're in the process of getting this in. ZETA will have 1 point going into the second point. And ZETA will take position, and VEC will be starting from the respawn. Will be where we are going to be unpausing the game. So we'll be in the game, kind of like the situation that we had before the crash happened. So that's why it took extra minute to get into the game. I'm pretty sure they have been paused at that moment. So I think that's pretty fair from how. But thanks for the page. Thanks for the page. Thanks for the wait, everyone. I know it took some extra time.
Yeah.
Oh, yes,
it's the best we can do. We don't have like a restart from replay necessarily,
we
so
don't
it's the
have
best. All the fun toys that we used to have. So it's the best we can do, and both teams agree on it. So that's it.
Yeah, both teams agreed. That's all that matters.
That's the point of sportsmanship and competition. So momentarily, once that's explained to, I believe, every other audience, then we'll get into it. Still, ZETA was, pretty far ahead. I think they're going to be in position to get the point. So, yeah, just want to jump back into it as soon as possible. And fingers crossed for no more tech delays here.
Please, fingers crossed.
I spent the break watching a video about the most devastating volcanoes in history. So, man, I don't know where my head's at tonight.
Okay,
I'm in an apocalyptic mood, apparently.
Hey, we went through Samoa already, so it's... there's a lot of post-apocalyptic.
I'm just digging natural disasters. That's what pauses. That's the mindset.
Well, we talked about global warming and earthquakes, and I think your brain just followed the train of thought into eruptions.
which is weird that my brain follows any sort of cohesions train of thought, especially as over caffeinated as I feel right now. Just ping ping pong.
Yes, I literally have my coffee on the left just in case of
We're
this
going
happening.
in. I'm told.
We're going
Here
in.
We are. Yes.
Second point on Suravasa. ZETA on the point already, as you can see, captured, and VEC coming from the spawn. So ZETA was in better position, so they will have the first capture. Let's see, same comp from both. Back in, let's get our hype pants back on.
Full on neutral right now for both squads. No ultimates online. It's going to be pulse bombs online first because it builds super fast. So we've seen both of these tracers make enormous plays for their squad, but ZETA Division just holding right now. Counting up. I mean, at 60%, if they win a single fight, they're going to win the second fight.
Yeah, it was neutral. Minute dart ready. The pulse bomb from Flora. Starts duplicate just before going down. There's a sound barrier. Violet does it again. Lego has his own now.
Is Bernard going to get a remake? Bernard's going to remake.
But Flora, both DPS gone from ZETA, VEC. With not much spent, actually, in this fight. 99%. ZETA will have almost point, but not yet. VEC with that turn, but without the sound barrier used, that's huge.
Critical, yeah. That's really nice for Lego to be able to get to that sound barrier, not panic, and not use it. Like I said, the VEC did upgrade and add to their support line, and just small plays like that really do show. And I think it's been one of the reasons why they've been playing a lot closer than they did in the first stage. I know even when they're not winning maps or matches, they've been much more competitive.
Go to that 99 once again. Rush early from Jinsong. Coming to the point, so contested 54. Responding with the Lego. Here it is. That's the big tool. Minute going into Violet. Lucia for ZETA. Want to save for that last point push, but already 73%. Don't know if they can come back in time if this fight goes on long. Hold on. Minute down. ZETA?
Did get the
they do this.
I got the remake. Too late. It's too late to get your duplicate onto Alfie or onto Kiriko because it was supposed to save Bernard, I believe.
99 to 99. Respawn should come in soon enough. Violet's already back. Explosion.
Violet pull it off. Violet at 97. He's got feet ready.
No, he goes down! That's the biggest HX for Violet. It's 99 to 99. Lego also down. Double? Well, 21 Tracer now, minute dead. This is hectic. Everyone just coming back to the spawn. Some more control from ZETA. Art back in position. No duplicate anymore. Flip for ZETA. Tested. Back to Nar. Fighting his spot. Getting the heal back on. 99 to 99 contested. ZETA in control. Violet should be back. Now Dark going for the assassination, but he'll pay his life for it.
Turn the tide.
That is just going to be it. After all that neutral. Then I get the second point.
Violet is my favorite player. You just never know what to expect. And even after that Ajax, about 50% on the next sound barrier.
That just has to be Violet.
It's just my favorite player. I love being surprised, and Violet
max
never fails to
entertainment.
surprise me.
And they still came out on top. That's the thing. ZETA somehow managed it. 2-0. You see? We'll have the sound barrier if they want to engage. Test it at the point. With the rush from Jinsung. Responding. But again, there's that pulse bomb. Lego doesn't want to spend this one, as for the next fight, the sound barrier should be matching for Violet, as that was a clean wipe for ZETA.
I mean, it's really just the damage healers are putting out a lot more right now, and I think the tide actually turned with Dart going for the assassination on Alpha Yi in the previous fight, and Alpha Yi spotted it, was able to just sidestep the stickies and get the 2v1 onto Dart, and ever since then it's been Flora and Alpha Yi just getting the better of it. Bernard's been really good at the hunt down. Violet does have a sound barrier up. It's about one fight away. Just look how fast it goes up and how long it takes to walk back.
Yeah, this last point. Sound barrier. Violet response. That's to duplicate Alpha Yi early up. Pulse bomb for a minute. Back on Violet. Perfect target. Dart. So here we go. Good. Still not done. Still not over. 86 and building up. Still a lot of members left.
Dark got Alpha Yi. I mean, I think Flora's gonna try to contest this, but play a little bit passive.
Gonna go for a minute first. Chase 99% still on this. Flip. Not come through.
Oh,
Flora trying to one-man this.
I mean, he's not trying. He did. 3 kills. That's enough for me to call it. Like, that's insanity.
Okay, I'm voting for my MVP now. I'll just do it.
The 1v1 Tracer was good enough. Then he comes back, and it's a nice little track onto the Echo, dodging the beam, and then the stick onto the Kiri. So nice. I don't know if I'm going to join you in the vote.
You wait a little bit.
I'm
just feeling.
You know what? Here's the thing. I don't even remember who did what in map 1 now. It feels like so long ago.
Nepal.
I know what map it was.
Flora played some Cassidy, I believe, or was that also Suravasa?
True.
I don't recall much of what happened in Nepal anymore. Yeah, we had Bernard Orisa. I know that for sure.
Yeah. Okay. So I know that ZETA won it. Flora, obviously, that's a killer play right there. That the 3-person play. I mean, it's always nice when you cap it off with a pulse bomb too, especially on a support. So sure. I mean, your player of the match is already registered in there. We'll see. We've got some more Overwatch to go. Yeah, I mean, it really was just individual differences there from the damage dealers. I've mentioned that Minute and Dart can play up to a high level, but Alpha Yi and Flora on a whole different level. And what's interesting too is like, not so much Alpha Yi, but Flora was regarded as a pretty inconsistent player, that he could have matches. But, also Alpha Yi and Florida always felt like guys who were never put in a position to really succeed. And now that the rosters have been forming, organically a little bit more than they were in the Overwatch League. You're seeing players play with people that they like, respect, and trust, and the consistency has been there for Flora and Alpha E since they've joined Zeta Division.
Yeah, that's Zeta Division now, and that's one of the core power in the team. The DPS lineup is just so strong, Flora and Alpha E. I wish we just go straight into map number 3, but we do have to go to a small break. Potential last map of the day. Let's see what happens. Hey, beautiful. Welcome back, everyone, to potentially the last map. Is Eichenwald VEC chosen Hex first Eichenwald of Korea? Is it true?
I'm pretty certain, yeah. Again, I could be forgetting stuff. You know, it's hard when the time zones are a little bit different for me, but memories don't necessarily get locked in as hard. But I don't recall seeing any Eichenwald. Well, definitely not yesterday, and I don't think in the first 3 days. So
yeah, maybe not in Korea. We had one in Japan about 3 days ago.
No, because it's mostly been it's been Paraíso, Kings Row, a few Blizzard Worlds, but I don't think there's been any Eichenwald. But you know, I could be wrong on that. Just kind of scrolling up
to the
through my
castles.
info sheets. And none of the teams who played tonight played Eichenwald, so that's 6 teams out of 8.
8. Yes, we know there are 8 teams. I still say 9 teams, but
yeah.
need to get used
so
to
unless Crazy Raccoon or Falcons played Eichenwald, then we haven't. This would be the first. So this is VEC's map pick. Maybe just trying to get something different going on here. You know, like I mentioned, VEC has tried to run a Venture before, so maybe that works on the first map. But I think once you get to the second point, you almost have to run a Diva, almost have to run a Winston, something like that for the high ground. To try to
a
get
lot
through.
more Winston, I think, depending on the support comp. You just jump up and sneak peek, just hide behind the wall, or stay on top, or drop down, depending on which side you're on. And there goes Winston. That has
Probably
been real for Eichenwald. Yes.
Probably see Echo or Farah. I mean, it's just been such a good pick for most teams here, and also, you know, has that verticality.
Some Ash
Yeah,
potential,
and perhaps
some
Ash.
teams actually. I heard some teams are practicing Cassidy. Maybe not for the first point, but starting for the second point and on.
Okay. I mean, if you can get Cass in position, the problem is, like, you're going to be outranged for a while from an Ash from the high ground. But I mean, if you could hit like the double planks, then it's still decent. It's not super outranged where you have to hit like 4 shots.
Yeah, but we're talking Flora when we talk about Cassidy, so I do have full trust in the output numbers that he can provide at milliseconds of those headshots. It's been a long night, so players do come early, even if you're playing for the last match. You have to get ready for the broadcast matches, so I think it's about their stamina now, also not just from their ability in the game.
I mean, that ends up being a skill too, you know.
Yeah, it is.
You know, as much as no one likes a long break, it's no one's fault. But we were talking a little bit, and doing nothing really takes the energy out of you. You know, so we've had longer nights on broadcast, and that's fine, but they're going to map 5s and stuff. Sitting around waiting to play is, you have to mentally recover from that. Rowdy's ready.
Oh yes, the energy is fully there. It's about 11 p.m. in Korea, which is gamer time, so no one should technically be tired. But if you're playing on stage, matches that count, especially if you are not really doing what you wanted in front of the fans, it can get you stressed out. So here's VEC defending first. They chose the map and the side.
Well, thank you, admins, for getting us into games quickly. That's going to be the perfect placement anti. Unless he gets beaten up. No, hits Finn. So, hey, free 5%.
Yeah, there's a free. And there's Cassidy. Oh, some switches coming from ZETA. Alpha back on Farah and Finn. Very full aggressive here from ZETA.
The double flex.
ZETA.
As I mentioned, ZETA is probably, you know, uniquely in position to run a double flex on most maps. This is actually a good map to run double flex on. You're just trying to poke in through the point. The pylon's going to keep everyone off.
A lot of damage done, but no one, luckily for VC, lost Dart. Barely hanging by 1 HP. It's all about the attack. ZETA, they will have the respawns coming faster.
Violet barely lives. Finn went down. I believe there ended up being a anti from Jinsung that got them both. Finn died, Violet stayed alive, and that will be first cap for ZETA.
Yeah, look at that pylon on the payload. And the respawns are coming for the extra delay, but it's going to be inevitable here at their first point. Finally from ZETA, over 5 minutes. That was a pretty good time bank. Maybe a swap in. Some of the hero swaps should be coming through ZETA, or if they want the kit.
Violet's going to stay on this for sure, because you can just put the pylon right outside the archway, and then, you know, any sort of possibility of getting held at the choke goes away.
Minute up here with the Ash. Still willing to contest. Okay, they do have a lot of ultimate coming soon. Captain. And that blows up Minute.
Oh, that opens things up for Alfie and the other side of things too. Minute was going to be the hardest counter he ran into.
Alpha, he's trying to cover the other angle because you can't block all the angles. Doesn't have the rally out from Lego.
Stunned. Lives through it.
He was isolated alone because everyone's just stuck in the middle. What a shot from Alpha E there. Lego taken down. And that is payload ongoing towards the bridge.
Vec has just not been able
to
find the last bits of damage they need. Alfie got stunned and was down to about 10 HP because he got bashed, I believe, by the Brig rally. Before that, you know, we saw Finn go down to an anti-Violet, was at about 20 HP, and they couldn't find the kills. I mean, they are so close to getting the second kills that would win them these fights.
Rush left and purple. They have the Immortality Field saving him. The Matrix.
That's a Nano Tracer that just gets deleted.
ZETA, that was only with the Matrix up. No Barrage, no Deadeye. Still got the explosion. Pylon down, but lost Jinsung for that. And more, Flora! Ooh, what a shot from Minute from the side. I'll bring things up, but this payload's pushing, no one...
It's close. It's gonna touch, but it's not gonna be awesome. Minute's gonna
from
have
the back.
More. It's not enough.
Flora wins the fight.
These strings are kicking in.
With 2 dead, can you really keep this up? For him. Eva can hold a little bit. Eva and Brig. Here we go. Left. No dead DPS yet to come from the respawn. It'll take some time. And the damage has been done. That's a second point.
When everything breaks down like that strategy-wise and it just gets really scrappy, then you're always going to favor the team with just the straight-up stronger roster. And you saw his shots being hit, people at low HP getting healed up, and ZETA Division pulls that one out. In the end, Dart ended up being on card about 3 different times and got killed 3 different times by different players. So ZETA Division does a good job and end up holding on to some of these ultimates too.
Point. 4 ultimates. They're just keeping a lot of these. Pylon ready. Fire from the dynamite by looking at Dart. People taken down with the Matrix up. Jinsung. Field saving. Laura, there's a barrage. 3 men down. That's a 4th, and Dart is just coming from the respawn. They might just put them in.
It's a big ass from Darts. They're gonna switch to some stall heroes. They switch to a Lucio, switch to a Venture.
Immediate recall. That's a self-destruct from Benar. Pylon down, super close, 2 meters out. The 3rd point, Dart. Back from the side, there's a stick, but he goes down instead. 3-man down. Again, VEC. Mech, Lego down, Kurum down. There's no one else. VEC cannot hold this 3rd point. ZETA with the 3-0, 2:39 on the clock.
It's a hard map to finish, and they did so with plenty of time left on it. One thing I learned about Eichenwalde is that there's a lot of really good pylon spots. Violet seemed to really get a ton of value out of that pylon. And that's the kind of hero that you want to play if you're Violet, because Violet's got that god tier aim. So just don't have to focus on healing, a little spot healing here and there. Minute had a nice little run here, but eventually was cleaned up. Alfie and Flora continue to just absolutely pound.
Yeah. As you can see, Flora's scarcity is just... literally play that anywhere.
Pretty good.
And we'll still come up on top. Wonder how VEC will approach their attack now. Have to go all the way with some time bank. Then?
Yeah, who knows?
Oh, Moira. Okay. Okay, I wasn't excited for Moira. I was just saying.
I think you were. We've got receipts. We've got receipts.
Silence. You see Widow, Y Fever, Merce, Mercy. Okay, switches to Tracer. If you were pull and the switch,
you're just going for the shot.
Dash.
It's the pedal boosted Widow shot. That's and especially when you know that Alfie is probably going to be up there trying to get something going on the far edge. It's not a bad gambit to take.
He's on the ground. Ground Pharaoh is the best. least with the team.
Yeah, it's easy to heal with a Moira when you're on the ground.
Of course, not in this game. Stop chuckling. Flora with the Ash this time, not Cassidy.
Yeah, Vesta is just running a very, very pure version of dive here. Still kind of just taking their time, trying to just hope that Minute gets a pick.
And be aggressive, Lego. Steps out. Dive pressure. Ooh, taking a lot of damage. Trying to take him out. Alpha E is successful. Flora does the other job.
Yeah, he's cranked in a lot of directs, but then Flora comes in, gets a couple of shots. I mean, it's been pretty one-sided here.
Yeah, this neutral and the team wipe. That's a few minutes gone off the clock already. BC Dart.
So
called there.
The real question is, can BC get anything done with probably the nano that they're going to do? I don't expect them to nano the Tracer again. The damage has been too high. The nano has to go in on Guro.
It's gotta be the Winston. And maybe we take down Alpha E. They're
setting it up.
Window up available for Finn. There they go. Winston stepping in. The nano and push. To the point. Getting some ticks.
What a great window positioning too. Like Winston can't just hang out there now, so like the nano gets no value.
Ooh. Good trade, DC. Drop all the way.
Trying to push him out.
Who has some members?
He's gonna buy some time.
Someone's gotta be on the point. 30
Oh,
sleep
what
dart!
a great play. Just waiting on it.
And here we go, steps. Nicely done, Alpha E. Got back to the spawn. There's some ultimates. Rally. Dart down, no Terra Surge available now. And that should be the first point for VEC. Took them a long time, but finally done it.
So Vesta combining on that play is their support players, right? And I just want to hit home the point that I don't think that's a play Vesta makes in Stage 1, right? That is a brand new wrinkle to their game. Just have the wherewithal and the combination of the supports to hit the sleep and then the anti and get your Kiri up there to help you out with the finish. Like,
full damage.
The cool play from Vesta Esports.
Nano coming soon on Jinsung. Willing to use it, low HP. The other side, Matrix and the Matati field away from it. The catch.
Where is
Alpha E? Playing a different game?
Well, almost all of ZETA is on the cards.
It's all over the place.
Yeah, they've swapped positions, offense and defense, but 2.5 left as VEC continues to push. They were able to hold on to the nano.
And almost the loot box carried by the payload. That was funny. For a moment, Flora. This is a dangerous position to have this player up here. Put that away. Nano and Guro. Winston trying to be the win con. Move out of the way, that's one. Alpha E very low.
They do a great catch there. I don't know if there's enough peel now to keep. Well, yeah, there is. Violet comes back
that
in.
rage, but that would be the time. The push has been at least
stifled. We switching
the second point.
Yeah, switching. So it finds a window to switch. Yeah. It's also a lot easier to put pressure on this back line with a Tracer too. It's too much of a vulnerable target.
Dynamite. Some little pressured. Drop down from Flora. Still up here. That last hit. Ooh, good catch by Lego. On the switch. Still 4 men up. DC's got a minute.
That's gonna
Go
be a
and Lego
pulse
from the other
bomb.
side forces out the field. Finn's still alive. Great cover by Violet. Stick did not even need that.
The rally does come in though. Saves Violet from that stick. And now we're at 46 seconds, and it's going to have to be a pretty hard reset for BEC. They've got to get out. They only have one good fight left in them. That is doing a good job of trying to get some chase kills. Got to be careful though.
Oh, Shinsung. Kill plus. Oh, he dies. He falls here.
I think Finn just spawn camped with his amplification matrix.
Hello?
Got a minute.
There are fights everywhere. Well, they're now kind of gathered around the gates. 4 seconds. Finn!
Finn really wants
How
player
feel?
of the match. That's twice. That's twice he got minute on this spawn
But this payload's
camp.
pushing! Less members around. There's a Terra. But he will go down instead.
Trying to.
These members of ZETA.
They're just
Reaper.
Yeah, they're just trolling. A little bit trollerific.
Finally, everyone around, and that will put an end to the push of VSC. It is indeed the 3-1 victory on Eichenwalde and the 3-0 map score. ZETA will do it. A bit of a playful time at the end, but that will be the finishing score, 3-0 map score of the series.
Yeah, I think Finn is having a grand old time because we were on his camera for a second and I was like, okay, just kind of putting some pressure on, probably time to leave.
Huh?
I saw him go up those back stairs and then we were off the camera, but I heard the ultimate go down and a minute gets sniped. And then he doesn't even leave, he waits for a minute to get respawned again. A little bit of spawn camping, a little bit of shenanery, which isn't a word, but it should be. That's really endearing to me. I always like teams that will do stuff like that. You know, you kind of have it in the bag. I don't know. Some people might find it disrespectful. I find it entertaining. So, yeah, ZETA will take care of business 3-0. And they needed a 3-0. I mean, it helps their map differential. Player of the match. This one was a split decision. And I can see it either way.
Laura!
I'm telling you, Finn is gunning for player of the match. Some of the plays he made, and even going back to maybe like Nepal all the way back that, he was making some kind of goofy and really aggressive plays. But at the end of the day, Flora had the most recency bias with the 3-piece at the end of Flashpoint.
Suravasa.
Yeah.
Clutch.
It could have been Flora or Alpha Yi, because Alpha Yi's Pharah was hitting a ton of directs on Eichenwalde, but it's always easy to go for the boom boom damage for player of the match, and Flora lives up to the boom boom damage.
Yeah, also the Cassidy on Eichenwalde, I could see that. Not like a big moment with Deadeye or anything, but he was doing a great job just holding the point, pushing forward.
I voted for
overall,
Flora based on his 15 seconds of Reaper at the end of Eichenwalde. That's where I think
yes.
that's where he really shined.
But you voted 20 minutes ago.
No one knows that.
I might not be telling the truth. Of course, we always say the truth.
Yeah, Flora just played a very, very good Tracer throughout most of the match. You know, it's, you know, Tracer is something that's nice to be able to flex on, but Flora's Cass has been one of their best heroes for the last stage and this stage. When Cass was way more meta, Flora was absolutely crushing. I just remember they would just pick Coliseum and just pump him full of heals and all the support and all the shields he needed and just let Flora go nuts, and he's reliving it now.
Yeah. After all that, it is ZETA Division. With the interview, let's hear it from Quest with the transmissions.
Thank you very much, G-Clef. It's been a long night for sure, but we have the final POTM interview of the day. With ZETA Vision taking the 3-0 victory over Vec. We have the man of the hour himself. Please introduce yourself.
DPS 포지션 맡고 있는 플로라라고
This is
합니다.
Flora from ZETA Division.
네, 플로라 선수 반갑습니다. 자, 오늘 3대0 깔끔하고 화끈하게
clean
모든
3-0
세트 가져가면서 승리를 따냈는데요. 4연승입니다. 승리 소감도
And they're now
들어볼까요?
on a 4-match win streak. So how do you feel about the victory?
지금 4연승하게 됐는데
다음 주에 라쿤 남아 있어서
We face Crazy Raccoons next
깔끔하게
week.
5연승하고
So we
라쿤까지
want to
이겨보도록
finish
하겠습니다.
the week
오늘의
off
승리는
with the 5-match
원래 그냥 가져가는
win
거고
streak
다음 주 라쿤의 경기를 기대해
head
주시라고
into that
말씀을
match
해주셨어요.
against the
자,
Crazy
오늘
Raccoons.
경기도 완벽한 전략과 받아치기가 눈에 띄었던 경기였는데 오늘 상대 조합 어땠나요?
How do you rate the opponent's team comps
저희가
today?
대회를 다시 보기도 하고 해서 디바,
we
에포트레,
watched a lot of the
루츠, 나올 거를 좀 예상하긴
And we
했는데
expected
수라바사 때 제가 맞조합하자고 했는데 좀
we
불리한 조합을
expected
가져간
a
것 같아서
different
첫 싸움 때
type of team
잘
comp,
이겨서
but
피지컬
we ended
차이로
up
이겼던 것
facing
야,
a mirror
피지컬로
comp
극복하는 조합
on
차이라고
Iconvolve.
말씀을 해주셨어요. 자, 오늘도 우리 플로라
I
선수
think it
PO팀을
all
차지하게
came down to
됐습니다.
the mechanics.
메인 딜이면 메인 딜, 투섭 딜이면 투섭 딜까지 모든 조합을 완벽하게 소화하는 모습을 보여줬어요.
course,
그렇다면 오늘
proving himself
본인의
to be
컨디션은
flexible when it comes
오늘
to
컨디션
Zeta Division's team comp.
그냥
So
그랬던
how do
것
you feel
같은데 좀
about,
좋았는데 초반에는
how do you
중간에 수라바사 때
how were you
퍼즈 좀
feeling
길게 걸리고
in terms of your
집중력
own
좀 더 많이
performance and your
떨어져가지고
physical condition?
좀 아쉬웠던 것 같아요.
네,
And
하지만
I think I felt really good, but towards the end, I lost a little bit of the focus. So
이번에
that's a little bit disappointing.
스테이지 2에서 선보여지지 않았던 영웅들이 있잖아요. 이런 영웅들
There are a
하고
lot of
싶다.
heroes
이런 게
that
있나요?
that you haven't showcased yet on stage 2. Is there a
제가
certain
재밌어하는
hero
캐릭터는 다
that
나오는
you
것
want
같아서
to showcase later
좋은 것
on?
같아요 지금.
Right
딱히
now,
상관없다라고
I'm playing all the heroes that I
말씀을
want, so
플로라 선수가
it
가장
doesn't really matter.
좋아하는 그런 영웅은 어떤 건가요?
So what is your favorite hero
개인적으로
then?
트레이서 좋아합니다.
Personally,
그래서
Tracer
오늘
would be the top pick.
트레이서로 이렇게 또 멋진 활약을 보여주셨죠. 자, 그렇다면 마지막으로 팬분들께 한마디
And
하는
lastly,
시간 가져보기 전에 오늘
before
POTM
you
포즈에
say a
관객들이
few words to the
훌렁훌렁
fans,
했거든요. 그 POTM 포즈 자인가요,
Can you
타인가요?
can you tell us about the POTM
추천을
pose?
받았는데 나쁘지 않은데라고
I
생각해서
was
했었어요.
actually recommended that pose
굉장히
during
잘
the profile
나왔죠.
shoot, and
그럼
I
한번
thought,
보도록
hey, it's
할게요.
not bad, so I went with it. And will we see maybe a repeat?
네, 자 그렇다면 마지막으로 팬분들께도 한마디
And lastly,
부탁드립니다.
please say a few words to the
오늘 좀
fans.
퍼즐 길어져서 늦은 시간까지 봐주셔서 감사하고요.
I thank you for sticking it with
관객
us
속이
until
좀
the end.
덥다는 얘기를 많이 들었는데 응원해 주셔서
I heard that
감사드리고
it's a little bit warm in
조심히
the
들어가시길
crowd.
감사합니다.
So I hope everyone goes back home safe.
혹여나 더울까
And
이렇게
please
생각하는
continue to
마음까지
support
너무너무
us.
따뜻한 플로라 선수 만나봤습니다. 승리 다시 한번 축하드립니다.
Congratulations on your victory again.
네, 자 이렇게 오늘
And that is
마지막
it for
경기까지
the final
쭉
match
살펴봤습니다.
of the day.
다음 주는
And to close
더
us off,
재밌는 경기로
I'm
돌아올
going to send
텐데요.
it back
그렇다면
to
오늘
G-Club and
최종 경기
Hex.
결과 보고 가시죠.
Thank you, Quest, for the translations. 1-3, 1-3, 3-1. Been a tough night. And HaeJeokDan not really grabbing the win. Old Oceans. And I think they will have some more chances later on. And we will continue the story.
It kind of tracks with how we thought it would be. Poker Face, I think, didn't look as strong as I was expecting them to. Old Ocean looked stronger than I was expecting. Last match went down to, kind of a expected territory. ZETA Division right now currently at the top of the standings because Crazy Raccoon have yet to play. But right now at 4-0 with a +9 map differential. Crazy Raccoon, you would imagine, will retake that tomorrow. But yeah, for me, it's all about like the splits between 4 and 5. Whereas Poker Face, whereas Fnatic, I think we kind of know who the 3 bottom teams are going to be and who the top teams are. But still a lot of good Overwatch yet to be played. And then after we do all the group stages, we'll have seeding deciders, and then the seeding deciders get really interesting because the top seeds going forward will be able to pick control map. Control right now is randomly chosen, so which is another wrinkle in the competition.
Yeah, it's huge. And Control takes so much momentum, and there are some teams that just struggles on Control, and if you can select the map first, there's a lot less of a practice to worry about when you're having scrims or just going forward into the playoff.
Well, controls are different enough now where it is going to end up being a big advantage. Like, for instance, I think like Samoa plays way different than Lijiang Tower versus, and then that plays way different than Nepal. Like, so there is definitely some pretty big strategy in it. I don't think Ilios is in the pool, but even Ilios plays super different. So, yeah, Control's got its own weird meta and stuff like that. So it's it's definitely something to watch out for as we go forward in this tournament, but we are only on week 2, day 3. I mean, is there a particular match you're looking forward to tomorrow?
Right in the middle, 18:30. Crazy Raccoon versus the Team Falcons, a repeat of Stage 1 finals for Korea and also repeat of the Asia finals. It's been a lot of months since that time.
Yeah,
Also,
and they played in Dallas. I think they played twice in Dallas.
They did.
Yeah, Crazy Raccoon lost the first one, came back with the salty run back. I'm able to pull that one up. So that one's going to be great. Obviously, we know that one. That should be really interesting to see where Falcons is, because right now Crazy Raccoon looks like they are on a completely different planet than most other people playing Overwatch. But then I want to see Poker Face versus ZETA Division. I was a little bit underwhelmed with Poker Face tonight. I didn't think they played perfect or great by any means. And ZETA Division they took care of business against one of the weaker teams. So obviously that middle match is going to be sick. At the top of the day, we expect Fnatic to continue to take care of business after a rough 0-3 start because of a tough schedule. But those last couple matches should be very, very good.
Should be very good. And it's been a little longer. Hex, thanks for sticking until your sunrise. For sure. I'm sure it's been out there. It's been a little longer night in Korea. Do want to finish today with much love. Thanks you everyone for watching until the end. I know I do want to apologize once again for the extra delay that we had. Things do happen, unfortunately, but we got it through. But tomorrow's matchups, you certainly do not want to miss any of it. And some big matches coming up, and that one match might just decide the top placements, especially the top 3, really top 2 or top 3. So you have to make sure to watch it live tomorrow. It's been a pleasure, Hex, and for myself,
absolutely.
I think. Maybe we'll have one more minute before we sign out. And man,
well, I mean,
yes.
While we have a minute, thank you for production and admins and everyone for getting the games back on track. Obviously, no one wants pauses. No one wants servers to shut down in the middle of a map, but I think they handled it excellently. And always good to be part of a grand production and just casting some great Overwatch.
Yeah, Korea has been fun, and it'll just get better because we're still in week 2. We got weeks to go through seeding matches, playoff, and the finals in just couple of months. So it'll take some time. We're on 7 days a week for I don't know how many more weeks exactly. It's been a long night, but have a great day and come back for some excellent Korean Overwatch tomorrow.